professor of the Ninja Academy. By teaching, I can become stronger. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451 Kakashi's Promotion Gift. Now that everyone has fully recovered, it's time for us to return to the East Coast battlefield, Kakashi said. There was no emergency transfer order from the front line. This was Kakashi's own idea. Although everyone is alive and well now, Kakashi has not forgotten that they have a not-so-good future. In that not-so-good future, there is no Muyu. Minato will die in the Nine Tails Rebellion, and no Harurin and Obito will not live to see the Uzumaki Naruto Chronicle. In order to prevent such a future from becoming a reality, they need to become as strong as possible, and war is a good place to exercise. War is dangerous, but it is also really a training ground, which Kakashi has to admit. Until now, Kakashi has found it difficult to imagine that Muyu would die abnormally. This is Muyu, who has mastered many breathing methods, armed color secrets, and flying thunder god. What kind of ninja or what kind of ninja unit can kill him? Due to too little intelligence, it is difficult for Kakashi to analyze useful information. The only thing that is certain is that the weak will only drag Muyu down. Listening to Kakashi's words, Obito's expression also became serious. He didn't want to die before Kakashi, and he didn't want no Harurin to be killed, and he didn't want to see such a good teacher Muyu not live a long life. There is no problem on my side. We can set off at any time, Might Guy answered readily. Might Guy is a person who is good at simplifying complex problems. Since the 5 gates plus the rock-breathing chakra mode is not strong enough, he has been practicing until the 8th gate plus the rock-breathing chakra mode plus the armed color. After a long period of hard training, coupled with the double blessing of Muyu's enlightenment teaching skills, Might Guy has finally mastered the Yin attribute chakra nature change, which is the prerequisite for the armed color secret technique, and began to formally practice the armed color domineering. However, compared with the time Kakashi and others practiced the Yin escape nature change and the successful armed color, Might Guy's armed color road will not be easy. Okay, then we will directly call Jalin to set off together. Kakashi nodded and said, since they recovered earlier than Might Guy, they had already discussed it in advance. Then the 4 of them packed up their things and went to the East Coast battlefield. This time, I must defeat Kirigakure with Teacher Muyu and be promoted to Jonin, Obito said with high spirits after stepping out of the gate of Konoha. The last time he set out, he was just a famous Chunin who passed the Chunin exam. After returning, he became a well-known genius in Konoha. This time, he wants to go one step further and become a famous Jonin. Captain Obito, please concentrate on your journey and don't talk nonsense, Kakashi said bluntly, emphasizing Obito's status. You've only walked a few meters out of Konoha and you're already showing off your power as the vice captain? Obito, who felt the gaze of no Harurin, said without losing the wind. Well, Obito Chunin, please don't waste time. Kakashi backhanded and stabbed Obito with his ninja level again. Obito's expression was a little embarrassed. Not only was his status in the team not as good as Kakashi, but his ninja level was also suppressed by Kakashi. Kakashi became a ninja early, otherwise he would definitely not be able to become a Jonin all of a sudden. Obito comforted himself with Kakashi's ninja age. Thinking of Might Guy and Shisui, they were still Chunin. Obito was more relaxed. Now, Chunin was the majority of Muyu's disciples. Ahem, let's go quickly. Obito coughed twice to ease the awkwardness and began to hurry on his way. It was already night when Obito and his friends arrived at the camp. The ninjas who knew each other gathered together to eat and chat. Our Konoha is really thriving. We have young and promising strong men like Minato-sama and Muyu-sama, and super geniuses like Konoha's green beast Might Guy and Shisui. And ninja couldn't help but sigh. The current ninja world is very chaotic. Konoha is fighting with the 3 major ninja villages at the same time. So many wars should be worrying, but the strong men and geniuses that continue to emerge in Konoha make Konoha ninjas very optimistic, isn't it? I heard that Uchiha Shisui is only 8 years old this year. It's really scary. At the age of 8, He killed 3 mist hidden ninjas in a battle. The legendary Uchiha Madara couldn't do better at the same age. The ninja next to him smacked his lips. When he was 8 years old, he was still in the ninja school. When he saw the Chunin teacher showing off his skills, he would exclaim that he was awesome. There was really no comparison. Hatake Kakashi is also very strong. He killed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon among the 7 ninja swordsmen. He is now the youngest Jonin in Konoha. Maybe he can surpass Master White Fang in the future. Someone added. Obito stopped and waited for a sentence. It seems that they are all disciples of Master Muyu. I feel that they can become the next Sannin if they continue like this. Obito's forehead wrinkled into a well shape. How could Muyu be a Sannin with so many disciples? He should be at least a 5 ninja. Moreover, it was clearly him and Kakashi who killed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon together. How could it become the credit of Kakashi alone? Kakashi, who is born evil, I didn't expect you to be a credit thief. Obito cursed in his heart. Nohara-rin saw Obito suddenly stop and looked at Obito with a puzzled look. So Obito, who still wanted to wait, could only continue to move forward reluctantly. Since Muyu did not go out to perform the mission at this time, they soon found Muyu in the camp. Teacher Muyu. All the disciples greeted Muyu. It seems that you have recovered well. Muyu responded with a smile. Also, congratulations to Kakashi for your successful promotion to Jonin. Isn't it a bit too late to say it now? Kakashi smiled. It's not too late. Teacher Muyu, you congratulated me right away. Muyu was the deputy commander of the battlefield and had a heavy responsibility and could not leave the battlefield at will, so in Kakashi's opinion, Muyu's congratulations were not too late, and he always kept this in mind. Whether it is early or late, let's not talk about it for now, just look forward to the promotion gift I give you. You will definitely not guess what it is, Muyu said like a riddle man. This made Kakashi a little curious. Muyu never spoke without a purpose. Since Muyu said it was difficult to guess, it must be a gift he could not have thought of. Is it a ninja novel? Kakashi tried to guess in his mind. The next moment Kakashi denied this guess. Muyu was not Obito. How could she give such a nonsensical gift? If Muyu gave him a ninja novel, then there is only one possibility. That is, the ninja novel Muyu gave him is not an ordinary ninja novel, and it contains deep meaning. Obito stared at Kakashi with envy and jealousy. He also wanted Muyu's gift. Obito realized that failing the Jonin exam was a terrifying existence that was enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the major failure events in life. Not only did it make him inferior to Kakashi, he had no face to play with Nohara-rin, and he could only watch Muyu give Kakashi a promotion gift. Muyu walked into his tent and pretended to take something, then took out the Pokemon egg from the system space and walked out of the tent. This is my gift for you, the Jonin. Muyu held the Pokemon egg in both hands and handed it to Kakashi. What a big egg! What kind of egg is this? Are you going to make a whole egg feast to celebrate? Obito was a little curious. It was the first time he saw such a big egg, which was bigger than their heads. Snap! With a crisp knocking sound, Muyu's fingers came into close contact with Obito's forehead. This is not for eating. It's an egg that can hatch a summoned beast. Muyu retracted her finger and said, so summoned beasts are hatched from eggs? Obito rubbed the place where he was hit and felt that he had learned something new. Kakashi was speechless. Obito deserved to be rejected by the Jonin. This is to see whether it is oviparous or viviparous, not whether it is a summoned beast or a ninja beast. Kakashi explained. In fact, in Kakashi's opinion, the difference between ninja beasts and ordinary animals is like that between ordinary people and ninjas. There are special features but most of them are still common. Teacher Muyu, what type of summoned beast is in here? Kakashi asked after looking at the Pokemon eggs for a few times. Biology class didn't teach how to identify specific animals through eggs. You will know when it hatches. But I can tell you that this summoned beast is very strong and has a very high growth potential. After careful cultivation, it will become a great helper in your battle. Muyu still maintained the attitude of a riddle man. Of course, this is mainly because Muyu doesn't know what Pokemon can be hatched from it. However, according to the system's past style, Muyu felt that the Pokemon inside should be more compatible with Kakashi. It could be a ground-type electric-type Pokemon with similar chakra attributes to Kakashi, or it could be a water-type Pokemon that can perform combined ninjutsu with Kakashi, and it is not impossible that it is related to swordsmanship. Very strong. Kakashi subconsciously hugged the Pokemon egg in his arms a little tighter. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar. First published this novel. For a ninja, a summon beast with excellent combat ability is even more important than a powerful secret technique. What could it be? A bird. Kakashi couldn't help but guess. Birds are all oviparous, but Kakashi has not heard of very strong bird-summon beasts. You gave your disciple a Pokemon egg, and because the disciple was very grateful, he rewarded a big critical hit and obtained the ninjutsu Kirin, mastery level. Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other for a long time and Miyu's move was a big gift, Kakashi also burst out a small amount of gold coins and gave Miyu a mastery S-level lightning escape. Miyu did not take out Yanmo. He thought that the current Kakashi could not control this demon sword and it would be risky to use it, putting aside the fighting style and swordsmanship. In fact, the most suitable person for Yanmo is a chakram like Nagato. No matter how you absorb chakra, there is plenty of chakra, but with other restrictions. Among Miyu's disciples, Kakashi is the most suitable for Yanmo. Although Kakashi is an all-round warrior, his best and strongest skill is the lightning sword technique. A good sword can greatly improve Kakashi. White Fang is just an ordinary chakra sword. It can have an extraordinary reputation in the ninja world because its owner Hotakesakumo is strong enough, which has nothing to do with the sword itself. Moreover, Miyu tested Yanmo in actual combat once. Yanmo can chop people and absorb chakra by himself, and he becomes stronger and stronger. It does not need the owner to provide it. In this case, there are only two problems for Kakashi to use Yanmo. One is the chakra required for the initial activation, and the other is that it is difficult to absorb the enemy's chakra in a one-on-one situation. To solve these two problems, one needs to have a strong amount of chakra. Since Kakashi has to be careful when using various skills now, Miyu still did not give it to Kakashi after careful consideration. He planned to wait until Kakashi grows to the next stage before giving it to Kakashi. Teacher Miyu, when I came over, I heard someone talking about Shisui who can perform instant body. What's going on? Obito suppressed his desire for the summon beast and asked. Shisui's performance in encounters should not be as good as his, so how come he is so much more famous than him now, and even has such a handsome title? Shisui, who came to Miyu after completing the task, happened to hear Obito's question, so he replied, "Nothing, I just did too many tasks recently, so I was given a nickname." Obito's mouth twitched. He also wanted to be given such a nickname. During the time you were recuperating in Konoha, Shisui has been doing tasks all the time. Once he was trapped in the enemy's trap, but Shisui relied on his personal strength to kill 3 senior ninjas in a row and successfully defeated the enemy. Miyu briefly described Shisui's efforts over the past month. A kind of green plant with strong vitality appeared in Obito's mind, and he regretted going back a little. He failed to be promoted to a jonin, because he was busy with training and embarrassed about the failure of the promotion. He did not deepen his relationship with Nohara Rin, and finally he was forced to help Kakashi celebrate his promotion to a jonin. Obito thought about it and found that his life in Konoha was like hell. Thinking of Shisui taking this opportunity to use the name of Instant Body Shisui, his mood became even more complicated. If Obito had to describe it, it would be a bit like his friend studying hard after the holiday, while he went to chase a girl, but he didn't catch the girl, but his friend got a good grade in the exam. Everything is over. As long as I start doing the mission again, it will be fine. Obito comforted himself skillfully. Then Miyu told Kakashi and others the latest information on the battlefield, and transferred Shisui back to Kakashi's team. Shisui had no objection to this. Although he got along well with Asugitaru and others, Kakashi and others were more important to Shisui, but after all, they were teammates who had been through life and death for more than a month. Shisui would explain the situation to Takagi Shinji's team and say goodbye. Teacher Miyu, Obito said that he was unwilling to be promoted to a jonin because of his lack of theoretical ability, so he hopes that you can give him a few difficult test papers to improve his written test ability. He also wants to become a Jonin with both wisdom and courage. Kakashi suddenly said before leaving, since Obito is not a human being, then don't blame him, Kakashi, for being ruthless. Oh, is that so? Miyu smiled and glanced at Obito. Obito took the initiative to ask for a test paper or a difficult one. The probability is almost the same as Black Zetsu surrendering himself. He knew it was Kakashi's nonsense as soon as he heard it. Of course I am an ambitious person, Obito said stubbornly with shaking hands. At this moment, Obito was cursing Kakashi in his heart, because Kakashi set him up, and he refuted that he had no ambition and just wanted to be a ninja with strong limbs and a simple mind. How could Obito have the nerve to admit it in front of Miyu and Nohara-rin? This was too disappointing, but now I think that my idea was too immature. Teacher Miyu is the deputy commander of the battlefield and his job must be very tiring. We can't add more burden to such a small matter. Obito frantically made amends. Kakashi raised his eyebrows. At this time, Obito's brain was like a machine with lubrication. Obito sympathized with Miyu and Kakashi really didn't know what to say. It's okay, for an experienced teacher, it's nothing. I will try my best to come up with a test paper that can help you get promoted, Obito, Miyu said with a smile. Kakashi couldn't help but smile. He usually doesn't smile unless he can't help it. This world is fake, and this place is hell. Obito was stunned with a sad face. The update is complete. I was a little sleepy after writing it at 2 o'clock. If there are typos or something, you can leave a message in the corresponding paragraph. I will correct it when I see it tomorrow. Chapter 452 Might Guide Jounin Reward. Captain Takagi, I'm sorry for your care for more than a month. Shisui found Takagi Shinji's team and told them that he was leaving the team. Even if Shisui didn't say it in person, there would be ninjas to explain the situation, but Shisui felt that it would be better for him to say it in person. After all, they were companions who had been through life and death together. It's not about taking care of us. It should be us who troubled you, Takagi Shinji said with a smile. If Shisui hadn't killed 3 mist-hidden ninjas with great force, they would have died in that trap. Takagi Shinji had expected Shisui's departure. On the one hand, Shisui was temporarily assigned to their team, and on the other hand, Shisui was too good. Age is meaningless in the ninja war. No one will respect the elderly because of your age or love the young because of your age. Stronger ninjas need to take on more important responsibilities. Take care of yourselves in the future, and pay more attention to safety when performing tasks. Shisui smiled modestly and looked at everyone's face carefully before saying goodbye. Only by facing the war can you truly feel the cruelty of war. During these days on the battlefield, Shisui fully felt the bloodiness of war. If someone is killed, he will die. Whether it is the weakest genin or a powerful jonin like Mizunotsuki-kan, they may die in the war. Now they can still sit together and chat, but after a week or a month, when the war is over, it is uncertain how many people will be alive. The same goes for you, Shisui. Although you are stronger than us, the mission you have to do is definitely more dangerous than ours. Kobayashi Kenji reminded, you can come and play with us when you are free. Although we will not be in the same team in the future, we are still companions. Mashita Yuki said goodbye sincerely. Next, I will work hard to practice and try to surprise you when we meet again next time. Asugitaru said goodbye in his own style. After saying goodbye, Shisui and Obito formed an elite team again to carry out the mission. However, this time there were no Shire Anui Genma and Debisu, only Shisui, Might Guy and the other 5. It's not that Kakashi disliked Tebisu and the others and kicked them out because they were not strong enough. It was that after Mr. Chen came to the battlefield and learned about their affairs, he took them to a hell-style training to improve their strength, so they could not team up with Kakashi and the others for the time being. Since Kakashi was promoted to a Jonin and Nohara-rin was promoted to a special Jonin, and their strength was also recognized, Kakashi's team was granted the authority to perform S-level tasks. Since they had just returned to the battlefield, Kakashi did not directly challenge the high difficulty, but chose a more difficult A-level task as their first task after returning to the battlefield. Tasks of the same level actually have different levels of difficulty, and the higher the level of the task, the more so. Taking an A-level task as an example, The task commission is generally 150,000 taels to 1,000,000 taels. An A-level task of 990,000 taels is obviously not the same difficulty as an A-level task of 150,000 taels, not to mention S-level tasks. From killing a Jonin team to assassinating the leaders of the 5 major ninja villages are all within the scope of S-level tasks, but the difficulty of the two is very different. Some S-level tasks are only considered S-level tasks because they exceed the scope of A-level, while some S-level tasks are considered S-level tasks because the highest level of the task is S-level. In order to prevent a rollover, Kakashi chose to play it safe. If there is an unexpected situation in an S-level task, it is really a life-or-death situation. With Kakashi's steady actions, they successfully enjoyed the pleasure of frying fish. When an ordinary Karigakure team met Kakashi and his team, the Karigakure ninjas' expressions were like this after seeing who was coming. At first, the Karigakure ninjas were happy because of their height, but they were dumbfounded when they saw the iconic tights on Might Guy. Might Guy, the green beast of Konoha, Shisui, the son of White Fang, Kakashi. After discovering that their opponents were the recent geniuses, the Karigakure Jonin's faces turned black. The Karigakure high-level officials set up extremely high rewards for Kakashi and his team. Killing any of them would mean a lot of training resources and money, but you have to live to earn money. The Karigakure Jonin didn't think he could earn this money. Even the 7 ninja swordsmen fell to Kakashi's team. Thunder breathing, concentrate. Kakashi first observed the situation through the world and then decisively pulled out the White Fang short blade and rushed out. 8 gates of ninja. Wound gate, open. Might Guy also concentrated his breathing and opened the first 4 gates of the 8 gates of ninja. Although his body has become stronger than that of an adult ninja who exercises regularly after the rock breathing exercise, the damage to the body caused by the 8 gates ninjutsu as a forbidden technique is unavoidable. A stronger body can only minimize the damage, and forcibly using a higher gate will cause great damage to the body. If the enemy is not very strong, Might Guy will generally not open the 8 gates ninjutsu directly to the limit of normal opening, but will keep 1 or 2 gates. If the limit is 5 gates, he will open 3 or 4 gates. Illusionary body instant technique. Shisui condensed chakra to open the Sharingan, and then separated a large number of phantom clones to surround the mist village. Nohara Rin did not make a move throughout the whole process, and the enemy was solved by Kakashi and others. Obito fought especially hard. Damn it, you didn't even say my name. Obito was still a little indignant until the end of the battle. His flame-breathing chakra mode is so handsome. Why didn't he get the title of Anti-on-Fire God? Should I wear something special? Obito subconsciously looked at Might Guy in green. Obito imagined himself wearing a red tights and shook his head quickly. If he wanted to get the title in this way, he would have to think about it seriously for a while. After successfully completing the A-level mission, Kakashi soon ushered in their first S-level mission. S-level missions related to war are particularly dangerous. Missions related to important battles cannot even be selected, but the commander chooses the team to complete. Facts have proved that Kakashi's caution is not without reason. In this mission, they encountered several powerful Karigakure Jonin. Although it was not as fierce as the encounter with the 7 ninja swordsmen, they also successfully forced out Might Guy's 5-door superimposed rock-breathing chakra mode. However, there was no more after forcing it out. Might Guy directly swept the whole field with a Konoha Dragon God. Might Guy's strong return made his reputation on the battlefield surpass Shisui again, and he became the strongest young genius recognized by Karigakure and Konoha on the East Coast battlefield. The Karigakure ninjas wished that Might Guy would get sick and die violently, while the Konoha ninjas were increasingly looking forward to the future of their village. Because Might Guy and his team were becoming more and more famous, and their achievements were accumulating more and more, Orochimaru wrote some suggestions about promotion in the letter reporting the war on the front line. Orochimaru suggested that all the Chunin of Kakashi's team be promoted directly to Jonin. There are 2 reasons why Orochimaru did this. One is that Obito and his team are strong enough, and the other is that he wanted to use this to gain some favor from Miyu. Of course, even as a battlefield commander, Orochimaru can only make suggestions and cannot play a decisive role. The final decision is in the hands of the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and even other Konoha high-level officials do not have this right. After careful consideration, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not accept Orochimaru's suggestion, but he did not completely reject it. Sarutobi Hiruzen promoted Might Guy, who had the greatest merit and the strongest strength, directly to Jonin, and then included Shisui in the scope of Jonin inspection, and the Jonin inspection could be started directly after reporting. When the final result reached Orochimaru's hands, he did not have too many emotions because of it. In fact, this was within Orochimaru's expectations. The main factor in promoting to a Jonin through merit is contribution to the village, that is, the number of completed missions. Might Guy and his friends have been ninjas for too short a time, and cannot be compared with those Chunins who have been ninjas for more than 10 years. But in addition to quantity, the missions also have quality, so Might Guy, who has the highest military merit among them, was successfully promoted to a Jonin, and Shisui, who was not included in the scope of the Jonin assessment before, also had the opportunity to participate in the Jonin assessment. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Teacher Sarutobi is too stable now, and it's nothing to promote young geniuses like Obito who have made great contributions. Orochimaru in the tent looked like he was speaking up for Muyu's disciples. The Sandaime-sama also has his difficulties, and there may be aspects that we didn't think of. Muyu sighed slightly, said a word for Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then thanked Orochimaru. I'm sorry to bother you this time, Orochimaru. If it weren't for your help, it would take a while for Akai to become a Jonin directly with his partiality. Muyu knew Orochimaru's purpose, but at this stage, this was a mutually beneficial thing for him, so he was happy to see it happen. And it's not certain who will be favored after their acting skills are improved. It's not a troublesome thing to do. Not to mention that Might Guy and others have indeed made great contributions. Orochimaru said and handed the appointment of Might Guy to promote to Jonin to Muyu. Although Orochimaru didn't have many friends, he knew how to make friends as quickly as possible. Muyu's face flashed with gratitude, but he left the tent without saying much. For people like Muyu, you can't deliberately emphasize what help you have given, otherwise it will have a counterproductive effect. You have to mention your role implicitly. Looking at Muyu's leaving back, Orochimaru nodded in his heart. Seeing Muyu's expression, he knew that his thoughts were not in vain. Although people like Muyu didn't say it, they would always remember his kindness in their hearts. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to accumulate merits and was promoted to a Jonin. He was rewarded, chakra plus 2400, secret medicine extraction scroll, unknown Pokemon egg. Only Might Guy can hatch. After leaving the tent, Muyu took a look at the latest reward information on the panel. Although the promotion channels are different, there is not much difference in the rewards. The chakra amount is 2400, and there are Pokemon eggs, and they are all personal. The only difference is that Kakashi's is a sword weapon extraction scroll, while Might Guy's is a secret medicine extraction scroll. Muyu found a place to wash his hands and clicked to extract. Muyu still had certain expectations for this secret medicine extraction scroll. He had only obtained one secret medicine from the system, the training secret medicine that Might Guy exploded in the training task. Although the name is mediocre, the effect of the training secret medicine is indeed very powerful. Might Guy's current strength is due to the training secret medicine. You must know that the amount of training that Muyu taught Might Guy is more terrifying than the original. If there is no training secret medicine, he can't withstand such high-intensity training with a good body. After confirming the start of the extraction, a huge turntable appeared in front of Muyu. In addition to the most familiar secret medicine of the Hokage body, Muyu also saw the shadow of the elixir in some of his previous works. The secret medicine extraction scroll has been consumed, and the reward is obtained. Repair secret medicine. Repair secret medicine. After taking it, the body will be repaired very quickly. The first pill within 24 hours has the best effect and no side effects. The second pill has half the recovery effect and no side effects. The third pill has the same effect as the second pill but will lose a certain amount of vitality. After using the extraction scroll, 3 more pills appeared in Muyu's system backpack. At the same time, the prescription and production experience of the repair secret medicine appeared in Muyu's mind. After sorting out his memory, Muyu determined that all the medicinal materials needed to repair the secret medicine can be found in the Naruto world, but some of the medicinal materials are too rare and precious to be bought on the market. Then Muyu opened his Byakugan and used Flying Thunder God to take a walk and caught a team of mist ninjas. The repair secret medicine is a thing that can treat serious injuries at first glance. Muyu would not seriously injure himself in order to test the effect of the secret medicine. Muyu hit the joints of the Kirigakure ninja with his palms, breaking the bones, causing the Kirigakure ninja caught by Muyu to collapse directly on the ground. Then Muyu stuffed the repair secret medicine into the mouth of the Kirigakure ninja, and observed the changes in the Kirigakure ninja's body with his white eyes. When the secret medicine was dissolved, a strong vitality burst out from the Kirigakure ninja's body, and the broken and shattered bones were magically repaired as good as new. The face of the Kirigakure ninja, who was originally dying, instantly regained its color. This powerful effect made Muyu look sideways. With this degree of internal injuries, even if Tsunade was used to treat it, it would probably only save his life, and there was no way to heal the whole body. However, this repair secret medicine could actually heal it directly, and the effect could be called a one-time 100 healings technique. Muyu originally wanted to test whether the broken limbs could be regenerated, but after thinking about it, he decided to kill all the Kirigakure directly. The system only gave him 3 pills in total, and he had to make the rest himself. It would be a bit too wasteful to use 2/3 for the test. Give 1 to Kai and 1 to Zealand. Muyu decided who would own the remaining 2 repair secret medicines. He didn't plan to keep them for himself. With his strength, if he encountered an enemy who could severely injure him, he would not be able to defeat him even if he had a second life, because this medicine only heals injuries and does not restore chakra. The 8 gates of the ninjutsu high gates and the rock-breathing chakra mode are not something Might Guy can bear at this stage. Giving the repair secret medicine to Might Guy can prevent the extreme burst from ending with too much damage to the body and leaving incurable injuries. As for Nohara Rin, that involves Obito's matter. It is important for Nohara Rin to be alive, so she, the weakest, also needs a means to save her life. Chapter 453, An Extremely Dangerous Knife. After a simple test of the effect of the repair secret medicine, Muyu returned to the camp as quickly as possible and found Might Guy and the others. Because they had just completed a difficult test-level mission, Kakashi and the others were now in a recuperation period and did not carry out any missions. Obito's eyes lit up when he saw Muyu coming over with a big egg. Teacher Muyu, is this also the egg of a very powerful summoning beast? Obito asked curiously. Muyu had given Kakashi a summoning beast egg before, and emphasized that it had great potential, which made Obito a little envious. He doesn't have a summoning beast yet, and he especially wants to sign a contract with a handsome and powerful summoning beast. The thing that Obito is most worried about is the civil war between him and Kakashi in the future. If he is as strong as Kakashi, but loses the battle because Kakashi has a powerful summoning beast, Obito will really explode with anger. It's hard to say how powerful it is, but it won't be bad anyway. Muyu thought for a while and replied, there are too many uncertainties in the unknown Pokemon eggs. It could be a mini dragon or a caterpillar. Muyu answered Obito's questions while responding to the greetings of other disciples. Finally, he walked to Might Guy and handed him his new ninja certificate. This is, Might Guy didn't react at first, but when he saw the word Jonin on the certificate, he couldn't help showing his excitement. This was a complete surprise for Might Guy. He had failed to pass the Jonin examination because of theory not long ago, but now he was promoted to Jonin inexplicably. What? So happy? Obito looked at Might Guy and laughed out loud and couldn't help but walked forward curiously. Ninja certificate. Did your certificate fall when you completed the mission? Obito thought this was the certificate that Muyu helped Might Guy to reissue. When Obito saw the ninja level column, Obito's face changed, his eyes widened and his mouth opened unconsciously, looking extremely shocked. This is not right. How can it be a Jonin? Didn't you fail the Jonin examination, Kai? Obito couldn't help asking. They were good brothers who failed together, so how come Might Guy suddenly sneaked away and became a Jonin? Compared to Might Guy becoming a Jonin, Obito would rather believe that the staff who processed the documents made a mistake. Not passing the Jonin examination does not mean that you can't become a Jonin. Kakashi took a look at the certificate and thought for a while before saying, unlike Obito, Kakashi did not think it was a mistake. What the hell? Isn't failing just failing? Why can you be promoted? Obito was confused by Kakashi. You can chop down trees with a knife, or you can use your fists blessed by chakra to break trees. What I mean is that the channel to be promoted to Jonin is not only through the Jonin examination. Kakashi explained using a metaphor. Obito looked at Miyu. He still felt that what Miyu said was the most credible and easiest to understand. Miyu nodded and confirmed Kakashi's words. Akai's achievements were recognized by the third Hokage, so he was specially promoted to Jonin. Hearing Miyu's words, Might Guy straightened his chest. Now he is an excellent ninja recognized by the Hokage. Next, he will maintain Miyu's title of the strongest disciple, which means he will take a solid step towards the strongest physical skills. After hearing what Miyu said, Obito basically knew who the summoning beast egg that Miyu brought was for. Teacher Miyu, is there any news about me? Obito still had a glimmer of luck in his heart. Might Guy graduated at the same time as him, and they have always been teammates on the battlefield to perform tasks together. Logically, his achievements should be similar to Might Guy's. Miyu shook his head and looked at Shisui. In addition to Akai, Shisui is qualified to participate in the Jonin inspection, and he can return to the village to participate in the inspection after reporting. Obito stood there like a stone sculpture, and the whole person looked very stiff. Kakashi became a Jonin first, and Obito could use Kakashi's age as an excuse, but Might Guy became a Jonin first, and Obito really couldn't find an excuse, because he and Might Guy had come from the bottom of the class together. Before Miyu entered the ninja school, they were both famous for being the bottom of the class, and Obito's grades were a little better than Might Guy's at that time. After becoming Miyu's disciples, the two gradually changed from the bottom of the class to geniuses. During the ninja school period, they had wins and losses against each other, and it can be said that they were almost the same in all aspects. Now they are fighting together on the battlefield as teammates. They both failed the Jonin examination, but Might Guy was promoted to Jonin by virtue of his achievements, while Obito had nothing and was killed by Might Guy. When Obito thought about Shisui being able to participate in the Jonin examination, and Shisui being both civil and military, and having a high probability of passing the examination, he instantly felt hopeless. If Shisui became a Jonin, he would really be the only one among Miyu's disciples who was not a Jonin. In the past, Obito felt pity for Nohara Rin, who did not have the opportunity to participate in the Jonin survey and directly became a special Jonin. Now, Obito just wanted to say that it was not impossible to be a special Jonin. Jonin survey. Shisui fell into thought. Shisui is actually very happy now, with a kind of harvest joy of hard work and finally reaping the fruits. Before Obito and his friends left, Shisui worked with them on the mission. When Obito and his friends returned to Konoha to recuperate, Shisui still stayed on the battlefield to carry out the mission. Except for the time when he was injured, Shisui did not rest much. Being promoted to Jonin is one of Shisui's motivations for working hard on the battlefield. Becoming a Jonin can make him more valued in the Uchiha clan, and his words will have more weight. But Shisui couldn't make up his mind to return to Konoha to participate in the survey alone for a while. On the one hand, he was worried that without his strength, Kakashi and his friends would be more likely to encounter danger when performing difficult tasks. On the other hand, he was worried that Obito and his friends would make silent progress after being away for a while. Shisui finally mastered the flame-breathing chakra mode. He didn't want to meet Might Guy and Obito again. Everyone has the armed color plus the transparent world. Finally, he was worried about Miyu, because there was little information about Miyu in the future, and it was impossible to determine the exact time of his death. So every battle was possible. I recommend that Shisui report now and return to Konoha for inspection. Miyu noticed Shisui's entanglement and spoke. Human energy is not unlimited. You have to relax and relax. You have done well enough. You can relax your tense nerves appropriately. If Shisui returns to the village to participate in the inspection of the Jonin, Shisui can get a rest while Miyu can also get a promotion reward. It can be said to be a win-win choice. Yeah. Feeling Miyu's concern, Shisui nodded with a warm heart and decided to listen to Miyu. Seeing Shisui's agreement, Obito showed a complicated expression. Things were finally developing in the direction he least wanted to see. Can you get a few ninja swordsmen 7 people out of the soil to chop me a few times? Obito was so eager for merit that he was a little unconscious. Kakashi raised the corner of his mouth. He had already thought of 100 words to mock Obito's ninja level in his mind. As long as Obito dared to provoke him, Kakashi would break Obito's defense. After giving Shisui advice, Miyu handed the Pokemon egg in his hand to Might Guy, and congratulated him with a smile. Congratulations, K, you have become a Jonin. Might Guy laughed and thanked Miyu and took the Pokemon egg. Kakashi, who was standing next to Obito, suddenly felt a strong sour taste, as if someone was eating lemons. When Kakashi looked at Obito, he could vaguely hear something like "It's just so-so and I don't really like summoned beasts." You have to be more careful this time, K. The egg is very fragile, No Harlan reminded. Might Guy is too easily excited, and No Harlan is a little worried that Might Guy will crush the egg with force when he gets excited. Really? I feel that this egg seems to be quite hard when I touch it, Might Guy said, holding the egg in his left hand and scratching his head with his right hand. Although he felt that the egg in his hand was not fragile, Might Guy still switched to holding the egg with both hands for stability. After all, it was a gift from Miyu, and he had to cherish it. Anyway, it's not a bad thing to be more careful. No Harlan watched Might Guy become cautious and nodded. No Harlan doesn't have the same feeling as Obito about summoning beasts, because although she doesn't have a summoning beast now, she will soon have one, and it will be in the Wet Bone Forest, one of the 3 sacred places. Tsunade said that as long as No Harlan passes her assessment, she will accept No Harlan as a formal disciple, and then let No Harlan sign a summoning blood contract with Wet Bone Forest. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar. First published this novel. Tsunade's so-called assessment is not to let No Harlan defeat someone or how long she can last in the battle with Tsunade, but to specify medical knowledge for No Harlan to learn, and if she learns well, she will pass. No Harlan is somewhat confident in this regard. She can't really be compared with Kakashi and Obito in combat, but she does have a talent beyond ordinary people in medical knowledge. In addition, there is another point. Kakashi and Might Guy both became Jonin, and she is a special Jonin. Miyu should be prepared to wait until she is promoted to a formal Jonin before giving her a gift. You gave the disciple a Pokemon egg. Since the disciple was very grateful, he rewarded him with a big critical hit and got a reward, Soft Fist, Mastery level. As Might Guy accepted the gift, a reward message popped up on Miyu's panel, and a lot of Soft Fist training experience emerged in his mind. Miyu saw that the reward only said Soft Fist and thought it was only the most basic Soft Fist. After sorting out his memory, he found that the A-diagram's 64 palms and Kaishin were also included. If Miyu had just obtained the Byakugan and obtained the Mastery level Soft Fist, he would be very happy, but for him now, the positioning of Soft Fist is a bit awkward. Although it is a family-inherited physical technique of the Hyuga clan, Soft Fist has a pivotal position in the entire physical technique system of Konoha. Soft Fist can directly injure the enemy's chakra meridian system and internal organs. Because the internal organs are almost impossible to exercise, even the strongest ninjas are fatal to Soft Fist. But most ninjas have high attack and low defense, and Miyu has armament hockey and can enter multiple breathing chakra modes, and the attack is simply overflowing. For those who Miyu can kill with his Soft Fist, it would be easier for him to kill with other means, but it would consume more chakra. After exploding Might Guy's gold coin, Miyu sent the secret medicine away, and told Might Guy and No Harlan to keep it well, and to take it directly if seriously injured. Then Miyu looked at the Pokemon egg given to Kakashi with his Byakugan. It seemed that because it was hatched by designated personnel, Miyu's Byakugan was no longer a void, and a little outline could be vaguely seen. It was still unclear what it was, but it seemed to be a four-legged Pokemon similar to a dog. Finally, Mew took Kakashi away on the pretext of a test, ready to check the changes in the nature of Kakashi's lightning attribute chakra and the results of his swordsmanship training in the past 2 months, and whether he had met the requirements for the training of Wuxia Mudao. Mew first gave Kakashi an appraisal. Name: Hatake Kakashi. Chakra: 7800. Skills: Transparent World, Lightning Chakra Nature Change. Mastery Level: 115,000. Earth Chakra Nature Change. Proficiency Level: 2,703 thousandths. Hatake's Swordsmanship. Mastery Level: 115,000. Lightning Breathing. Proficiency Level: 2,603 thousandths. More than 7,000 chakras. 1 Mastery Level Nature Change plus 1 close to Mastery Level Nature Change. This is almost the standard configuration of Konoha Jonin, and the data of ordinary Konoha Jonin basically fluctuates in this range. However, if you count other skills, Kakashi's panel is not ordinary, with Transparent World, Mastery Level Hatake's Swordsmanship, and several Mastery Level Lightning and Earth Release. Considering Kakashi's age, Kakashi's panel is indeed a well-deserved genius. After practicing for a few years, he has achieved data that others cannot achieve after practicing for more than 10 or 20 years. Use your lightning sword technique to attack me with all your strength. Mew closed the panel and said, the information displayed by the appraisal technique was not comprehensive enough. He could only make the most accurate judgment by combining it with the actual combat performance. Kakashi did not waste any words and immediately adjusted his breathing and concentrated his breathing to the extreme to enter the transparent world state and pull out the white fang short blade. Zizizi, the dazzling yellow lightning flowed into the white fang short blade along Kakashi's palm, extending a lightning blade. Kakashi stepped forward with his right foot and slashed backward with his left foot to make a charging posture. Under the effect of the transparent world, Kakashi mobilized all his strength into the sword. The next sword would be the strongest attack he could perform. After all, the opponent was Mew, and Mew's strength allowed Kakashi to exert his full strength without any scruples. The 7 ninja swordsmen who put them in a difficult battle were killed by Mew at will. Such a Mew was obviously impossible to be injured by his attack. Kakashi really wanted to have the ability to hurt Mew, because it meant that he had the strength to change the future, but the reality and the goal of hard work should still be distinguished. Fire Thunder God. Boom. A thunder roared, and Kakashi wielded the lightning blade and rushed towards Mew at a high speed, as fast as a flying thunder dragon, just like real lightning, fast and dazzling. If Mew hadn't brought Kakashi to a farther place, the patrolling ninjas in the camp would have probably come to him. Facing the aggressive Kakashi, Mew entered the lightning-breathing chakra mode and then created a lightning sword with a grasp of the void, and slashed at the attacking Kakashi. It's not that he can only use the Wuxian sword in this way. In fact, using Yanmo directly will be more powerful, but Mew doesn't need such a strong power. After all, he just wants to test Kakashi's strength, not to chop Kakashi into a kashi, because he is in a transparent world. Although he is surrounded by yellow electric light, Kakashi can still see Mew's movements clearly. At the moment when Mew swung the sword, Kakashi suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Mew's seemingly ordinary slash used a certain profound and terrifying technique, which gave Kakashi a feeling of extreme danger. Danger, danger. Kakashi's perception was conveying this information to him like a repeater. If it wasn't Mew standing in front of him, Kakashi would have given up attacking and thought about the possibility of dodging. Chapter 454, The Power of 2 Ninja Swords. As Mew swung the lightning blade, a flash of purple lightning bloomed in front of Kakashi's eyes. Swish, boom. Kakashi, who was moving at high speed, suddenly stopped, but it was not because Kakashi wanted to stop, but because Mew's slash was coming. Kakashi could only swing his sword in advance to resist. The purple lightning collided with the yellow thunder dragon, and almost instantly the thunder dragon was directly split into 2 and dissipated in the air. Kakashi tried his best to stimulate chakra to resist, but the power of the purple lightning exceeded the limit of what he could resist. and he could only block it for 1 second with all his strength. Bang! The next moment, Kakashi's body flew backwards and hit the ground hard. This result was somewhat unexpected by Kakashi. It was not that he felt that Miyu did not have the strength to kill him in seconds, but Kakashi did not expect Miyu to test his strength in this way. In the past, when Miyu conducted tests, he would give them enough space to display their skills before making a move. After all, if Miyu made a move directly with his strength, his disciples would only be killed in seconds, which would hardly achieve the effect of the test. Just when Kakashi was puzzled, he stood up and suddenly noticed the changes in his surroundings. The place where there were dense forests suddenly became just a bunch of tree stumps. The slightly higher slopes were flattened, and the ground was full of chopped trees and broken stones. The slash just now actually had such a terrifying attack range. Kakashi was shocked. Miyu's slash was like shaving a flat head on the forest, which was beyond Kakashi's understanding of the Thunder Blade technique. Kakashi didn't expect the Thunder Blade technique to be so powerful and produce such an effect. In his understanding, the Thunder Blade technique should be strong in single combat and burst, but Miyu's slash made Kakashi realize that he still knew too little about the Thunder Blade technique. What I just fought against should have been the aftermath. Kakashi sighed in his heart at Miyu's strong control ability. With his current strength, he couldn't directly resist such a powerful slash. If the main force of the slash just now was directed at him, he would not only be unable to resist for even a second, but would also be chopped into pieces. The strength of the nature change barely meets the minimum requirement. Miyu nodded slightly. If Kakashi's nature change just now was not strong enough, even the aftermath would not be able to stop it for a second. Continue to attack me. This time you can only use swordsmanship. You can't use breathing techniques or chakra, Miyu said the test requirements. Kakashi patted the dust on his clothes and adjusted his breathing, preparing to walk forward with the White Fang short blade. Since the breathing technique can always maintain a relatively concentrated breath after reaching the normal level, Kakashi has to turn it off manually if the breathing technique cannot be used. Kakashi's eyes were focused, and he took a step forward and chopped towards Miyu's chest. The short blade quickly passed through the air like lightning, without a trace of reservation. Dang! The clanging of the sword sounded, and Miyu took out the katana given to him by Shisui from the scroll and quickly drew the sword to resist the attacking blade. Kakashi did not change his face and immediately changed his tactics. He held the short blade tightly in his hand and stabbed it towards Miyu's heart at a high speed, perfectly explaining what it means to be an inch short and an inch dangerous. However, Miyu seemed to have seen through Kakashi's moves completely, and he held his sword horizontally in front of him and blocked Kakashi's attack perfectly. Kakashi knew that this was a test, so he gave up defense and attacked with all his strength, slashing at Miyu's fatal spot with his sword, like an uninterrupted storm. However, Miyu seemed to have a foresight. No matter how Kakashi attacked, Miyu would calmly block it, giving Kakashi a feeling of fighting with himself in the transparent world. But Kakashi, who was fighting with Miyu, knew very well that Miyu did not use breathing techniques and chakra, but was fighting with him with pure swordsmanship. In fact, this was not the first time Kakashi encountered such a situation. Before White Fang committed suicide, he personally honed Kakashi's swordsmanship. A swordsmanship beginner and a swordsman who was famous on the battlefield had a simulated battle. If Kakashi did not admire his father very much, he would probably be abused to autism. But now Kakashi is no longer a beginner. After years of training and actual combat training, his swordsmanship can be called proficient. Even so, facing Miyu, Kakashi seemed to have returned to the time of a beginner. Snap! Miyu's back of the blade hit Kakashi's palm holding the blade and knocked down Kakashi's White Fang short blade. The swordsmanship is barely good enough, Miyu said after putting away the katana. Although Miyu had not practiced swordsmanship much before obtaining Wu Xiang Yi Dao, and it was all thanks to the little reward from Kakashi, after obtaining the mastery level Wu Xiang Yi Dao, Miyu actually reached a swordsmanship realm that ordinary people could not reach in their lifetime. This is what Miyu likes about the teacher system. The reward ability will give a certain level of knowledge in case it cannot be used. Muyu was able to master the 7 chakra nature changes so quickly because of this function. Normal practice requires a very high level of swordsmanship to practice Wu Xiang Yi Dao to the mastery level, while Muyu with the system reversed this process, because he gained swordsmanship experience because of obtaining the mastery level Wu Xiang Yi Dao. Although it cannot be compared with the real down-to-earth practice, it is indeed very convenient. Kakashi picked up the fallen White Fang short blade, with some expectations in his heart. Muyu had said that the lightning blade technique he was going to teach next was no worse than the Golden Skyline. It was obviously biased to say that Might Guy's strength depended entirely on the Golden Skyline. The 8 gates and rock breathing were the real core. But the Golden Skyline did give Might Guy a great improvement. Kakashi lost several battles to Might Guy's Golden Skyline, which was an impeccable and powerful physical technique. Although Might Guy's strength had undergone a qualitative change due to his understanding of the rock-breathing chakra mode, Kakashi could not surpass him in a short time, but having a lightning blade technique that could rival the Golden Skyline would give him some hope, so that he would not be troubled by the Golden Skyline all the time. Let's leave here first. Muyu took Kakashi to move. Although he chose a remote location, the noise just now was still a bit loud. In order not to be disturbed, Muyu had to choose a good location again. At this time, the telescopic function of the Byakugan is very useful. No matter how strong the perception ninjutsu is, it can only perceive chakra, while the Byakugan really uses the eyes to see, and the observation is more comprehensive and detailed. The lightning sword technique I am going to teach you is the thoughtless sword, which is an unparalleled slash that is made by concentrating the whole body's strength in the state of thoughtlessness and thoughtlessness. Muyu first gave a brief introduction. Kakashi listened very seriously. Although the name is a bit strange, it is not the point. As long as it is strong enough, it will be fine. When entering the formal teaching, Muyu gave Kakashi an enlightenment. If there is no enlightenment in the blessing of the professor, Kakashi's current level cannot learn the thoughtless sword. That's why Muyu said that he could barely learn it, and it would work if there was a system skill blessing. Otherwise, he couldn't learn it, because it was on the battlefield. Muyu didn't teach for too long. He took Kakashi back after teaching for a few hours. When he went back, Muyu used the appraisal to take a look at Kakashi. The thoughtless sword didn't even appear on Kakashi's skill column, which means that he didn't practice it at all. This was expected by Muyu. When Might Guy practiced Golden Skyline, he also practiced hard for a long time before he got started. Until today, he has not even reached the proficiency level. It is really difficult to practice powerful skills. Returning to Konoha alone, walking through the bustling streets that were no different from his memory and returning to his empty home, Shisui suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. The uncle who took care of him when he was a child was not there, and Muyu was not there either. Now Konoha even has only him as Muyu's disciple. However, Shisui is not a person who is sad about the passing of time. The melancholy comes and goes quickly. Shisui cleaned the house and started practicing. He will not be separated from Muyu and others for too long. He will leave Konoha after the Jonin inspection is over. After dinner in the evening, Shisui did not continue to practice, but went to Uchiha Fugaku's house. Of course, he did not go to find Uchiha Fugaku, but Shisui went to find Uchiha Ichi. Shisui did not forget the responsibility of guiding Uchiha Ichi. In order to prevent Uchiha Ichi from becoming the rebellious ninja who would not recognize his relatives in the future, he had to instill some positive energy into Uchiha Ichi. Read the error-free version at 69 Shuba. 6 = 9 plus Shu_Ba published this novel for the first time. Uchiha Fugaku was very happy about Shisui's arrival, although he was in the rear and didn't know the title of Instant Body Shisui. Shisui and Obito earned enough face for Uchiha in that encounter. How long are you going to rest this time? Uchiha Fugaku asked with a smile. He thought that Shisui was the whole team returning to the rear to rest. If nothing unexpected happens, we will return to the battlefield the day after tomorrow. Shisui thought for a while and replied, tomorrow he will conduct the Jonin inspection. According to Kakashi's experience, the results will be available in one day. So Shisui plans to return to the battlefield directly after the results are available the day after tomorrow, regardless of whether he is promoted or not. The main purpose of coming back this time is to participate in the Jonin inspection, so I won't stay too long. Uchiha Fugaku's face flashed a look of surprise. If he remembered correctly, Shisui is only 8 years old now. If he successfully passes the inspection, then Shisui will become an unprecedented 8-year-old Jonin. The record of the youngest Jonin that Kakashi broke not long ago will be broken again by Shisui. Ichi, you should really learn from Shisui. This is the genius that our Uchiha clan is proud of. Uchiha Fugaku praised him generously in person. The young Uchiha Ichi did not understand the content of the conversation between Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku, and did not understand what Jonin meant, but he still nodded obediently, because compared to Obito, Shisui looked very smart and would not say something that people could not understand. It is not certain whether you can pass the test. If I fail, Ichi, you don't need to learn. Shisui touched Uchiha Ichi's little head and said with a smile. Shisui was calm and quiet most of the time, but now he would occasionally make a little joke. With your ability, Shisui, you will probably pass. Uchiha Fugaku has seen the new topic of conversation among the ninjas in a few days. It is not easy to make mistakes if you are cautious. Shisui shook his head and said. He did not underestimate the Jonin examination. After all, Might Guy and Obito both failed the examination, and only Kakashi passed the examination and became a Jonin. It's hard to improve the written test in a short time. It depends on long-term accumulation. But I can give you some advice on your fire escape through actual combat. Uchiha Fugaku thought for a while and said. As the head of the Uchiha clan and the captain of the Konoha police department, Uchiha Fugaku is actually very busy and has a lot of things to deal with. But whether he has time depends on the object. If the object is Shisui, one of the future members of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku can squeeze out his limited free time to improve Shisui. Shisui's original idea was to deal with Uchiha Fugaku casually and take Uchiha Ichi out for a walk to educate him. But Uchiha Fugaku was too enthusiastic, and Shisui was a little reluctant to refuse. After all, Uchiha Fugaku was kind to him, although it might be related to his ninja talent. Uchiha Fugaku's kindness to him was indeed undeniable. Then thank you for your trouble. Shisui finally agreed. Then Uchiha Fugaku took Uchiha Ichi and Shisui to a nearby open space. Shisui was a ninja who had fought against the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now that he was about to be promoted to a Jonin, Uchiha Fugaku would not underestimate Shisui. If he didn't want to sleep on the street tonight, he certainly couldn't fight in his yard. Ichi, you stand aside and watch carefully. Don't get too close. Uchiha Fugaku warned before the battle. He was sure that he would not hurt Uchiha Ichi no matter what, but he was not sure about Shisui. Then Uchiha Fugaku looked at Shisui and said, Shisui, don't worry, use your full strength. Shisui thought about it and directly entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. Uchiha Fugaku was the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Although he had never heard of any great battle record, Shisui felt that Uchiha Fugaku's strength should be above 7 ninja swordsmen. Shisui wanted to test what role his flame-breathing chakra mode would play in fighting against such a strong man. Anyway, Fugaku took the initiative to let him use his full strength. Shisui operated his breathing to the extreme, and a large amount of oxygen was inhaled into his body and converted into strength. The moment Shisui entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, his chakra flowed at a very fast speed, and Shisui also felt the changes in his body. Physical strength is only a side effect. The real special feature of the flame-breathing chakra mode is that it can strengthen the nature of fire attribute chakra and greatly enhance the power of flames. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shisui put his hands together and instantly transformed all the chakra gathered in his throat into fire attribute chakra and exhaled it in one breath. The blazing fire transformed by the fire attribute chakra quickly formed a huge fireball and smashed it towards Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, who had just completed the seal, asked a question mark. As an Uchiha, Uchiha Fugaku was also ready to use the great fireball, but he didn't expect Shisui to be able to release the great fireball without a seal. He had practiced for so many years and couldn't do it without a seal. Shisui's performance really surprised and puzzled Fugaku. Chapter 455, Fire Escape, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Although he was a little surprised, Uchiha Fugaku's good ninja qualities prevented him from delaying the release of a ninjutsu. After completing the seal, he immediately spit out a large piece of flame to form a huge fireball. Just when Uchiha Fugaku completed the release of the Great Fireball, Shisui's Great Fireball had already flown a short distance. Fortunately, the two were not too close, so Uchiha Fugaku did not hit Shisui's face right after the ninjutsu was released. Boom! Exclamation mark. The two huge Great Fireballs collided with each other, and a huge explosion sounded. Flames burst out and heat waves rose. Finally, the two Great Fireballs dissipated into the air together, leaving only a charred ground. Not only can he release it without seals, but the power is so strong. What has Shisui experienced in the past few months? His strength has improved so much. Uchiha Fugaku was puzzled. The confrontation of the same nature-changing ninjutsu is the best way to see the level of nature changing, and if it is the same ninjutsu again, it is even more so. Uchiha Fugaku had not expected that the two fireballs would cancel each other out. You have to know that Uchiha Fugaku had just used most of his strength. He was the patriarch of the most powerful family in Konoha, while Shisui was only an 8-year-old genius. A few months ago, when Shisui participated in the Chunin exam, Uchiha Fugaku went to watch Shisui's battle. At that time, Shisui's fire escape was far from being so strong. The patriarch's strength is indeed not simple, Shisui thought to himself. Just now, he used his full power fire escape in the flame-breathing chakra mode, which is different from ordinary fire escape. However, this was also within Shisui's expectations. The strength of Uchiha Jonin is well known in the ninja world, and the strong are respected in the clan. If Uchiha Fugaku is not strong, he will not be able to convince the crowd. According to Shisui's observation, Uchiha Fugaku still has a lot of prestige in the Uchiha clan. Fire escape, Fengxian fire jutsu. After a little thought, Shisui chose the Fengxian fire jutsu, which is faster and more flexible. Although the flame-breathing chakra mode can enhance fire style, it is limited to speeding up the release speed and the power of the flame, and cannot change some of the essential shortcomings of ninjutsu. Shisui released fireballs while running around Uchiha Fugaku, letting the small fireballs form an arc-shaped fireball net and shoot towards Uchiha Fugaku. It's still a no-mark release, and the way of using ninjutsu is not bound by tradition. Uchiha Fugaku used the instant body technique to dodge while evaluating in his heart. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku felt a little embarrassed, because with Shisui's performance, he seemed to be unable to guide Shisui's fire style. Although Shisui is definitely not his opponent when he really uses his full strength, in essence, the gap between their fire style is not very big, and Uchiha Fugaku can't guide Shisui. But as the head of the clan, Uchiha Fugaku also has his own pride. Since he can't guide fire style, then he will guide the battle. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Just when Fugaku was about to turn defense into offense, Shisui gathered a large amount of chakra in his body and converted it into fire attribute chakra and then spit it out violently. A large number of flames combined together to quickly form a small sea of fire that spread towards Uchiha Fugaku. What a strong flame! Feeling the temperature transmitted by the flames, Uchiha Fugaku thought to himself. Uchiha Fugaku, who was about to attack Shisui, immediately braked. This ninjutsu, which was not simple at first glance, could not be rushed directly in. Since this was an empty space with no materials for Shisui's sea of fire to continue to expand, Shisui immediately controlled the flames to make the sea of fire split into 3 fire dragons and rushed towards Uchiha Fugaku in 3 directions. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Uchiha Fugaku retreated while making seals with both hands. With just one tiger seal, he spit out a thick fire dragon to offset the fire dragon split from the fire dragon flame bomb. Although Uchiha Fugaku could not release the fire style without seals, his skilled fire style could reduce the number of seals. Then Uchiha Fugaku immediately opened the Sharingan to strengthen his insight ability and dodge the impact of the remaining 2 fire dragons. But just when Uchiha Fugaku was about to attack again, Shisui stopped fighting. "I'm sorry to bother you, Uncle Fugaku, this time. I don't have enough chakra to continue fighting," Shisui said politely. In fact, Shisui still had some chakra left. Although the flame-breathing chakra mode consumed a lot of chakra, Shisui was an Uchiha with the 3-hook Sharingan activated after all, and had more chakra than ordinary people. However, the remaining chakra was too little, and Shisui felt that it was meaningless to continue fighting. Anyway, he had roughly tested the strength of Uchiha Fugaku. This time, Uchiha Fugaku was not going to do anything. He was suppressed for a whole game and just wanted to show his skills, but the opponent surrendered directly. It was just that Uchiha Fugaku couldn't say anything because Uchiha Shisui was a junior. Shisui, your fire escape is already very good. Next, you can continue to practice according to the previous method. Uchiha Fugaku adjusted his mood and said after coughing twice. Although it was a bit embarrassing, Uchiha Fugaku was not a person who would talk nonsense for the sake of face. He really couldn't guide Shisui's current fire escape. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar published this novel for the first time, let alone giving advice. To be honest, Uchiha Fugaku now can't understand Shisui's fire style, which feels a bit weird. Not only can all fire styles be released without seals, but the flames are also very powerful, which doesn't look like someone who has been exposed to fire styles for a few years. The fact that all of them can be released without seals puzzled Uchiha Fugaku the most, and he couldn't imagine how Shisui did it. Maybe this is a true genius. Uchiha Fugaku sighed in his heart. He was also called a genius when he was young, but there was a big gap between him and Shisui and Obito. Well, thank you Uncle Fugaku for your advice. Shisui thanked him. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly in response with a stern face. After the battle with Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui spent some time alone with Uchiha Ichi and told Uchiha Ichi some more positive stories. The next day, Shisui officially went to the Jonin inspection. However, what Shisui didn't expect was that his examiner was actually Uchiha Fugaku, who had fought with him the day before. However, this time Shisui did not directly enter the flame-breathing chakra mode and go all out like he did last time, but instead tested the situation step by step like in a normal battle. Shisui first used fire style to force his opponent to move and then threw his ninja tools, followed by a physical technique test, and finally used the flame-breathing chakra mode to unleash his true full strength. After the 15-minute battle, Shisui saw Fugaku's satisfied smile and felt that his actual combat score should not be bad. In the afternoon written test, Shisui clearly felt the difference in difficulty between the Jonin examination and the Chunin examination. For Shisui, the Chunin examination had not been over for long, so Shisui still remembered some of the written test questions of the Chunin examination, and the two were completely not at the same level. If Shisui had not been studying after graduation, he might not have had the confidence to pass the written test. P.S. I'm a bit busy moving, so I can't write too much. I'll see if I can spare some time to make up for it tomorrow. 2K is too short. Chapter 456 Shisui's Jonin Reward. Disciple Uchiha Shisui worked hard to practice and achieved excellent results in the Jonin examination and was promoted to Jonin. He received rewards: Chakra plus 2400, Ninja Tool Extraction Scroll, Unknown Pokemon Egg. Only Uchiha Shisui can hatch. After Shisui passed the Jonin examination and was promoted to Jonin, Miyu's panel immediately issued rewards. Miyu skipped the fixed chakra and Pokemon Egg and looked at the Ninja Tool Extraction Scroll. This was a reward he had never received before. According to the name of the lottery scroll, it should only be able to draw ninja tools, but I don't know the scope of this ninja tool, whether it is the world of Naruto alone or the world outside Naruto. Miyu washed his hands as before, and then clicked to extract. The Ninja Tool Extraction Scroll has been consumed, and the ninja tool, Curved Spoon, was obtained. Miyu showed a strange look on his face. The curved spoon was okay. If he remembered correctly, this was a prop in the Pokemon game. The effect in the game was that the power of the superpower attribute skills of the Pokemon carrying the prop increased by 20%. Bent Spoon. Injecting chakra can enhance the yin escape technique used by the carrier. After reading the introduction of the bent spoon, Miyu found that although this ninja tool looks a bit abstract, the effect after localization is not weak. Directly enhance all ninjutsu with a certain property change. If the increase is not bad, it is basically equivalent to a high-level breathing method with yin attribute. After leaving the camp, Miyu took the bent spoon out of the system backpack, and a seemingly ordinary bent iron spoon appeared on Miyu's right hand. Miyu condensed chakra in his left hand, and then used the yin attribute property change to strengthen his left hand with armed color. The dark armed color covered Miyu's palm, and then Miyu clenched his fist and slammed it against the ground. The ground was directly broken by Miyu's armed color iron fist, and a large pit appeared after the mud and rocks flew. Then Miyu walked to the side, and this time Miyu first injected part of the chakra into the bent spoon. With the injection of chakra, the bent spoon emitted a faint blue light, and then Miyu condensed the armed color again and clenched his fist to blast the ground. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and a larger pit appeared after Miyu punched. Miyu nodded slightly. The total amount of chakra he used in the two attacks just now was the same. In the first attack, Miyu used all the chakra on the armament color, and in the second attack, Miyu separated a part of the chakra and injected it into the curved spoon. Although the total amount of chakra used was the same, the armament color blessed by the curved spoon became significantly stronger. Then Miyu began to test the upper limit of the curved spoon. He fixed a value for the chakra used to strengthen the fist with the armament color, and then gradually increased the chakra delivered to the curved spoon. 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, and the last time Miyu injected a total of 35,000 chakra into the curved spoon. In the end, Miyu concluded that the amount of chakra injected into the curved spoon should be less than 30,000 when the chakra value of the enhanced ninjutsu remains unchanged. Although more than 30,000 will also be effective, the cost performance will be lower, so it is better to save some chakra. After Miyu's chakra was fully restored, he conducted another test. This time, he not only increased the output of the curved spoon, but also continuously increased the output of the armament color. Finally, it was concluded that as the chakra used in the ninjutsu increased, the increase in the curved spoon's effect on yin dan would change. The more chakra the blessed ninjutsu consumed, the smaller the increase. The increase could be maintained by increasing the output of the curved spoon. At this time, the appropriate amount of chakra tested by Miyu before would change, no longer 30,000, but more. In addition, Miyu also tested the duration of the bonus. The effect of a single injection lasted for 10 minutes. If the ninjutsu was used too frequently, the duration of the bonus would be shortened. Sure enough, the reward for promotion to Jonin must be related to the disciple's strength. Miyu thought, the curved spoon is very strong for ninjas who are good at yin dan, and it is also useful for all-round masters like Miyu, but not much. The curved spoon is really a great help to Shisui. Most of Shisui's strongest abilities now are related to yin dan. Sharingan, illusion, and armed color are all related to the changes in the nature of yin's chakra. After successfully being promoted to Jonin, Uchiha Shisui quickly returned to the battlefield. Compared with Konoha, there are more people he cherishes on the battlefield on the East Coast. You're back so soon, Shisui. How was your performance in the Jonin examination? Obito couldn't help asking after Shisui came back. At this moment, Obito was extremely conflicted. As a family brother, Obito hoped that Shisui would be promoted smoothly, but as a member of the same team, Obito hoped that Shisui would fail and continue to be a chunin with him. It's okay, I passed the examination. Shisui finally said the answer that Obito didn't want to hear the most. Uchiha Obito, 10 years old, is the only chunin among Miyu's disciples. What a terrible nightmare. When did it start? Obito thought that this would never be reality. He was in a false and not real world. He was Uchiha Obito, the person who learned the breathing method the fastest, and the first person among Miyu's disciples to comprehend the breathing method chakra mode. He had also won and lost with Might Guy, and Kakashi also lost to him. How could he become the only chunin? Obito, are you okay? Nohara-rin saw that Obito was suddenly dazed and his expression was not very good and asked with concern. Nohara-rin's gentle voice pulled Obito out of his past thoughts. Obito looked at Nohara-rin, who was a little worried, Shisui, who looked calm, and Kakashi, who seemed to be thinking of something happy. He could no longer deny the fact that he had become the lowest-ranked ninja among Muyu's disciples. "I'm fine." Obito shook his head with a pale face, then forced a smile and looked at Shisui. "Congratulations, you succeeded in the promotion in one try. That's great." Obito wished he could pass it in one try, so that Kakashi would not have the opportunity to mock him with his ninja level. Nohara-rin would celebrate his promotion for him, and then he could get Muyu's Jonin gift like everyone else. "I'm so stupid, I should have read more books." Obito wanted to cry but had no tears in his heart. He only regretted not having read enough books when he needed them. "Obito, you can get promoted soon if you keep working hard," Shisui encouraged. Shisui was not just saying good things. With the example of Might Guy, Shisui believed that Obito should also be able to complete the promotion through non-examination methods. After all, Obito was not that bad. They were both famous geniuses on the battlefield. Obito sighed and nodded. At this point, he could only take things one step at a time. He would not compete with Kakashi before becoming a Jonin, and would endure until the day of promotion to settle accounts. Then Shisui went to find Muyu to report the results of the investigation. Obito and Kakashi also went with him. Kakashi was going to ask for advice on the practice of Wuxian Yudao, and Obito wanted to see if Shisui could get the summoning beast egg. The error-free version is available at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. If Shisui could get it, Obito would think that Muyu had prepared one for each of them in advance, waiting to give it to them when they were promoted. If Shisui didn't, Obito estimated that he would not be able to become a Jonin. "Shisui, the youngest Jonin in Konoha's history, you make me proud," Muyu praised with a relieved smile. Obito couldn't help but sigh again in his heart. This handsome title would never be his. Even if he was promoted to a Jonin on the spot, he could not surpass Shisui. "It's all because of your good teaching, Mr. Muyu." Shisui believed that the main credit was Muyu. As an 8-year-old Jonin, you can be more confident in yourself and don't deny your efforts. Muyu smiled and shook her head, then walked into the tent. When she came out again, Muyu was holding a big egg in her hand. "This is your Jonin gift. Incubate it well. It will become a good helper in the future." Muyu handed the Pokemon egg to Shisui. Shisui thanked him and took it carefully. In his heart, this gift is second only to Muyu's first birthday gift, and it is a living thing, so he must be very careful to take care of it. "You gave the disciple a Pokemon egg." Because the disciple was very grateful, he rewarded a big critical hit and received a reward. Earth Attribute Chakra Nature Change. Mastery level. Looking at the reward information that popped up, Muyu nodded inwardly. In terms of rarity, Mastery level Nature Change is far better than Mastery level Ninjutsu and Mastery level Taijutsu. There are many people who have multiple Mastery level Ninjutsu and Taijutsu, but there are fewer people who have multiple Mastery level Nature Changes. If you add the condition of high proficiency, there will be even fewer people. Therefore, even if the reward is a repeated Mastery level Nature Change, it is better than a non-repeated Mastery level Ninjutsu. After all, repeated acquisition can increase proficiency. Muyu's Earth Attribute Nature Change was once achieved through special training, so this time the reward was converted into 3,000 proficiency points. The moment the conversion was completed, a large amount of Earth Attribute Chakra Nature Change training experience emerged in Muyu's mind. Obito's heart was relieved for the most part. It seemed that everyone had a share. "Hehe, Mr. Muyu, can you give me a gift for the Jonin in advance, so that it can hatch earlier?" Obito joked. "There are no ninja eggs for the time being, and I can't give them to you even if you want them." Muyu thought for a while and replied. Muyu didn't lie. He had to upgrade Obito to a Jonin before he could get the Pokemon egg. The smile on Obito's face froze instantly. Muyu didn't look like he was joking. "Why? How could this happen?" Obito was a little excited for a while, and he stuttered when he spoke. "If there is no ninja beast egg, then he will be at a disadvantage during the civil war, Because Might Guy and the other three have obtained ninja beast eggs, I will try to keep looking. Maybe you will get one after you become a Jonin, Miyu said with a gentle smile. Obito was deeply moved, thinking that Miyu really loved him the most. Even if there was no ninja beast egg as a gift when he was promoted to a Jonin, Obito would not think it was a big deal. After all, Miyu would definitely give it if she had it. Just when Obito was about to say something, the egg that Kakashi had been holding suddenly emitted a fierce white light. P.S. There will be another chapter of 3K or 4K later, but it will be late, so you can go to bed and read it tomorrow. Chapter 457, Pokemon Egg Hatching. When the fierce white light appeared, everyone except Miyu was shocked. Obito subconsciously protected Nohara Rin behind him. Might Guy gathered a lot of chakra in his fingers and was ready to use the golden skyline at any time. Kakashi almost couldn't help throwing the egg out. If this ninja beast egg hadn't been given to him by Miyu, Kakashi would have thrown it out immediately. I haven't heard of ninja beast eggs that glow after hatching. Generally, if there is such a degree of light, there must be a lot of detonating talismans buried in the detonating talisman trap. Miyu looked at the center of the white light with a normal expression. At this time, the white light faded rapidly, and a light brown puppy with a big white tail appeared in Kakashi's arms. Kakashi looked at the puppy in his arms with a confused face, and felt that his three views as a ninja were impacted. Why did the dog hatch from the egg? Aren't dogs mammals? And why did this dog have so much hair when it was born? Shouldn't it have only a little fetal hair when it was born? At this moment, Kakashi's mind was full of question marks. He didn't know whether he had read too few books or read the wrong books. Feeling the friendly gaze, Rock Dog looked back at Kakashi with his blue pupils, and the man and the dog looked at each other. Although it was the first time he saw Kakashi, it might be because Kakashi had been carrying eggs with him for a long time to incubate them. Rock Dog was not unfamiliar with him and felt very friendly. Rock Dog happily licked Kakashi's face with his tongue. Kakashi was caught off guard. Normally, Kakashi would have dodged, but because the fact that a dog was hatched from an egg was too shocking to him, Kakashi did not react. It is worthy of being a ninja beast hatched by a close friend. The color of the tail is exactly the same as your hair, Might Guy said as he dissipated the chakra on his fingers and touched his chin. Due to his lack of knowledge, Might Guy was not that shocked, but he just felt that the white light was not normal. Kakashi was a little powerless to complain. What did the ninja beast's hair have to do with him? It was just a coincidence. By the way, did this dog just speak? It sounded like Iwa. It turns out that ninja beasts can speak as soon as they are born. After seeing Kakashi's summoned beast, Obito felt much better. Because this summoned beast didn't look powerful at all, Obito felt that it was just a small earthen dog with a strange appearance. Even if there are 8 more summoned beasts like this, it's not a big deal. Obito felt that he could beat 8. Kakashi looked at Obito speechlessly. What the hell? Whether it's a human or a ninja beast, if you want to speak, you have to learn it. It's impossible for them to speak naturally. Of course, this is theoretically true. In fact, Kakashi did hear the dog in his arms say the word Iwa, although it was not very standard. Iwa, Iwa. The Iwa dog barked happily and rubbed its head against Kakashi's chest. Kakashi looked thoughtful. The puppy in his arms didn't seem to be talking, but its barking was different from that of ordinary dogs. Ordinary dogs bark, while it barks Iwa. So cute. Nohara Rin put her hands together and looked at the puppy in Kakashi's arms, which was shining. Girls can't resist cute things the most. The current rock dog gave Nohara Rin a very cute feeling. TSK. What's so cute about this? The white tail doesn't look good at all. Seeing Nohara Rin's eyes all on Kakashi, the dog in his arms, Obito couldn't help but mutter. He felt that people with white hair not due to age were not good people, such as Kakashi, and Jiraiya who asked Minato to challenge him. When he thought of the Senjutsu Bairama who had tortured him for a while and also had white hair, Obito's prejudice against white hair deepened. As if he heard someone say something bad about it, the rock dog turned his head and looked at Obito, and his originally honest eyes became sharp. Although the rock dog's current size would only make people look cute if he glared at people, Obito felt inexplicably flustered when he looked at the rock dog. Obito quickly recovered and wanted to beat the rock dog. asking it what it was looking at. Seeing that glaring had no effect on Obito, plus the malicious expression on Obito's face, the rock dog subconsciously shrank into Kakashi's arms. It was still a baby that was only 1 minute old, and had no fighting power. "Obito, your expression should be gentler, or it will scare the puppy," Nohara-rin said when he saw this. Obito, he wanted to beat up the white-tailed dog that deserved a beating even more now. Nohara-rin had never said such words to him before. What a magical ninja beast, born with a rock on its neck. Is this also a part of its body? Shisui noticed the details of the rock dog's body. Shisui had not spoken just now because he was observing the rock dog. There was no other reason. This was a ninja beast that was born unusual. A dog hatched from an egg, and then it was emitting white light. Everything was so unusual. Kakashi thought about it and reached out to touch the rock dog's neck. The hard and sharp feel of the prismatic stone was transmitted back to Kakashi's hand. The rock dog did not resist, and slightly raised its head with an expression of enjoyment. Kakashi took the opportunity to scratch the rock dog's chin again, making the rock dog squint his eyes in comfort. It is indeed the real stone. Kakashi looked at Shisui and nodded. Kakashi also felt a little magical, and felt that this summoned beast might have a great origin, with the special phenomena that came with it at birth, plus the strong potential that Muyu had emphasized before. Kakashi believed that this summoned beast would definitely not be weak when it grows up. The only thing Kakashi was confused about now was why Muyu didn't tell him about the information related to the summoned beast. Judging from Muyu's performance, she should know something, but Kakashi didn't dwell on this too much. After all, Muyu must be thinking about them, and there was a deep meaning behind it that they couldn't understand. Kakashi really guessed wrong about this. There was no deep meaning, and Muyu didn't know much. Muyu did know a lot about Pokemon, but the rewards given by the system to the world other than Naruto would all be localized, and Pokemon would definitely not be exactly the same as the original world. So Muyu simply didn't say anything, and it wouldn't be wrong not to say anything. "Kakashi, you come and give it a name. It won't work without a name," Nohara-rin suggested. Kakashi showed a thoughtful expression. Of course, the name is very important. Otherwise how would he call his summoned beast? He couldn't just call it a dog. Since this dog is always so rocky, why not just call it Rock Dog? Obito was the first to give his own idea. Although it's a bit strange to name a dog with the word dog, Obito felt that his name was reasonable and just added a little personal emotion. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. My best friend is so young now. Why not call him the dog of youth? Might Guy laughed and gave Rock Dog a thumbs up. But Rock Dog could not appreciate Might Guy's naming aesthetics and showed a disgusted expression. Might Guy's eyes widened in disbelief. This is a good name in the name of youth, and someone could refuse it. Kakashi pretended not to hear it. Giving such a name to a summoned beast would not only make the summoned beast lose face, but also embarrass him as the contractor. When other people use summoned beasts, they say come out, Manda, please, Bunta. He says it's decided to be you, dog of youth. Kakashi thinks it's not as good as Rock Dog. At least his dog barks like a rock. Although the names given by Obito and Might Guy don't sound very good, they did ignite the atmosphere of naming at the scene, and Nohara-rin thought of several at once. It would be nice to call it Sadaharu. Of course it depends on your own ideas. Kakashi, if you can't think of a flower or something like that, I think Lily of the Valley is okay, Nohara-rin said. After all, it is Kakashi's summoned beast. Although he likes it, Nohara-rin will not steal the show. Kakashi nodded slightly. Finally, he came up with a reliable one. Compared with the names given by Might Guy and Obito, Nohara-rin's names are so normal that they are abnormal. Normal is normal, but Kakashi is not very satisfied with the two names given by Nohara-rin. Although it does sound good and has a nice flavor, it has nothing to do with his summoning beast. Any dog or even other kinds of pets can be used. How about White Rock? Shisui thought of one after seeing that everyone else had said it. Kakashi's hair is white, and the hair on the tail and neck of the rock dog is white. Moreover, the rock dog's bark is rock, and it is born with rock. He thinks that this kind of intuitively visible element is not bad even if it is just a simple combination and arrangement to be used for naming. Kakashi instantly got Shisui's point. This is the name he is most satisfied with, but he feels that it is still a little bit off. I didn't expect it, so don't rush. No one stipulates that you have to name it immediately. Miyu smiled. He didn't expect Obito to accidentally guess the name of Rock Dog, but this is the world of Naruto, and generally the race name is not used. Each ninja beast has its own name, so Miyu didn't say that the name of Rock Dog is good or anything. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Instead of making a hasty decision on the name, it is better to spend time thinking carefully and seriously. After all, this is something that will accompany you for a lifetime. I have to bring a ninja egg with me when I exercise in the future. I want to hatch a ninja that works hard every day like me. Might Guy showed an excited expression. If he really hatched a ninja that could exercise with him every day, Might Guy would modify the green tights himself. Even if it was a dog, he would modify a set of sports tights that a dog could wear. Miyu thought that this was really possible. Kakashi hatched a rock-attributed Rock Dog, which meant that the Pokemon egg was also likely to be related to the disciple's ability. With the characteristics of Might Guy, it is very likely that he is a Pokemon that is good at fighting attributes. It is normal for fighting attributed Pokemon to exercise. At that time, Might Guy can also fight with his summoned beast with physical skills. This is definitely an experience that other ninjas can hardly give Might Guy. Then Miyu gave some pointers to several disciples. In the evening, Orochimaru suddenly held another emergency meeting. P.S. I have been really exhausted recently, but luckily I am almost done with my work. I was so sleepy when I was writing until almost 4 o'clock. If there are any mistakes, please leave a message in that paragraph and I will correct them when I see them. Chapter 458. The sun rises on the dark battlefield. When Miyu arrived at the conference room, there were only 2 people in it. Commander Orochimaru and Deputy Commander Naruto. Since everyone is here, let's start the meeting. After Miyu sat down, Orochimaru spoke. Miyu instantly knew that this meeting was not simple. In the past, even if there was a small meeting, Orochimaru would notify some other members who held important positions in the ninja army, but this time there were only 3 commanders. Not long ago, our intelligence personnel discovered a large base in Kirigakure. Orochimaru began to talk about the formal content of the meeting. Based on the intelligence, it can be basically confirmed that the base has gathered the main forces of the Kirigakure ninja army. After saying that, Orochimaru did not continue to speak, but looked at Naruto and Miyu, giving them enough time to react and think. Naruto showed a thoughtful look and then said, "Now the enemy is in the open and we are in the dark. I think we can send more ninjas to pay attention to Kirigakure's movements and then test them." He probably guessed Orochimaru's idea. Now Konoha has an advantage in combat power, and now it has won the intelligence war. Orochimaru must want to take the initiative to launch a war to eliminate Kirigakure's living forces. However, Naruto thought that it was not appropriate to launch a large-scale attack directly. The intelligence might be true, but it did not mean that there were no traps. Orochimaru had wanted to use the information gap to lure the Kirigakure into a war before, but the encounter changed the situation on the battlefield, so he had to change his strategy accordingly. If the Kirigakure's support forces arrived, Kirigakure would most likely adopt a similar strategy of luring the enemy as Orochimaru did. Yes, this may be the enemy's strategy of luring the enemy. I think the intelligence obtained recently must be carefully verified and confirmed. The water country may have sent reinforcements. Miyu thought for a while and said, because the commander was Orochimaru, Miyu did not say too much, but just stopped at that, because he felt that Orochimaru was not a person who would rush into it directly. Orochimaru nodded. His idea was similar to Miyu and the others. He could use this intelligence to test, but he could not directly gamble, betting that the opponent was really unable to deal with the sudden attack. After the 3 reached a consensus, the next step was to make specific tactical arrangements, how to test, the selection of the test team, and the plan after the test. All of these had to be determined. Miyu didn't intervene much in this part, and spent most of the time listening to Orochimaru and the others. Although his strength has improved a lot, Miyu was still an ordinary person a few years ago. It would be a bit difficult to expect him to actually fight a war, but he can do it in theory. After the three of them discussed the specific attack plan, Orochimaru immediately summoned more than 30 teams of ninjas to form a test team to test around the enemy's stronghold. Although it was a tentative attack, the target was the enemy's main force. If there were too few people, it would be easy to be eaten directly. In the following time, Orochimaru, Naruto and Miyu did not sleep. They had to wait for the latest intelligence and then decide on the next battle plan. However, for ninjas of their strength, staying up for a day is nothing. Ninjas have much more energy than ordinary people, but what they didn't expect was that before the test action came out, the Hyuga clan ninjas responsible for guarding the surrounding area took the lead in reporting the news of the enemy's large-scale attack. In order to prevent sneak attacks, there were Hyuga ninjas on duty around the Konoha camp to ensure the safety of the camp. A large number of Kirigakura ninjas are rushing towards our camp, with more than 1,000 of them. The alert ninja reported quickly. Orochimaru stood up suddenly with a frown on his face. The development of the matter was somewhat beyond his expectations. The Byakugan is very powerful and convenient, but it is not without weaknesses. Compared with traditional perception ninjutsu, the Byakugan can only see a small range. Even a well-trained Hyuga ninja can only see a range of about 3.5 kilometers. For the team, this range is enough to make a lot of preparations, but for a battle between 1,000-man ninja force, being able to see means that the two sides are very close, and there is not much that can be done. Why did we suddenly fall into such a big disadvantage in intelligence? Orochimaru was a little confused. He originally thought that Kirigakura had received reinforcements and wanted to trick Konoha by luring the enemy, but he didn't expect Kirigakura to even find out their base camp, although he had previously blew up the camp intelligence once. After changing the battle plan, Orochimaru quickly changed the location and even sent a team to set up 2 fake bases to confuse the site. It stands to reason that Kirigakura didn't even find the fake one, so how could they suddenly find the real base hidden in the deepest place? It can't be luck. Are you guys behind the scenes again? Miyu thought of Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara at the first time. Kirigakura may not have such strong intelligence capabilities, but Uchiha Madara and his team definitely have them. White Zetsu is the strongest intelligence ninja in the ninja world. Miyu guessed that Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu thought he was too annoying and wanted to get rid of him through war, even if he didn't die. If the Konoha ninja team suffered a heavy blow, the various subsequent effects would make Miyu busy, giving Uchiha Madara and his team more opportunities. It seems that neither of us wants the other to have a peaceful night. Let's prepare for battle, Orochimaru said as he walked out of the tent. The distance from Kirigakura no longer allowed him to think about the enemy strategy, and he could only compete with the team's hard power next. Miyu and Naruto followed him out. The alert ninja sent out an emergency signal at the first time, and the ninjas resting in the camp all got up and prepared to fight. Hurry up. Something big has happened. Kakashi was the first to wake up and quickly stood up to wake up the others. I want to create a world where everyone is a jonin. Obito was immersed in a beautiful dream. If you don't wake up, Zealand will become a formal jonin. Kakashi thought for a while and said. Obito suddenly sat up, and then got up quickly without asking too many questions. Let's go find teacher Miyu, Shisui said as he looked at the ninjas around him who looked a little panicked. No matter what happened, it would not be a bad thing to find Miyu first. The other disciples also nodded in agreement. Miyu just happened to have completed the assembly of the fire-style team. Miyu used his Byakugan to accurately locate the position of Kakashi and the others, and then asked them to follow the fire-style team. After drawing the sunny day, Miyu told Orochimaru the effect of the ninjutsu, saying that this was his recently developed fire-style secret technique. Without saying anything, Orochimaru gathered 80% of the fire ninjas in the ninja army to form a fire ninja squad. The members of the fire ninja squad usually perform tasks in their own team like ordinary ninjas, but they must obey Miyu in a big war and command the battle by Miyu. In order to keep it secret, in the ninja army, only Naruto knows the effect of the sunny day except Miyu and Orochimaru. Even the people in the fire ninja squad don't know, because Miyu has never used it in front of them. Orochimaru, are you surprised? Do you think your intelligence ninjas won? In fact, it's just an illusion we gave you, Kairagi Agura said with a mocking look on his face, using an iron rod with a hook to knock away the attacking kunai. Although this great victory at the intelligence level did not expect him, as a commander, it did not prevent him from bragging a little to hit the momentum of the Konoha army. Really? Have you ever thought of a possibility that I actually want to have a big war more than you do? Orochimaru sneered without losing the wind. Although they are somewhat passive now, Orochimaru is not panicking. The strength of the ninja army is the decisive factor in the war. As long as the strength is strong enough, no matter what calculations are useless. Under the weakening of Muyu King Tian, even if the Kirigakure ninja has more people, they will not be the opponent of Konoha ninja. Compared with the ninja army, Orochimaru cares more about the strong and Kirigakure. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ first published this novel. If Kirigakure has a Jinchuriki, it will be a bit difficult to deal with. Whoosh! Yagura suddenly jumped up and appeared beside Orochimaru, swinging the iron rod and smashing it at Orochimaru. Orochimaru raised his right hand expressionlessly, and an extremely thick giant snake suddenly emerged from Orochimaru's sleeves and blocked the iron rod. Naruto saw this and immediately formed a seal and used the shadow secret technique to control the shadow to attack Yagura. Water escape technique. Water cannon technique. Of course, Kitano Zangetsu couldn't just watch Naruto succeed in his attack. He pointed his hand at Naruto head like a pistol and used the secret technique of Kitano clan. Drops of water shot out of Kitano Zangetsu's hand like bullets and flew towards Naruto. Water cannon is fast and does not require hand seals. Even if Naruto gave up using the shadow secret technique, he was almost hit. Fortunately, Akimaki Choza came to support him in time. Hidden shadow snake hand. The next moment, more snakes quickly sprang out from the sleeve of Orochimaru's left hand and rushed towards Yagura. Yagura calmly condensed a water rope and pulled all the flying snakes away with a flick. At this time, the Konoha ninja troops and the Kirigakure ninja troops were fighting in a group. Both the strong and the middle and low ninjas were fighting. However, the mood of the Konoha ninjas was not very good. They were attacked by surprise again, and the enemy had more people. In this case, it was difficult for them to remain optimistic about the final result. Even if the battle had just begun, there are so many enemies. Zealand, you have to pay more attention to your safety, Obito couldn't help but say worriedly while fighting. Bang! No Harlan condensed her chakra and swung out an explosive punch, directly hitting the mist ninja in front of her, causing blood to splatter. Compared with Obito and the others, No Harlan was indeed a little weaker, but if compared with ordinary people, No Harlan was also a genius, and a 10-year-old special ninja was extremely rare. Obito, you too, No Harlan responded gently. Obito swallowed his saliva and focused 9 points of his attention on the battle, and then used the remaining 1 point of his attention to pay attention to No Harlan's condition. Could it be this battle? Looking at the chaotic battlefield in the dark night, Shisui couldn't help but worry about Muyu. Muyu, who mastered the Flying Thunder God, had the ability to retreat at any time, but Shisui knew that Muyu would never abandon his companions. At this moment, suddenly an extremely dazzling light pierced through the darkness and descended on the battlefield, and it rose rapidly and became brighter and brighter until it hung high in the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield like the scorching sun, turning the battlefield from night to day. All the ninjas on the battlefield were confused, whether they were from Kirigakure or Konoha. Even the well-informed Yagura was a little confused. He had lived for decades and had never encountered such a thing. He knew there were ninjutsu that could make a train, but he had never heard of any ninjutsu that could create a small sun to illuminate the battlefield. What's going on? Why is it suddenly as bright as the sky? It seems to be the ninjutsu of Lord Muyu. A ninja who was close to Muyu thought of the light ball that Muyu had condensed before. No, why is my water jutsu weaker? A Kirigakure ninja found that the power of his water jutsu decreased after performing water jutsu. No ninja would not know what effect his ninjutsu could cause. This is a mistake that even Genin would not make. Hey, why did my fire jutsu suddenly become stronger? On the contrary, A Konoha ninja who used fire jutsu found that the power of his fire jutsu had inexplicably become stronger, even though his chakra had not increased and his recent nature changes had not improved. P.S. The tiring moving process finally came to an end today. I will try to write more in the next few days. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, The Thunder Blade That Reversed the Situation. Ninjas who have mastered fire style can use fire style to fight without worry. Your fire style will become stronger under the light, and your enemy's water style will become weaker. Muyu reminded loudly after releasing Sunny Day. The effect of Sunny Day could not be concealed. After all, it was not to weaken the water style of one or two people or to strengthen the fire style of one or two people, but a large-scale collective weakening and strengthening. So Muyu simply said the effect of Sunny Day. Anyway, even if the Kirigakure knew, there was no way to make Muyu's Sunny Day ineffective. The expressions of the fire-style ninjas beside Muyu became surprised and happy. They finally knew why Orochimaru specially transferred them out of the original team to form a fire-style team. Originally, many ninjas were puzzled by Orochimaru's operation, because most of the Kirigakure ninjas mastered water style, and water style restrained fire style, so it didn't make much sense to form a fire style team. It was just because Orochimaru's prestige was strong enough that no one questioned it. Now they just want to say that Lord Orochimaru is far-sighted and Lord Muyu has extraordinary ninjutsu. No one thought that Muyu also mastered this magical ninjutsu, which can strengthen fire escape and weaken water escape at the same time. The faces of the Kirigakure who also heard Muyu's voice changed drastically. They couldn't imagine that there would be such a ninjutsu that could restrain water escape. Even if there were quick-witted Kirigakure who thought that they could also use fire escape to enjoy the bonus, it would be useless, because there were not many Kirigakure ninjas who could use fire escape. Even if there were Kirigakure who could use fire escape, their fire escape would not be too strong, and the actual effect might not be as good as using water escape. Water escape is better at least, and the restraint relationship is still there. Teacher Muyu actually has this kind of ninjutsu. I must ask if I can learn it after the battle. Obito looked at the dazzling sun in the sky and was very excited. It was too cool to suddenly come up with such a move at night. He directly turned into the most handsome guy in the audience, and he was best at fire escape. The strengthening of fire escape was equivalent to the strengthening of overall strength. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito gathered a lot of chakra in his throat and spit out a huge hot fireball to hit the Kirigakure troops. This battle was different from the previous ones. There were more than 1,000 enemies, so Obito did not waste chakra casually, and chose to use the powerful and low-cost great fireball. Water style, water array wall. The Kirigakure ninja quickly formed a seal and spit out the stream of water to form a water ball to block the front, but he underestimated Obito's fire style and overestimated his own water style. You have to know that Obito's current fire style not only has the bonus of flame breathing, but also the bonus of sunny days, while the Kirigakure ninja's water style is weakened by the effect of sunny days. How could it be possible to block Obito's great fireball under the effect of the two? Sizzled! Boom! Obito's great fireball directly engulfed the water wall, and the fierce flames enveloped the Kirigakure ninja's body, making his body charred. Fire style, great flame technique. Several fire-style ninjas of the Sarutobi clan stood together and formed seals to release the Sarutobi clan's fire-style secret technique. Extremely hot flames spewed out from the mouths of the Sarutobi fire ninjas, and the flames combined to form a sea of fire, burning all the mist ninjas that touched it to ashes. Lord Muyu's ninjutsu is a perfect match with the Great Flame technique. A Sarutobi ninja couldn't help but praise. The Great Flame technique was originally a fire ninjutsu created for war. The temperature of the flames released was extremely high. If the range was insufficient, it could be compensated by releasing it together with multiple people. Coupled with Muyu's Sunny Day enhancement, it was truly invincible on the battlefield. Water Style, Great Waterfall Technique. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Water Style, Water Wave. A large number of middle and upper ninjas of the Mist Ninja attacked Muyu, trying to kill Muyu to invalidate the ninjutsu that weakened the water style. Since there was no way to crack the ninjutsu released by Muyu, then Muyu would be eliminated. Because some ninjutsu in the ninja world can indeed be removed by this method, the principle is to maintain the need for the releaser to continuously output chakra. If the chakra source is cut off, the ninjutsu will naturally disappear. However, they didn't know that Sunny Day was not this type of ninjutsu, and they had no way to deal with Muyu. "Stay away from me," Muyu asked the Konoha ninjas around him to disperse. He was going to use a large-scale ninjutsu. Sometimes a large range is also a kind of distress, because in reality, friendly fire cannot be turned off. Fire Style, Great Fire Extinguishment. Muyu switched his breathing to the breath of flame, then condensed his chakra and quickly transformed it into fire attribute chakra and exhaled it all in one breath. Whoosh whoosh, flames like seawater spewed out of Muyu's mouth, quickly forming a sea of fire that engulfed everything in front of Muyu. The blazing high-temperature flames made Muyu's body temperature rise rapidly, causing the ninjas not far from him to sweat. Looking at the monstrous sea of fire, the Konoha ninjas understood why Muyu asked them to withdraw a distance. Such a large-scale fire style might engulf them together if they were not careful. The sea of fire that Muyu spewed out added a touch of fiery red to the bright land and the darkness, and the faces of every mist ninja opposite Muyu were covered with flames. They looked at the sea of fire mercilessly devouring all of their water escapes with shock. At this moment, it seemed that the chakra attribute restraint was not water over fire but fire over water. His fire escape is so powerful. A mist ninja was shocked. Regarding Muyu's ability, the mist ninjas were most wary of the flying thunder god technique that was the same as the yellow flash and then the powerful ice escape ninjutsu. They didn't expect Muyu to master such an exaggerated fire escape, because in the previous battles, Muyu had never shown such a powerful fire escape. Even without the Fiery Sun secret technique, Muyu's fire escape can rank third in the entire Konoha. Orochimaru noticed Muyu's terrifying sea of fire from the corner of his eye. And the reason why Muyu ranked third was that the previous two were too strong. The second was Jiraiya, who was one of the three ninjas with Orochimaru, and the first was Orochimaru's teacher, the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Muyu is one of the top 3 in Konoha, and can even be in the top 5 in the ninja world. Orochimaru thinks that except for the ninja master Sosuke from the Rain Village, no one outside Konoha should be better at fire escape than Muyu. Ninja master Sosuke is also an exceptional fighter. He defeated Hanzo, who is best at water escape, with fire escape. Orochimaru estimates that Sosuke's fire escape is much stronger than Jiraiya, and is likely to be stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Of course, the level of fire escape cannot reflect the full strength. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is proficient in thousands of ninjutsu, not just fire escape. Hanyu Muyu, it's you again. Goji Yagura frowned. The last time Kirigakura's good situation was ruined by that encounter. Kirigakura had the upper hand in the East Coast battlefield, but it took a sharp turn for the worse after suffering heavy losses in the encounter. Now they have won a great victory in the intelligence war, but Muyu suddenly used an unknown ninjutsu that is extremely restraining to Kirigakura ninjas. We have to find a way to get rid of him. If he doesn't die, he will become a big threat to the Kirigakura. Goji Yagura had a killing intention towards Muyu in his heart. Muyu's sunny day really had a huge impact on the Kirigakura ninja troops. A large-scale battle suddenly came and directly reduced the overall strength of the ninjas in their troops. Unless Kirigakura never assembles troops for large-scale battles in the future, sunny days will always be a big threat to the Kirigakura ninjas. But this is obviously unrealistic. Now Konoha can't make a move to counterattack the Land of Water, but it's hard to say in the future. Zhang Yu, find an opportunity to try to kill Hanyu Muyu, Goji Yagura ordered, and winked at a Kirigakura near him. Hazuki Kangyu was stunned for a moment. He was about the same strength as Mizuno Tsukihan. Mizuno Tsukihan couldn't beat Muyu. It would be a hell-level difficulty for him to kill Muyu, but the higher the rank, the more powerful he was. On the battlefield where military orders were as heavy as a mountain, Hazuki Kangyu had to use the instant body technique to distance himself and no longer entangle with Lucho. Narashikaku and the others naturally did not want to let Kizuki leave, but they were stopped by Biwajuzo and Kurarakushimaru. Seeing this, Orochimaru was ready to release the wind escape technique to help Inoshikacho, but he sensed a sudden rise of a terrifying aura. A middle-aged Kirigakure ninja who looked ordinary turned into an old man with a white beard, and a stone tail taller than the old man's body grew out of his back. After the old man burst out his chakra, he attacked Orochimaru without any hesitation. The three-tailed Jinchuriki had been sent to the battlefield for some time, but Yaguri Goji wanted to give Konoha a big one and catch Konoha off guard, so he had kept the three-tailed Jinchuriki hidden. They actually sent the three-tailed Jinchuriki. Orochimaru frowned slightly. Even though Orochimaru learned about the news of the Kirigakure main force, he did not directly launch a large-scale attack because he was worried that there would be a Jinchuriki among the Kirigakure reinforcements. The thing he was most worried about still happened. Whoosh! Summoning technique. Orochimaru retreated violently and immediately used ninjutsu to summon Mainabu. Although Mainabu couldn't beat the tailed beast, it was thick-skinned and tough, so it could still entangle and delay time. The summoned white smoke flashed, and a striped purple giant snake appeared from it. Orochimaru, where are my 100 sacrifices? The summoned Mainabu said bluntly. Unlike ordinary summoned beasts, Mainabu didn't regard Orochimaru as a master or companion. In its eyes, Orochimaru was just a collaborator. I'm sure you won't get less. This time the enemy is not simple, don't be careless. Orochimaru, standing on the huge snake head of Mainabu, said expressionlessly, if Mainabu wasn't powerful enough and a summoned beast dared to be so arrogant to him, Orochimaru would have used the other party as material for cooking. Orochimaru glanced at Miyu with his peripheral vision. With Mainabu, he could only guarantee that he could successfully retreat and survive. Whether he could win depended on whether Miyu could make a move to kill Guiden Kangyu to help him. Water cannon technique. Guiden Kangyu came silently behind Miyu, raised his finger and fired the secret technique of the Guiden clan at Miyu. The water droplets broke through the air and shot towards Miyu's head at a speed like a bullet. However, Miyu seemed to have foreseen Guiden Kangyu's attack, and dodged it at the moment when the water escape was about to hit. He is a guy with keen perception. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Guiden Kangyu ran forward and raised his other hand to make a pistol shape. Water cannon middle dot double ding continuous fire. Bang bang! Exclamation mark. Both hands fired two high-speed water drop bullets at Miyu at the same time. This is the strength of the secret technique of the Guiden clan. It does not require hand seals and is extremely fast. Only those who have practiced the water transformation technique can use this powerful water escape. Guiden Kangyu did not believe that Miyu could still dodge it all by twisting her body this time. This is equivalent to 4 times the ordinary water cannon. Whoosh! Miyu's body disappeared without a warning, and appeared beside several Kirigakure ninjas. He kicked them all away with a whirlwind kick. Damn flying thunder god technique. Seeing that his attack, which consumed a lot of chakra, failed, Guiden Kangyu's face darkened. Although Miyu had not thrown a kunai since the beginning of the battle, this was the camp of Konoha ninjas, so how could Miyu's flying thunder god kunai be missing? Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Water style middle dot water shot. The unhappy Guiden Kangyu did not continue to chase Miyu, but raised his hand and launched an attack on some Konoha ninjas not far from him. If he couldn't hit Miyu, could he still not hit those ordinary Konoha ninjas? Dense water bullets were released from Guiden Kangyu's hands. However, although these water bullets seem to be numerous, the power of each one is not at the same level as the water iron cannon, and the advantage is that the range is large enough. Earth-style middle dot earth flow wall. Kakashi made a seal to control the ground to raise an earth wall for defense. All of them were fighting around Miyu, not too far away from her. Fire style. Great dragon fire technique. After dealing with several Kirigakure ninjas, Miyu formed a seal and released a fire dragon to bite towards Kizuki. Kizuki didn't dare to be careless in the face of Miyu's fire style. After all, the large charred marks left by Miyu's raging fire extinguisher were still there. Kizuki called on other Kirigakure ninjas to help resist while releasing his own water style. Now the entire battlefield is divided into two parts. One part is centered on Orochimaru, Yagura, and the three-tailed Jinchuriki, and the other part is centered on Miyu and Kizuki. Originally, Kirigakure ninjas had more ninjas than Konoha ninjas, and Yagura had the help of the three-tailed Jinchuriki, so he asked most of the Jonins to follow and besiege Miyu. On the Konoha side, most of the Konoha Jonins, led by Inoshikacho, Hyuga Hisashi, were helping Orochimaru fight against the Jinchuriki and Yagura, and the middle and lower ninjas were concentrated on Miyu's side. So the situation on Miyu's side is that the middle and lower levels are evenly matched, and the upper level relies on Miyu and his disciples. Miyu, you must win. Hisashi Hyuga, who has a broad vision, can see the battle between Miyu and the Kirigakure. The combination of Yagura and the three-tails Jinchuriki is really difficult to deal with. The key point of this battle lies in whether Miyu can withstand the pressure and gain an advantage. In fact, it is not easy to get to this point. After all, they are at a great disadvantage in all aspects. If it weren't for Miyu's sunny day, they might have had to retreat forcibly to save their strength. Even Hisashi Hyuga on the other side is paying attention to Miyu's battle, not to mention the part centered on Miyu. Mizuno Tsukihan died at the hands of Lord Miyu, and Kizuki Zangetsu can't defeat Lord Miyu. It won't be this time. Teacher Miyu can win. Shisui observed the situation and came to a conclusion. At present, the Konoha troops are only at a slight disadvantage. How could this cause such a powerful Miyu to die on the spot? Some Konoha ninjas tried their best to attack and try to hold back more Kirigakure ninjas from Miyu, and were injured. Some Kirigakure ninjas besieged Miyu and died under Miyu's ninjutsu. Hazuki Zangetsu was very cautious. He would remember all the places where Miyu threw kunai and would not set foot there again to ensure that he would not be attacked by the sudden attack of Flying Thunder God. After all, Yagura Kujitsu only said that he would find a chance to kill Miyu. If he was not careful, how could he find a chance to kill Miyu? Black Zetsu, who was watching the show from a distance, was a little speechless. The survivability of the water transformation technique was the top one in the entire ninja world. Not only was it completely immune to physical attacks, but even most ninjutsu could be dissolved by water. How could he practice such a cowardly fighting style? Hazuki Zangetsu seemed to be constantly fighting with Miyu, but in fact he was constantly approaching Obito. According to the information they had found out, Uchiha Obito was Miyu's disciple. Hazuki Zangetsu wanted to kill Miyu's disciple to make Miyu lose his composure and reveal his flaws. Zangetsu Hazuki had already figured it out in his mind. Even if he failed, he had killed a Konoha genius and eliminated a hidden danger for Kirigakure. After the battle, it would be hard for Yagura to say anything to him. In fact, killing Might Guy was more meritorious, but Zangetsu Hazuki felt that a super genius like Might Guy was not easy to kill, so choosing Obito would have a higher chance of success. Obito's Sharingan saw Zangetsu Hazuki who had bad intentions. He immediately stepped back and threw several shurikens at Zangetsu Hazuki. With the blessing of the Sharingan's powerful observation ability, Obito's already excellent shuriken throwing became even stronger. Each shuriken played a different role. Some locked Zangetsu Hazuki's fatal point, and some blocked Zangetsu Hazuki's dodging space. But Zangetsu Hazuki sneered and accelerated towards Obito. No matter how strong the physical attack was, it would not work on him. Then something happened that surprised Obito. Zangetsu Hazuki's body, which was pierced by the shuriken, suddenly turned into liquid. The shuriken passed through the water and pierced directly into the ground, but Zangetsu Hazuki was unscathed. Obito immediately concentrated his breathing to the extreme and entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. It was very dangerous to have no chakra on the battlefield, but that was only after the chakra was exhausted. Being approached by Kizuki was an imminent crisis, but Kizuki's water instant body was extremely fast, and he almost instantly reached a place only 1 meter away from Obito. Kizuki raised his hands and made a pistol shape, water cannon middle dot double ding. In order to prevent accidents, Kizuki chose to use the more powerful double water cannon, and Obito also set his whole body on fire without any hesitation. With the addition of the flame-breathing chakra mode to the change of the nature of the fire attribute chakra, a flame protection shield was instantly formed around his body. Whoosh! Before Kizuki's water cannon hit Obito's flame shield, Muyu used the Flying Thunder God technique to come to Obito's side, controlled the power to draw out Yanmo and swung the Wuxian sword. The moment Muyu swung the sword, the dazzling thunder escape bloomed in his hand, and the thunder and lightning roared, and all the surrounding ninjas looked sideways. Hazuki Zangetsu subconsciously used the water transformation technique, but his face changed drastically when he saw the lightning flashing on Yanmo's body. The water transformation technique is very powerful, but it is not without weaknesses. The weakness of the water transformation technique is the lightning release. The lightning of the lightning release can paralyze the ninja who uses the water transformation technique, causing it to not fully liquefy and thus get injured. Move your body faster. Hazuki Zangetsu tried his best to dodge, but found that Muyu's slash was particularly fast. Oh no, I'm going to be seriously injured. Fortunately, our ninja team has more people. After confirming that he couldn't dodge, Hazuki Zangetsu was already thinking about how to get rid of Muyu's pursuit after being seriously injured. Although the lightning release restrained his water transformation technique, it was just a restraint, not a sure death if he encountered the lightning release. Otherwise, how could this secret technique create the powerful Hazuki clan? Learning the lightning release is not a high cost. This man is dead. Kakashi sentenced Hazuki Zangetsu to death in his heart. As someone who is currently learning the Wuxian sword technique, he knows very well how terrifying this thunder escape sword technique is. This is not a move that a human can withstand. You still want to hit me? Don't you know that I have the blessing of the immortal Muyu? Seeing that the attack of Gui Denkangyu was slashed by Muyu, Obito exited the flame-breathing chakra mode. He admitted that Gui Denkangyu was indeed a bit good and almost attacked him, but facing the omnipotent immortal Muyu, Gui Denkangyu's life was like a candle in the wind. The lightning in Gui Denkangyu's eyes was infinitely magnified. When Yanmo chopped his body, Gui Denkangyu's eyes widened, and unspeakable pain spread from the chopped part to his whole body. At this moment, Gui Denkangyu found that he was wrong. He greatly underestimated the lightning slash of Muyu. He never thought that the fire escape was far beyond ordinary people. The ice escape was not weaker than Mizuno Tsukihan, and Muyu, who was proficient in the Flying Thunder God, actually had such a powerful lightning escape sword technique. Gui Denkangyu really didn't understand how Muyu cultivated these abilities until his death. Even if he had cultivated since his mother's womb, it shouldn't be like this. Could it be that Muyu's day has 240 hours? The pain of Kizuki didn't last too long. Almost the next moment after the pain came, Kizuki's body shattered directly, and a burnt black mark appeared on the ground where he stood. Master Kanayu. The surrounding mist-hidden ninjas were all surprised and sad. The battle situation changed too quickly. Just now, Kizuki was fighting back and forth with Muyu, but suddenly he was killed by Muyu's sword. Even if the mist-hidden ninjas wanted to support him, they were too late. Muyu, who killed Kizuki, did not stop. He formed a seal on the spot and spit out fierce flames towards the mist-hidden ninjas. It was really a bit of a death wish to attack his disciples. Because they were on the battlefield, Muyu gave each disciple 2 Flying Thunder God kunai, one for throwing and one for keeping on the body at any time. A bunch of trash. Is it so difficult to kill Hanyu Muyu? Goji Yaguro was going crazy. How could such a big advantage be lost in the fight? And a strong man of the Kizuki clan died. Muyu, you are really a person you can trust. Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth. Today it is 6K. Not very big, but it should be considered as a medium chapter. Also, I am collecting names for rock dogs. It is really difficult to name them. Chapter 460. The Runaway Tailed Beast. The large-scale fire escape released by Muyu rushed towards the mist-hidden ninjas again, forcing many of them to join forces to perform water escape to block it. The rest of the Konoha ninjas took the opportunity to fight back. Flash. Kakashi concentrated his breathing, and all the condensed chakra was transformed into lightning chakra to activate cells. The whole person shuttled across the battlefield like lightning, and wherever he passed, there would be mist-hidden ninjas cut in half. 8 gates of ninjutsu, Duman, open. Might Guy directly opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and a large amount of chakra surged out of his body. His speed and strength increased again. Every punch and kick could deal a heavy blow to the surrounding mist-hidden ninjas. For Might Guy now, only opening 5 gates without opening the rock-breathing chakra mode would not cause too much burden on his body. Shisui was not to be outdone. His blood-red eyes swept over the mist-hidden ninjas around him. The next moment, the phantom Shisui surrounded the mist-hidden ninjas. His body that was sometimes real and sometimes fake made it difficult for the mist-hidden ninjas to deal with it. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Obito used his fire breathing to the extreme, gathering a large amount of chakra in his throat and then converting it into flames and spitting it all out in one breath. Large pieces of flames formed a sea of fire and then split into fire dragons and surrounded the Kirigakure ninjas. Although it was not as spectacular as Muyu's monstrous fire style, it was still very eye-catching on the entire battlefield, and was even stronger than the fire styles of a group of Konoha's jonins. Under the strong counterattack of the Konoha ninja troops, the Kirigakure troops centered on Kizuki Zangetsu were suppressed, and one by one, the Kirigakure died in the counterattack of the Konoha ninja troops. The battlefield before killing Kizuki Zangetsu was like a balanced scale, and Muyu killing Kizuki Zangetsu was like adding a weight to Konoha on the balanced scale, and the scale of victory gradually tilted towards Konoha. Goji Yagura's face became darker and darker. Although he had a 3-tails Jinchuriki on his side, Konoha was not a pushover either. Most of the jonins were here, and he couldn't behead and kill Orochimaru as quickly as Muyu did. Even if Yagura Kujutsu was unwilling to accept it, he had to admit that Kirigakure lost this battle. Despite having a great advantage in intelligence, use that, Yagura Kujutsu said to the 3-tailed Jinchuriki who was beating up the snake after swinging the iron rod to force Orochimaru to retreat. Yagura Kujutsu was not a reckless man. Although he believed that Kirigakure's Jinchuriki had a high chance of winning, he was not arrogant enough to think that their chance of winning was 100%. So Yagura Kujutsu had already thought of a way to deal with this situation. Jinchuriki has several states, the strongest of which is called Complete Tailed Beast Transformation. Jinchuriki's body completely turns into a tailed beast while maintaining self-awareness, and can maximize the terrifying power and powerful chakra of the tailed beast. But not every Jinchuriki can do it, and it is a great test of the Jinchuriki's own ability. The current 3-tailed Jinchuriki of Kirigakure does not have this ability, otherwise Yagura Kujutsu would have made him completely tailed beast, so that it would not be so difficult to fight. But there is actually a trick to completely transform into a tailed beast. That is to make the Jinchuriki lose consciousness and let the tailed beast become the dominant force of the body. This can also enter the complete transformation of the tailed beast, but the tailed beast is not the Jinchuriki controlling the body. However, there is a disadvantage to doing this. Since the tailed beast has a general relationship with humans, once the tailed beast can move freely, it will indiscriminately attack the ninja around it at the first time. But Yagura Goji has no other good way now. Anyway, this is the Konoha base camp. Letting the tailed beast run wild will definitely be a greater disadvantage for Konoha. The 3-tailed Jinchuriki nodded, bursting the tailed beast chakra on his body and rushed straight to the Konoha ninja troops. Even if there were ninjutsu and ninja tools attacking, he would not dodge or avoid it. No matter how bad the 3-tailed Jinchuriki is, he is still a Jinchuriki after all. The Konoha ninjas failed to stop the charge of the 3-tailed Jinchuriki. The moment he rushed into the Konoha ninja troops, the 3-tailed Jinchuriki performed a secret technique to make his consciousness sleep. At this moment, a terrifying chakra rose from the body of the 3-tailed Jinchuriki. The chakra turned from virtual to real and finally turned into a giant turtle with an extremely large body covered with thorns and 3 tails. The giant turtle opened its blood-red eyes and looked at the ninjas fighting all over the ground, instantly showing a terrifying killing intent. It was originally staying in the water, but was suddenly caught and locked up by these humans. From then on, It has been living in captivity without light. Aisabu swung his 3 huge tails at the ninjas without hesitation. The ninjas who didn't have time to dodge were directly beaten to the point of bleeding and lying on the ground unable to move. It was uncertain whether they would die. It's a bit troublesome to actively let the tailed beast run wild. Orochimaru frowned slightly. He had let the 8-tailed beast run wild before. Although the runaway tailed beast was not as powerful as the real complete tailed beast, because of the tailed beast's own terrifying power and chakra, even if it was beaten without reason, it could cause huge damage. Yagura Gojo was obviously cutting off his own arm, because the tailed beasts would not go berserk forever. When the human Shulriki recovered, he would suffer. Name, Aisabu. Chakra, 18,500,000. Muyu curiously gave the 3-tailed Jinchuriki an appraisal, and found that the appraisal in this state was not even the name of the Jinchuriki, but the name of the tailed beast, and the amount of chakra reached an astonishing 18.5 million. Under normal circumstances, the Jinchuriki still cannot fully exert the chakra of the tailed beast. Muyu thought of the appraisal results of the 4-tailed Jinchuriki and the 5-tailed Jinchuriki in the previous Iwagakure battlefield. If he remembered correctly, Han and Laozi had only more than 5 million chakras at their highest. Muyu estimated that he had to be completely recognized by the tailed beasts, that is, the relationship between Naruto and the 9-tailed, in order to fully exert the chakra of the tailed beasts. Everyone retreat. Yagura Gojo ordered while the 3-tailed beast was rampaging. The runaway tailed beasts will attack indiscriminately. They are not attacked now only because they are far away. If they don't leave now, they may have to eat the tailed beast ball with the Konoha ninja. Water style, mist hidden ninjutsu. Yagura Karatachi condensed his chakra and spit out a large amount of thick fog to cover the retreat of the troops. Orochimaru immediately used wind style to disperse the thick fog. Among the 5 elements, he was best at wind style ninjutsu. Orochimaru would not let Yagura Karatachi escape so easily. Of course, he would try his best to destroy the opponent's manpower, but at this time, the huge tail of the 3-tailed beast hit Orochimaru, who was about to use ninjutsu to attack. The mist-hidden ninjutsu had to dodge. Orochimaru understood the feelings of the 8-tailed runaway Kumagakure ninjas at that time. Man-snake, stop the 3-tailed beast. Orochimaru wanted Man-snake to entangle with the 3-tailed beast. Time is up. Don't forget my sacrifice. Man-snake ignored Orochimaru and went back to the Richi cave. Man-snake is not stupid. Fighting with a complete tailed beast is no joke. If you get hit by a tailed beast ball, you will lose a layer of skin even if you don't die. It and Orochimaru are just in a cooperative relationship. 100 sacrifices are not worth fighting so hard. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged, and he was not too surprised. Orochimaru knew the character of his summoned beast very well. At the critical moment, Manjusri could not be relied on, and he had to rely on himself. Shadow imitation technique. Narushikaku made a seal and performed the shadow secret technique to overlap his own shadow with the tailed beast's shadow. When the shadows merged, the tailed beast's attack stopped, and Narushikaku's face turned pale. Using the shadow imitation technique to control such a powerful and terrifying creature as the tailed beast even for a moment would cost a lot. Super multiplication technique. Akimiki Choza immediately used the Akimiki clan's secret technique. With the blessing of the Yang attribute chakra, Akimiki Choza's body quickly grew until it became a giant about the same size as the 3-tailed beast. After using the super multiplication technique, Akimiki Choza had terrifying power. While the 3-tailed beast was being controlled, he grabbed the 3-tailed beast's tail and swung it up and smashed it to the ground. Hey, you retreat with the ninjas below the level of Jonin, Orochimaru said while performing the wind escape technique to attack the tailed beast. The Yamanaka clan's secret technique is most useful in this situation to quickly organize the troops to evacuate. It is difficult for ninjas below the rank of Jonin to survive in a battle with the tailed beasts, and even the aftermath is extremely deadly to them. Yamanaka Inoichi nodded slightly and used the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan to quickly convey the message on the battlefield. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar. First published this novel. All ninjas below the rank of Chunin should retreat to the northwest. Yamanaka Inoichi's voice suddenly appeared in the minds of the ninjas. The northwest direction is the direction towards Konoha, and there will be no enemies, because the Konoha ninja troops often strictly check this area. Obito subconsciously walked towards the northwest when he heard Yamanaka Inoichi's voice, until he found that the other Muyu disciples did not move. Obito then remembered that he was the only Chunin among Muyu's disciples, and no Hararin was at least a special Jonin. Obito was a little entangled. If he didn't leave, he would be disobeying military orders, but he couldn't leave the battle area alone, which would be like abandoning his companions. If you want to stay, stay. Muyu walked over and said, as the deputy commander of the battlefield, Muyu still has this right. If Obito leaves alone, Muyu will have to arrange for shadow clones to protect him. In case Uchiha Madara takes advantage of the chaos to cause trouble, it is better to let Obito stay on the battlefield. The tailed beast is very strong in its complete form, but it also depends on who it is. If it is the 9-tailed beast or the 8-tailed beast, Muyu will choose to retreat with his disciples. But the 3-tailed beast is a relatively ordinary tailed beast. There are Orochimaru, Inoshikacho, and a group of Konoha Jonins on the scene, and the 3-tailed beast has no mist ninja to help him. The loser of this battle must be the 3-tailed beast. Summoning technique. Orochimaru used the summoning technique again to summon the summoned beast, but this time he did not summon the 10,000 snakes, but summoned a large ordinary Richido ninja snake. Orochimaru signed a contract with Richido, and can not only summon 10,000 snakes, but also summon other snakes. But the strongest ninja snake he can summon is 10,000 snakes, but in this case, 10,000 snakes will definitely not respond to his summons, so Orochimaru simply summoned a large enough ninja snake. Orochimaru stood on the head of the ninja snake and rushed towards the huge body of the 3-tailed beast. At this time, Naruto was too exhausted to use the shadow secret technique to control the 3-tailed beast. It was Akimichi Choza who was using his huge body to suppress the 3-tailed beast. However, because the 3-tailed beast was too powerful, Akimichi Choza was reluctant to suppress it, and the huge giant body kept shaking. Other Konoha Jonins used their own methods to deal with the tailed beasts. Those who were good at attacking ninjutsu used fire and lightning ninjutsu to attack the 3-tailed beast's body, and those who were good at auxiliary ninjutsu used various earth ninjutsu to try to trap the 3-tailed beast. Each Konoha Jonin basically had a skill. Being besieged by such a group of elites, even the 3-tailed beast could not bear it. It retracted its relatively fragile head into the power shell and released the huge chakra in its body at the same time. Boom! Exclamation mark. When the angry 3-tailed beast completely released the terrifying power in its body, Akimichi Choza could no longer suppress the 3-tailed beast, and its huge body was knocked to the ground. Then the 3-tailed beast swung its tail towards Akimichi Choza. The fallen Akimichi Choza looked at the spiked tail and took a deep breath. If he was hit by it, he would be full of holes. Akimichi Choza immediately rolled on the ground to avoid the first tail, but unfortunately, the 3-tailed beast had 3 tails in total, and the remaining 2 tails were about to hit Akimichi Choza. Whoosh! At this moment, a kunai broke through the air and flew over Akimichi Choza. Whoosh! The next moment, Muyu, holding the Yama, appeared above Akimichi Choza and raised the Yama. Bang! Muyu fell rapidly and stood on Akimichi Choza's body, leaving the spiked giant tail 2 meters in front of Akimichi Choza's body. The height of 2 meters was very short for the huge 3-tailed beast and Akimichi Choza who performed the super multiplication technique, and Muyu's body was even smaller between the 2 behemoths. But even with such a huge size difference, Muyu held the spiked giant tail tightly and did not let the spiked giant tail move forward even a little bit. Orochimaru's giant snake and Muyu arrived at the same time and entangled another giant tail, successfully resolving the crisis for Akimichi Choza. Akimichi Choza breathed a sigh of relief, quickly climbed up, smiled and thanked Muyu and Orochimaru. and grabbed a part of the three-tail's tail without spikes with both hands and swung it hard again. Boom! Exclamation mark. The huge body of the three-tail smashed into the ground and smashed a huge hole. The other Konoha Jonin took the opportunity to attack the three-tail fiercely, leaving some small wounds on the weak parts of the three-tail's body. The three-tail was completely angry, and its huge head roared to the sky. The terrifying and violent chakra swept the entire battlefield. It wanted to kill everyone here at all costs. Keep your distance from each other. It may use the tailed beast ball, Orochimaru commanded calmly. If it can't destroy a large number of the mist-hidden army, killing a Jinchuriki is also a great achievement. Then Orochimaru looked at Muayu. Muayu-kun, now it's time for you and me to show our strength. If you want to defeat a fully formed tailed beast, you can't just rely on ordinary Jonin to scrape it. The strong ones are the main output. Jiraiya once repelled two Jinchuriki with the help of Minato Nimike's and Muayu's elite Jonin. Orochimaru believes that it is not a problem for him and Muayu to work together with the help of a group of Konoha Jonin to kill Jinchuriki. Chapter 461, Purple Lightning / breaks the turtle shell. Compared to the true complete transformation of the tailed beast, the Jinchuriki's active sleep to allow the tailed beast to fully awaken has a big disadvantage. The body of the Jinchuriki cannot merge with the tailed beast and will be exposed on the surface of the tailed beast's body. As long as the Jinchuriki is killed or awakened, the tailed beast will disappear. Orochimaru quickly scanned the huge body of the three-tailed beast to find the location of the Jinchuriki's body while sharing some scientific knowledge with Muyu. After all, the tricky method is just a tricky method. It is not at the same level as the normal Jinchuriki who can fully transform into a tailed beast, and has many defects. In the end, Orochimaru's eyes fell on the end of the three-tailed head, and the corners of clothes fluttered in the wind behind the thick spikes. So should we kill the Jinchuriki or wake him up and capture him alive? Muyu asked after opening her Byakugan to confirm the location of the Jinchuriki. In the current scenario, capturing and killing are actually a difficulty, because if you want to wake up the Jinchuriki, you must attack. The difference between killing and capturing is the severity of the attack. But the difference between capturing and killing is not in the moment, but in the trouble after capturing. A living Jinchuriki enemy is like a bomb, which is extremely dangerous. Advanced sealing techniques can prevent the tailed beast from easily using chakra to affect the Jinchuriki. But if the Jinchuriki himself is in a bad state and actively allows the tailed beast to control him, that is another matter. In addition to the danger of the Jinchuriki himself, capturing the Jinchuriki alive has another terrifying impact, which is that the country of the Jinchuriki will have a mortal enemy, and at the same time cause fear in other countries. If he is released alive after extorting a sum of money, it is fine. If the tailed beast is extracted and sealed into the body of one's own ninja, then the hatred is greater than killing the cage, because no matter how useful a cage is to the village, it will only last for a few decades at most. But the tailed beast is different. The tailed beast can be passed down forever. Without a tailed beast, it is equivalent to losing a top combat force forever, which is something that no ninja village can tolerate. Kill if you can, Orochimaru replied quickly. Konoha is now fighting on multiple fronts. If the tailed beasts of other villages are snatched away, then Kirigakure, Kumagakure, and Iwagakure may have to temporarily put aside their prejudices and besiege Konoha together. So Orochimaru thought the best way to deal with it was to kill him directly. Although killing a Jinchuriki would also make the Kirigakure hate him, it would be much less hatred than taking away the tailed beast, and without a Jinchuriki, Kirigakure might choose to lie dormant and wait for the tailed beast to be reborn. Roar! The three-tail roared to the sky, and a huge amount of chakra gathered in his mouth. The black dots merged rapidly and finally formed a small black ball. Because of Orochimaru's reminder, the Jonins had already retreated to a distance. Only a few of Muyu's disciples and Orochimaru gathered around Muyu. Orochimaru knew that Muyu was proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique, so he did not dodge by pulling away like other Jonins. When the three-tail spit out the huge black ball, Muyu shot a Flying Thunder God kunai towards the three-tail, and then activated the Flying Thunder God technique and left the battlefield. Boom! Exclamation mark! The terrifying explosion swept the entire battlefield. The powerful force caused the ground to collapse, and all the facilities in the camp, such as the tents, were reduced to ashes. The large amount of smoke and dust produced by the explosion rose to the sky to form mushroom-shaped clouds. After the smoke cleared, the three-tailed beast nodded in satisfaction at the empty battlefield. The annoying ninjas finally disappeared. Whoosh! Just as the three-tailed beast was thinking about ending the battle, Muyu appeared beside the three-tailed beast with Orochimaru and their disciples. Wind style, wind cutting technique. Orochimaru quickly formed a seal and aimed his palm at the three-tailed beast. A terrifying gust of wind burst out from his palm, and a large number of wind blades instantly hit the three-tailed beast. Bang! 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 Exclamation mark! With such a close-range powerful wind style, even the huge body of the three-tailed beast was beaten back, leaving some marks on its hard shell. Whoosh! Muyu took the opportunity to shoot a flying thunder god kunai at the three-tailed beast's head. The three-tailed beast ignored everyone and angrily swung its three huge tails towards Orochimaru. Just now, it was the most painful time since the battle. Might Guy's breathing was at its peak and he entered the rock-breathing chakra mode. The high-speed consumption of chakra in his body allowed Might Guy, who was in the 5 gates, to increase his strength again, and his physical strength reached a terrifying level. Now that all the mist ninjas had retreated, Might Guy had no worries. In order to better help Muyu, he was willing to bear the damage to his body caused by the 5 gates plus the rock-breathing chakra mode. Konoha's strong force cyclone. Might Guy concentrated a large amount of chakra on his feet, exerted force on his leg muscles, and suddenly jumped up with a whirlwind kick to directly kick away a tail that was attacking, and it fell to the ground with a bang. 8 gates of ninjutsu? It seems that there is more. Orochimaru watched Might Guy's might with interest. Orochimaru had basically never seen a pure physical ninja like Might Guy. Other physical ninjas would more or less practice some ninjutsu, such as Teacher Chen. Although he used more physical skills in combat, he actually mastered several nature-changing ninjutsu. In Orochimaru's impression, the few ninjas who used physical skills as their main means were not very strong, and there was no top-level strongman. Teacher Chen's strength was not bad, but in Orochimaru's eyes, he was still a long way from being a ninja like him. Orochimaru felt that Might Guy had the opportunity to surpass all the physical skills ninjas in Konoha so far and become a pure top-level physical skills strongman. Orochimaru calmly formed a seal and performed earth escape to build a thick and high wall in front of him, blocking the 2 tails of the three-tailed beast. Although Orochimaru used the snake-type ninjutsu the most, he actually mastered a large number of 5 attribute ninjutsu. He was once considered by Sarutobi Hiruzen to be the most likely to inherit his mantle, but Orochimaru walked his own way. He always used whatever was practical. Shisui and Obito also entered the flame-breathing chakra mode and released Fire Escape together to attract the attention of the three-tailed beast. Fire Escape, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The two of them used the characteristics of the flame-breathing chakra mode to condense chakra and immediately spit out a large piece of flame around the limbs of the three-tailed beast. Originally, it would be better to use Entai with a wider range to deal with a large creature like the three-tail, but Entai consumes too much chakra and may affect Muyu who is about to fly over with Thunder God, so they used the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Roar! The three-tail roared in annoyance. Its whole body was covered with a layer of hardshell. The flames of Obito and Shisui could not hurt it, but for a creature like the three-tail that likes to stay in the water, fire and heat are very annoying things, even if they don't hurt. Whoosh! When the kunai pierced the air and approached the head of the three-tail, Muyu launched Thunder God again and came to the head of the three-tail. Realizing that there was a little man on his head, the three-tail quickly shook his head and tried to throw Muyu away, but ninjas are not so easy to deal with. Muyu condensed chakra on his feet and ran on ahead of the three-tail with a calm face, attacking the figure of the Jinchuriki. Don't think about locking me up easily again. After realizing Muyu's intention, the three-tail condensed chakra again, then lowered his head to the ground, ready to pull Muyu to eat a small-tailed beast ball together. The three-tailed beast had a very clear idea for freedom. It had thick skin and flesh, so it was only a little painful to eat a tailed beast ball. A ninja like Muyu would be wiped out if it was affected by the tailed beast ball. Seeing that the three-tailed beast was still going to release the tailed beast ball, Orochimaru, Kakashi and others retreated quickly. They didn't need to worry about Miyu who had the flying thunder god. They needed to be more careful not to be hit by the tailed beast ball. Boom! Exclamation mark! A huge explosion sounded, and the diffuse smoke and dust enveloped the huge body of the three-tailed beast. Miyu's body appeared in the distance that was not affected. There were many flying thunder god kunai left on the battlefield. When the dust and smoke dissipated, the three-tailed beast with its head retracted into the shell appeared in front of everyone. How can this be a turtle with its head retracted? Obito couldn't help but complain. At first, Obito didn't notice it too much. After all, the three-tailed beast's body was full of thorns and had 3 tails. Now Obito looked from a distance and realized that this was not a tailed beast, but a big turtle. It's still a very hard turtle. Kakashi added. So many Konoha Jonin used ninjutsu to attack, but the three-tail was not hurt at all. It was too tough. At this time, the Konoha Jonin who dodged the first wave of tailed beast balls rushed back to the battlefield. Focus on attacking the legs that have not retracted, Orochimaru ordered. The three-tail has a hard shell all over its body, and retracting it into the tortoise shell is 2 layers of protection, making it difficult to cause effective damage. After hearing Orochimaru's words, the Konoha Jonin all focused their fire on the three-tail's limbs. Orochimaru himself also used the instant body technique to come to the three-tail and attack the parts that had been attacked by wind ninjutsu before. Swish! Exclamation mark! A large number of sharp wind blades rushed to one position. At this moment, Orochimaru exerted the change of his wind ninjutsu to the extreme, and a large amount of chakra in his body was used for wind cutting technique. Bang! Exclamation mark! The three-tail's hard shell cracked, and the sharp wind blades hit the three-tail mercilessly. The three-tail, which was whipping the Konoha ninja with its tail, wailed in pain, and even the attacking tail was paused. The emotions of the three-tailed beast reached the extreme point. It felt that the ninja should not be able to approach its head so quickly, so the angry three-tailed beast stretched out its head and opened its mouth to start condensing the tailed beast jade. This time, the tailed beast jade was not the small-tailed beast jade of the second time. The second time, the three-tailed beast deliberately reduced the power of the tailed beast jade in order to pursue the release speed. Seeing that the three-tailed beast had condensed the tailed beast jade again, the Konoha Jonin stopped attacking instantly and used the instant body technique to quickly distance themselves. They had just experienced the power of the tailed beast jade not long ago. If they were slightly affected, they would die. It was too difficult to resist head-on. Whoosh! At the moment when the three-tailed beast stretched out its head, Miyu took Yenmo and used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear on the head of the three-tailed beast. Before leaving, Miyu put the Flying Thunder God mark on the head of the three-tailed beast. He was waiting for this opportunity. Sensing the strange feeling on his head, the angry three-tailed beast immediately exerted his biological instinct and tried to retract into the tortoise shell at a very fast speed. Revenge is important, but if you return to the cage again, how can you take revenge? Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6=9 plus Shu_Ba published this novel for the first time. The three-tailed beast's action confused all the Konoha ninjas on the field. You were not so cowardly when you attacked us just now. It's a pity that the three-tailed beast is too cautious. Isn't it said that the tailed beasts are very brutal? Why doesn't the three-tailed beast look like that? A Konoha Jonin shook his head and sighed. The speed at which the three-tailed beast retracted its head was really too fast. He saw the three-tailed beast condensing the tailed beast jade in the last second, and the next moment the three-tailed beast's head was almost retracted. And it was really fast enough to leave an afterimage. With this level of head retraction speed, it is too difficult to attack the Jinchuriki behind the three-tailed beast's head. The Jinchuriki is indeed worthy of being the ultimate weapon. I wonder what kind of strength our nine-tailed Jinchuriki has. There were also Konoha ninjas who sighed at the power of the tailed beasts. It was not easy for them to fight with so many Konoha Jonins besieging them. After today, Teacher Miyu's reputation will be even greater, Obito thought excitedly as he looked at the flashing Miyu. When Obito heard the villagers of Konoha discussing how talented Kakashi was, he looked down on them and thought they had no vision. When he heard someone say that Muyu was extraordinary, he praised them for understanding the strong, although there were some personal emotions mixed in. Obito really believed from the bottom of his heart that Muyu should have the reputation of the three ninjas who shook the ninja world. There was no other reason. Muyu was qualified. In terms of strength, Obito did not think that Muyu would be worse than Orochimaru and Tsunade, and in other aspects, Muyu was far ahead. The battle is finally over. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Muyu's reaction ability was terrifying. In Kakashi's mind, the moment the three-tail stretched out its head, it was doomed to lose. Although the three-tail had a lot of chakra and was very strong, it was too clumsy. In close combat, it could only roll or whip with its tail. In long-range combat, it only had one-tailed beast ball and did not understand the ninjutsu of the ninjas. For Muyu, who was proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique, it might be easier to deal with the runaway three-tail than to deal with Yagura. Orochimaru stopped and looked quietly at Muyu swinging his sword and the three-tail shrinking his head. All the ninjas on the battlefield set their sights on this man and beast. Muyu, who had activated the lightning-breathing chakra mode in advance, converted a large amount of chakra into lightning chakra and injected it into Yanmo the moment he raised his sword. The gorgeous and dazzling purple lightning wrapped around the blade and dyed Yanmo into a lightning blade. Wu Xiang Yi Dao. Muyu, who was in the lightning-breathing chakra mode, moved very quickly. When the three-tailed beast had only retracted its head into its shell by 2/3, Yanmo, who was covered by purple lightning, had already swung it down. Boom! Snap! The blade light intertwined with purple lightning flashed, and the hard giant thorns in front of the blade light broke directly. 1, 2, 3. The hard giant thorns blocking Muyu's body were all broken in front of the devastating lightning slash, and they were directly approaching the sleeping Jinchuriki. As if because of the terrifying momentum of Wu Xiang Yi Dao or the feeling of life and death, the Jinchuriki opened his eyes at the last moment, but the slash was too fast and too strong. The next moment the Jinchuriki opened his eyes, his head was hit by the slash. He disappeared into the air without saying a word or showing any expression. The relationship between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast is very strange. If the Jinchuriki is taken out of the tailed beast, he will definitely die. Even the Uzumaki clan, who have strong vitality, can only hold on for a while. If the tailed beast is in the body of the Jinchuriki and the Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast will die with it. However, death is not the end of the tailed beast. After the death of the tailed beast, it will be resurrected. Their lives are almost endless. No, the three-tailed beast roared in unyielding anger before dying. It was too unwilling to accept it. It was caught and imprisoned in the human body, and now it was killed by a ninja. It was furious. But the unwillingness and anger of the three-tailed beast could not affect the reality of his death. The moment the Jinchuriki was killed by Muyu Wuxian, the body of the three-tailed beast changed rapidly, and finally turned into light particles and dissipated into the air under the shocked eyes of the ninjas. Before dying, the three-tailed beast stared at Muyu with its huge eyes, as if it wanted to deeply engrave Muyu's appearance in its heart. At the moment when the three-tail disappeared, the natural scorching sun also disappeared, and darkness enveloped the battlefield again. It actually succeeded. Seeing the giant-tailed beast dissipate, Konoha's Jonin couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Seeing the three-tail shrink so quickly, he thought that Muyu's surprise attack would fail, but he didn't expect that Muyu would succeed in killing the Jinchuriki with one strike. It's really a terrifying sword. Hinata Hisashi recalled Muyu's devastating slash just now and was shocked. With his white eyes, he could clearly see the details of Muyu's Wuxian sword. Those extremely hard giant thorns seemed to be as fragile as ordinary wood in front of Muyu's lightning slash. I still underestimated Muyu's strength. Narushikaku was also secretly surprised. Although he didn't have a blood limit like the eyes and couldn't see the details of Muyu's Wuxian sword, Narushikaku had also experienced the defense of the three-tail on the spot. The power of Muyu's sword reminded him of the strongest spear of the third-generation Raikage. This is the ultimate lightning escape sword technique. Kakashi showed a trace of yearning. The sword that Muyu just swung would be his pursuit for the next 10 years. If he could swing such a sword, he would be able to protect his companions with his own strength even if he faced the alternate Raikage again. As expected of Muyu teacher, you are so youthful. Might Guy exited the rock-breathing chakra mode and the 8 gates and gave Muyu a thumbs up. In his mind, Muyu had achieved a real victory. It's finally over. Is everyone okay? No. Harlan breathed a sigh of relief. This level of battle was her first time, and she was very nervous throughout the whole process. I'm fine, Zealand. Are you injured? Obito immediately replied and walked forward to show concern. Muyu-kun, you can always surprise people. Orochimaru's eyes flashed, and he was very satisfied with Muyu's performance. With the potential shown by Muyu, even if Muyu didn't like his human experiments, Orochimaru had to find a way to pull Muyu to his side. Having a subordinate like Muyu was really worry-free and labor-saving. Even if Muyu fails, Orochimaru can still deal with the 3 tails, but it will be more troublesome and may cause more Konoha ninjas to die at the hands of the 3 tails. He is only 20 now, and there is still a lot of room for growth. This is what Orochimaru values most about Muyu. Although Muyu's overall strength is not as good as his, Muyu is too young. Orochimaru has no confidence that he can beat Muyu at the same age. If Muyu can stand on his side, it will be better than the support of dozens of jonin. P.S. This chapter is 5K, and there will be another 5K chapter later. Today will be 10,000. Chapter 462, Blazing Sun and Moon. You killed a perfect-tailed beast with your own hands, Muyu-kun. After this battle, your name and slash will be completely spread in the ninja world. I will report your contribution to the higher-ups later. Orochimaru walked up to Muyu with a smile on his face and said, he rarely showed this kind of smile, but he knew that it would make him look more friendly. It was just a trick, and it was everyone's credit. If it weren't for the attack of the troops and the opportunity created for me by you, Orochimaru, I would definitely not be able to kill the Jinchuriki. Muyu thought for a while and said, Muyu was not too modest. This battle was indeed the result of the joint efforts of all members. Whether it was Muyu and Orochimaru, who were the main output, or Inoshikachu or ordinary Konoha jonin, they all played some role, but it was just a matter of how much. The strength of the troops is important, but your final fatal attack is more critical, Orochimaru said with a slight shake of his head. The head of the Jinchuriki is not easy to get, and Muyu's Flying Thunder God played a vital role. After that, Orochimaru didn't talk much with Muyu. He chatted a little more and went to arrange the work. He knew how to strike a balance. If his intentions were too obvious and too strong, it would only cause disgust. Besides, Orochimaru was really busy now. Although the battle was won, the battle on the east coast was not completely over. Yagura Kujira fled with a large number of Kirigakure troops, which was a big problem. Orochimaru had to report the process and results of the battle to the Konoha high-level officials, and finally he had to arrange the following tasks. Teacher Muyu, what is the name of your ninjutsu that makes a small sun appear in the sky? Seeing Orochimaru walk away, Obito couldn't wait to step forward and ask. That ninjutsu was so cool that Obito really wanted to learn it. It could directly turn an area into daylight and the dark night, which was simply a fairy skill in Obito's eyes. The fiery sun technique, Muyu answered after a little thought. The name Sunny Day was somewhat inappropriate for the name of a ninjutsu, so Muyu directly gave him a Naruto-style name. The blazing sun technique, Obito repeated. It's so fitting. After using it, a blazing sun appears. Then Obito looked at Muyu with an expectant look and asked, Mr. Muyu, do you think I can learn this ninjutsu? Yes, I can, Muyu replied affirmatively. At this moment, Obito had already thought of his future title, Obito of Blazing Flame, Konoha's most fierce tiger of fire. But I don't recommend you to learn it now, Muyu added, and the flame in Obito's heart was extinguished again. Why? Isn't this ninjutsu very powerful? Obito asked puzzled. If Muyu hadn't suddenly used a sunny day, Konoha would have had a harder time winning the battle just now. On the whole, the effect of the blazing sun technique is indeed very strong, but in daily small-scale battles, the blazing sun technique is not as easy to use as you think, Muyu explained. When Muyu first obtained the sunny day, she tested it and found that using the sunny day was not as good as using the flame-breathing chakra mode directly, which was more effective and saved chakra. Sunny Day is equivalent to opening a field that can enhance fire style and weaken water style. The duration and strength of the field depend on the chakra consumed. When Muyu tested it, he consumed 40,000 chakra points and only used Sunny Day that covered a range of 200 meters, and the duration was only 5 minutes. This time on the battlefield, Muyu consumed a lot of chakra and sacrificed some of the strength of Sunny Day to cover the entire battlefield. In normal team battles or single-player battles, 200 meters is really not enough. It is easy to hit the range of Sunny Day, but sacrificing strength for range is really not as good as using more ninjutsu in the flame-breathing chakra mode, and this ninjutsu is very difficult. You have to concentrate on studying for a long time before you can learn it. Muyu said the last level that stopped Obito. Sunny Day is too difficult, which is why Muyu thinks Obito doesn't need to learn it at this stage. Otherwise, even if it is not used much in normal times, Muyu would not mind his disciples having more means. After all, it is not necessary to use it if it is not useful in normal times. The most difficult ninjutsu Muyu has seen so far is the localized transformation, which he doesn't know how to teach at all. Next is Sunny Day. The first difficulty of Sunny Day is that it requires a high level of fire attribute chakra nature change level. Obito can barely meet this requirement because the flame-breathing chakra mode has a bonus. The second difficulty of Sunny Day is the extremely high difficulty of training. With Obito's speed of learning ninjutsu, Muyu estimated that he would have to concentrate on learning for half a year before he could use it. If he had this time to concentrate on learning other things, his strength would be improved. As a thunder escape sword technique, Wuxian was actually more difficult than Sunny Day, but even if this is not successfully practiced, the product of the training process is a real improvement in strength. So after Kakashi met the training requirements, Muyu directly taught Kakashi. Obito's face was full of disappointment. Even if this ninjutsu could not play a big role, Obito still wanted to learn it. At most, he would not use it in battle, but only use it to show off in daily life. However, when he heard that it would take a long time to learn, Obito still gave up. Strength is the foundation, and any ninjutsu that affects the improvement of strength is not allowed. Otherwise the disciples will lose in the civil war. Obito didn't want to be punished to do a lot of homework just to look cool. The price was too high. After chatting with several disciples and treating Might Guy, Akimaki Choza and the others found Muyu. Muyu, today's battle is thanks to you. Otherwise I would have been in great danger if the tail had hit me. Akimaki Choza laughed and thanked. If you need help in the future, just tell me. Although my strength cannot be compared with yours, Muyu, I have many channels for practicing secret medicine. Muyu's mind moved. He remembered that the Akimaki clan seemed to have some secret medicines specially used for secret techniques, and they had done a lot of research on secret medicines, while the Nara clan, who stood together with the Akimaki clan, was doing a medicinal material business. We are all companions, and it is only right to help each other. Muyu smiled gently at first, and then showed a distressed look. I don't have any demand for secret medicine, but I want to buy some medicinal materials recently, some of which are rare and difficult to buy. Muyu has a recipe for repairing secret medicine, and can make it by himself, but some of the medicinal materials are indeed too rare, and they may not be available even if you have money. Akimaki Choza laughed and put his arm around Nara Shikaku's shoulders and said, then you have found the right person. Konoha's medical system is maintained by the Shikaku family's supply of medicinal materials. It's right to find him. Nara Shikaku nodded slightly. Muyu, if you have any medicinal materials you want to buy, you can give me a list, and I will have someone prepare them. The three families of pig, deer and butterfly are one. Muyu saved Akimaki Choza, which is equivalent to saving them. Nara Shikaku doesn't mind helping a little, even if there is no such thing. Nara Shikaku will most likely help, because he is optimistic about Muyu's future. Thank you so much, Shikaku. I will write a list for you when I have time. Muyu smiled and thanked. He only planned to give some rare medicinal materials to Nara Shikaku to buy, and buy the common ones himself. This thing is a bit too effective, and it is easy to cause trouble if it is released. Next, Orochimaru did not let the troops chase the Kirigakure overnight. but let the troops rest for a night, and only sent a large number of Konoha ninjas to sweep the east coast during the day. It seems that Yagura of Kiratachi guessed that Orochimaru would choose to beat the fallen dog, and directly led the Kirigakure troops to escape back to the land of water. Orochimaru only found a few Kirigakure ninjas who were left behind to explore intelligence. So far, the war on the East Coast battlefield ended with the Konoha ninja troops' victory. Konoha Village, Hokage Building, Conference Room. Hiruzen, if you had listened to me and sent Miyu to the battlefield earlier, maybe our Konoha would have achieved more significant results. Shimura Danzo stood up excitedly and fired at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He said a long time ago that he would send Miyu to the battlefield to help Orochimaru. But when Orochimaru was transferred to the East Coast battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally agreed. The better Miyu's record is now, the more it will bring honor to Shimura Danzo, and at the same time, it will slap Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face, which strongly proves that Shimura Danzo has better vision than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo knew that he was a little too proud. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Hokage after all, but he couldn't control himself and couldn't even suppress the corners of his mouth. There was no way. This was really a refreshing slap in the face for Shimura Danzo. All the reprimands that Sarutobi Hiruzen had given him turned into boomerangs and hit Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Shimura Danzo's good impression of Miyu reached its peak. He felt that Miyu was simply the perfect work of the root and the most successful work since he founded the root, because there has never been a member of the root who can make him slap Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face. If it weren't for that period of precipitation, maybe Miyu wouldn't have shined on the East Coast battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed a little embarrassed, but he didn't feel too much of being slapped in the face, because Miyu was considered half of his disciple. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen feel embarrassed when his disciple was so promising? He just felt that his teaching ability was proven again. Although Miyu was not weak when she came out of the root, and could be considered an elite among the Jonin, she was far from what she is now. Although it cannot be said that Miyu's current strength is entirely due to his contribution, it is partly due to his contribution. Many of Miyu's ninjutsu were rewarded by him, and he also taught Miyu how to change her nature. It is also possible that Miyu will be trained on the battlefield and become stronger than she is now, Shimura Danzo said firmly. Now he is really confident, because Miyu's going to the battlefield is the result of his hard work and recommendation. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo with a black line on his head. If it weren't for Shimura Danzo's contribution, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have wanted to kick him out of the meeting room. He stared at a point and kept talking. If you didn't know, you would think that it was Shimura Danzo who killed the Jinchuriki. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. There's no need to argue too much about this issue. Both of you have made contributions. Danzo, you discovered Miyu Hiruzen and trained Miyu. Mito Kato and came out to smooth things over. Normally, he would be biased towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it was really difficult to say anything about Shimura Danzo today. Next, let's discuss business, how to deal with the relationship with Kirigakure. Uchiha Kohara followed. Shimura Danzo's expression gradually returned to calm and nodded. Based on his understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he should be on the verge of getting angry now. He had to stop for a while, otherwise if he really made Sarutobi Hiruzen angry, he might have to deal with his roots. Although Shimura Danzo felt that everything he did was for Konoha, many of the things he did not comply with Konoha's regulations and could not withstand investigation. Let Kirigakure compensate for the war losses, or continue the war. Shimura Danzo directly expressed his thoughts. They, Konoha, not only killed Kirigakure's three-tailed Jinchuriki, but also killed Kirigakure strongmen such as Mizunotsuki Konkazuki and Zangetsu. It can be said that it was a complete victory. If there were no other battlefields, Shimura Danzo would have shouted the slogan of crushing Kirigakure. Too radical. According to the information passed by Orochimaru, Kiratachi Yagura still led a considerable number of ninja troops back to Kirigakure. In addition, Kirigakure still has the Six Tails Jinchuriki. They are not without the strength to fight, and it is impossible for them to agree to give Konoha a large amount of compensation. Sarutobi Hiruzen analyzed. Sarutobi Hiruzen read the casualty report. From the beginning to now, only more than 700 Kirigakure ninjas have died in the East Coast battlefield. This is not a serious injury to the 5 major ninja villages with a deep foundation. With the addition of a 6-tails Jinchuriki, Kirigakure actually still has considerable combat power. Then what should we do? We can't take the initiative to unconditionally seek peace after winning a big victory, right? Shimura Danzo asked back. If Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted to do this, Shimura Danzo would strongly oppose it. It was too embarrassing. Of course not. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. How could they unconditionally seek peace after being invaded and beaten to their homeland? This is something that no Konoha ninja can tolerate, fighting against the invaders with their lives, and finally winning the victory and still unconditionally seeking peace. It's not okay to ask for compensation, and it's not okay to ask for compensation without conditions. So what do you think we should do? Shimura Danzo asked bluntly. It can't be that Konoha compensates Kirigakure. Then he really wants to see what Sarutobi Hiruzen has in mind. Since Kirigakure has withdrawn from the Land of Fire, then we should temporarily ignore Kirigakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his thoughts. Although Kirigakure still has the strength to fight, it has also lost a lot of strength. Such a major defeat will inevitably make them dare not easily start a war with Konoha again. We will send forces to deal with Kirigakure after our other battles are over. Sarutobi Hiruzen's idea is actually very simple, that is, to maintain a tacit peace. Konoha does not go to Kirigakure to ask for compensation. Kirigakure honestly recuperates and does not come to provoke Konoha, so that both sides will not lose face, and get what they want. Konoha temporarily has one less enemy, and Kirigakure does not have to pay a price for losing. Hiruzen's idea is very good, and he has fully considered Konoha's current situation. Mito Kato nodded in approval. He felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen's idea was the most suitable measure for Konoha's current situation, which not only saves face but also achieves the goal of reducing enemies. It is indeed inappropriate to ask for compensation. Asking for less is meaningless, and Kirigakure will not give more. Uchiha Koharu also agreed with Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen was approved with an overwhelming advantage of 3-1 for the follow-up treatment of Kirigakure. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and said nothing. He thought carefully and felt that what Sarutobi Hiruzen said was indeed reasonable, but Shimura Danzo had a rare opportunity to be proud of Sarutobi Hiruzen today, and he didn't want to bow his head. After discussing the biggest attitude towards Kirigakure, the next thing was some arrangements for the ninjas on the East Coast battlefield, and then the rewards for the meritorious ninjas and which ninjas to promote. Because Obito had made some contributions on the battlefield, coupled with the recommendation of Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally decided to promote Obito to a formal jonin. Although Obito's theory was flawed, his strength was really excellent, and with enough experience, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no reason not to promote Obito. This was a war period. In order to publicize this great victory and boost the morale of the Konoha ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered the staff of the Konoha newspaper to work overtime to produce a new issue of the Konoha newspaper for distribution, and at the same time mobilized forces to publicize it in the Land of Fire and other countries. The East Coast battlefield has achieved great results. The 3-tailed Jinchuriki of the Mist-Hidden village has been killed, and the ninja troops have fled the Land of Fire in defeat. Tsunade nodded as she looked at the newspaper that Shizune bought while shopping. Killing the Jinchuriki is quite a big deal, and it also means a lot to drive out the only ninja village that invaded the native land. When Tsunade saw the first subheading of the newspaper, she was stunned. The tacit battle between the 3 ninjas Orochimaru and the new generation of Konoha, Liang Hanyu Muayu, killed the perfect-tailed beast because the scene of Muayu releasing the sunny day was too shocking. The title of Liang Muayu spread among the Konoha ninja troops after the battle with the tailed beast. The newspaper contributor thought it was not bad and wrote it directly. TSK, is Muayu so strong? It turns out that he and Orochimaru killed the Jinchuriki together. Tsunade was a little surprised. Tsunade is not very clear about Muyu's strength. After all, She doesn't care much about Miyu's strength. For her, Miyu's cooking skills are the key. However, Tsunade did not expect Miyu to create such a record. The information in the Konoha newspaper is generally credible. If Miyu did not play a role with Jinchuriki, it would be impossible for her to be ranked ahead of Orochimaru. With such a strong strength, it is enough to practice step by step. He also wants to develop a sealing technique to store chakra. I don't know where this guy gets such a strong motivation to practice. After reading the content related to Miyu, Tsunade threw the newspaper away and continued to lie on the sofa to enjoy life. With the latest issue of the Konoha newspaper published in Konoha, the name of Liang Miyu quickly spread throughout Konoha. The ninja school teacher who had worked with Miyu couldn't help but sigh when he heard the news. 2 years ago, they were colleagues. 2 years later, Miyu became a senior ninja and a vice principal. Now he has made a big name on the battlefield. It is really unimaginable. However, someone soon discovered a problem. That is, the Yellow Flash Minato Namikaze and the Sun Hanyu Muiyu not only have similar ages, but also similar hair colors and looks, and they can even use the Flying Thunder God technique. This can't help but make some people subconsciously compare the two. Some people think that Muiyu is stronger, because Muiyu killed the Jinchuriki, while Minato Namikaze only tied with the new ab combination. Some people also think that Minato Namikaze is stronger, because Muiyu killed the Jinchuriki with the help of Orochimaru, and there were ninja troops to help. But everyone agrees that they are one of the strongest new generation ninjas in Konoha and even in the ninja world. Chapter 463, Influence of Victory. Water Country, Kirigakure Village, Mizukage Building, Conference Room. The 5 Kirigakure high-level officials in the huge conference room all had gloomy faces. How happy the Konoha high-level officials were, how angry they were. They had originally intended to take advantage of the situation to rob Konoha and gain some advantage, but in the end, they did not gain any advantage, and the loss was not small. Not only did 5 out of the 7 ninja swordsmen die, but even the precious ninja swords specially made could not be recovered, and all 5 ninja swords were seized by Konoha. For Kirigakure, those ninja swords were actually more important than the masters of the swords. If the people were gone, they could continue to choose, but if the swords were gone, how could they choose people? What made the Kirigakure high-level officials speechless was that the loss of 5 out of the 7 ninja swordsmen was not even the biggest loss. They even lost a 3-tailed Jinchuriki. The 3-tail died directly, before the 3-tail was resurrected. They only had 1 6-tailed Jinchuriki left in Kirigakure. In addition, 2 well-known strong men in Kirigakure, Mizunotsuki Kankido Kanayu, also died on the battlefield and became stepping stones for Miyu to become famous. Compared to these losses, the losses of the Kirigakure ninja force were not very large. The measures taken by Yagura Kujira effectively preserved the vitality of the Kirigakure ninja force. Let's talk about how to deal with Yagura Kujira first. The 3rd Mizukage said with a cold face, looking as if he had decided to severely punish Yagura Kujira. The other Kirigakure high-ranking people looked at each other obscurely, and for a moment they were a little confused about the 3rd Mizukage's thoughts. Everyone knew that Yagura Kujira was the candidate Mizukage valued by the 3rd Mizukage. They couldn't tell for a moment whether the 3rd Mizukage was disappointed with Yagura Kujira and was ready to give up, or whether the 3rd Mizukage didn't want Yagura Kujira to bear too heavy a punishment and took the initiative to speak. Yagura has failed the trust of the village and has repeatedly made mistakes in major measures, causing our Kirigakure to suffer heavy losses. If we don't punish him, what will the ninjas in the village think? The 3rd Mizukage continued to speak when no one spoke. When the 3rd Mizukage said this, the Kirigakure high-ranking people understood that the 3rd Mizukage still didn't want to give up Yagura Kujira, and it would be enough to punish him in a decent manner. Although the war was lost, Yagura was still a diligent commander. He successfully prevented the Kirigakure ninja army from suffering heavy losses and preserved its strength well, so that we would not be so passive next time. The master thought for a while and said, he did not want to disagree with the 3rd generation Mizukage on the position of the 4th generation Mizukage. The current situation of Kirigakure is not good. If there is a little internal strife, it will really go to the abyss of decline. and the master did not have any good candidates. The people of Yagura of the generation of Kujutsu Yagura were the strongest, and he was also good in other aspects. He was the most suitable person to become Mizukage. The loss of the war cannot be blamed entirely on Yagura. Kirigakure had a lot of advantages. It was the time when Mizuno Tsukihan and the 7 ninja swordsmen were defeated by Hani Umuayu that made the situation turn from good to bad. Mizuno Tsukihan had a lot of responsibility for the loss of the war. The squad leader of the Kirigakure Jonin squad also said, compared with Kujutsu Yagura, who is still alive and has the possibility of becoming Mizukage, Mizuno Tsukihan, the famous Kirigakure who has died, is obviously more suitable to take the blame. Anyway, the person is dead, and it doesn't matter if he has a bad reputation. Zigashan Puffer Ghost and his men are also incompetent. The Kirigakure consultant also pulled out the dead 7 ninja swordsmen to take the blame. After a few words, Yagura Kuji became the MVP of the losing side. The failure of the war was all due to the incompetence of Mizuno Tsukihan and Zigashan Puffer Ghost. All the senior executives cleverly avoided Kizuna Zangetsu. It was not because Kizuna Zangetsu performed well that they couldn't bear to let him take the blame, but because the Kizuna clan was now quite powerful in Kirigakure, and they had to consider the feelings of the Kizuna clan. The third Mizukage nodded and agreed with the senior executives that Yagura Kuji had both faults and merits, and the main fault was not on Yagura Kuji. In the end, Yagura Kuji was punished by being dismissed from all current positions and entering the Anbu to contribute to Kirigakure to atone for his sins. The 5 ninja swords seized by Konoha must be taken back. They are our Kirigakure's precious property. Then the Kirigakure consultant talked about the 5 lost ninja swords. The 2 strongest swords among the 7 ninja swordsmen are Seimada and Ayam. Now that both of them have been seized by Konoha, how can the Kirigakure advisor be willing to accept this? We will definitely recover the ninja swords, but how to recover them is a problem. The leader of the Kirigakure senior ninja squad said, in the current situation, we can either send ninja troops to the Land of Fire again to fight Konoha and defeat Konoha, or we can negotiate with Konoha and take back the ninja swords by signing a peace treaty. Kirigakure took the initiative to go to war with Konoha. Konoha would not return the 5 precious ninja swords to Kirigakure for no reason. Now Konoha is fighting on multiple fronts. If Kirigakure is willing to negotiate, even if Kirigakure makes a little request, as long as it is not too excessive, Konoha is likely to agree. It may be inappropriate to start a war again in a short period of time. Konoha's morale is high now, while our morale is low. This is very disadvantageous to us Kirigakure, the master said. He was firmly opposed to starting a war again immediately. It was a thankless task. We can't sign a peace treaty. The third Mizukage rejected the idea of signing a peace treaty. The ninja swords must be recovered, but not in such a humiliating way. If there were real peace talks, the whole incident would be like Kirigakure declaring war on Konoha, and then begging for peace after being defeated, asking for ninja swords from Konoha. It was too embarrassing, and the third Mizukage didn't want such a clownish thing to happen during his term. The leader of Kirigakure's senior ninja squad was speechless. This was not right, so what should he do? Don't do anything unnecessary next. Let's wait and see. The third Mizukage said his thoughts after thinking. He believed that with Konoha's current situation, even if they had the upper hand, they would not be able to enter the Land of Water. In other words, Kirigakure could just sit back and watch the fight, quietly waiting for the opportunity. When Konoha showed signs of decline, they could come out again to attack Konoha. If they won, they would not only gain fame and fortune, but also take back the ninja swords. As for Konoha's victory over all enemies, the third Mizukage had never thought of such an ending. After the meeting, Yuanshai sighed and left the Mizukage building. This war made him realize the weakness of Kirigakure. Although there are 2 Jinchuriki, neither the 3-tails Jinchuriki nor the 6-tails Jinchuriki is a perfect Jinchuriki, and they cannot completely transform into tailed beasts while awake. Kirigakure's new generation of ninjas are far inferior to Konoha in strength. Konoha has the yellow flash Namikaze Minato who can tie with the new ab combination of Kumage Cure, and Hani Umuayu who can kill Jinchuriki. None of the new generation of Kirigakure can make such a name in the ninja world. Not only one generation, but even the ninjas of Yagura Kujitsugi's generation were surpassed by Konoha, except for Yagura Kujitsugi, who can be compared with one of the three ninjas. Mizuno Tsukihan and Hazuki Zangetsu cannot be compared with the three ninjas. Mizuno Tsukihan and others were even killed by Konoha's new generation of ninjas. Both Mizuno Tsukihan and Hazuki Zangetsu died at Muayu's hands. Master Yuanshai, do you have time now? I have encountered some troubles in my water escape training recently, Mitorumi said when she saw the master's eyes light up. What's the problem? Tell me about it. Yuanshai asked Mitorumi with a kind smile when he saw that it was Mitorumi. Mitorumi was a genius ninja he discovered during the joint Chunin exam. Yuanshai was optimistic about her future and thought that Mitorumi could become the leader of the new generation of Kirigakure in the future. Mitorumi quickly told him the problem she encountered. Yuanshai gave an answer after a little thought. Although he didn't practice much because of his age, he was also a famous water escape master in Kirigakure in the past. Thank you so much. Mitorumi bowed and thanked him. You must work hard to practice. The opponents you met in Konoha have already made a great reputation on the battlefield. Yuanshai encouraged with a smile. 3 of the 4 most famous young geniuses in Konoha participated in the joint Chunin exam that Mitorumi participated in. Among them, Uchiha Obito even lost to Mitorumi once in the second game. Opponents you met in Konoha? Mitorumi showed a thoughtful expression. Of course, Kirigakure couldn't spread the news of its defeating the village, except for Muyu, who was already famous in the entire ninja world. Mitorumi didn't know much about Obito and the others. Thunder Hote Kakashi, Konoha Green Beast Might Guy. They were all ninjas who participated in the Chunin exam with you. The master briefly told Kakashi and the others about their deeds on the battlefield. Mitorumi's eyes widened and her mouth opened unconsciously, her face full of shock. Mitorumi knew very well that Might Guy was very strong. After all, she had not forgotten the scene of Might Guy beating up the Kisame team, but she really didn't expect that Might Guy and the others would become so powerful that they actually repelled the 7 ninja swordsmen head-on. As a Kirigakure ninja, Mitorumi knew the value of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen were a special team directly under the Mizukage. Each member was carefully selected from the Jonin, and each was equipped with a powerful ninja sword. She really couldn't imagine what Kakashi and the others had experienced during this period to have such a terrifying combat power. They were the 7 ninja swordsmen. During the Chunin exam, Kakashi and his team fought back and forth with Kisame's team. Terumi felt a little ashamed. She was sometimes proud of her current strength. Her former opponents had reached another level. I need to practice harder. Terumi decided to practice harder to become stronger and catch up with Kakashi and his team. Due to the great results and the fact that Konoha was deliberately promoting to boost morale, the news that Konoha defeated Kirigakure Mugetsu and killed the Jinchuriki quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Land of Earth, Iwagakure Village, Tsuchikage Office. Kirigakure actually lost a Jinchuriki. The threat to Konoha has to be raised again. Inoki was a little surprised when he looked at the latest information in his hand. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. In his imagination, Kirigakure would have to fight with Konoha on the East Coast battlefield for 2 years to wear down Konoha's strength. Laying Hani Umuayu, Inoki sorted out all the information in his mind and felt that this ninja named Hani Umuayu would be difficult to deal with. According to the existing information, Hani Umuayu not only has a strong flying thunder god technique, but also has a strong fire escape, and his ice escape level is not low. We have to speed up our actions in the rain country. Inoki is more determined to continue to make enemies for Konoha. Konoha is too strong, and we must find more enemies for Konoha. Isn't Hani Umuayu strong in fire escape? Then let the ninja master Sosuke go and compete with Hani Umuayu to see if Hani Umuayu's fire escape can be the ninja master Sosuke, who is known as the strongest fire escape. Konoha has 4 young geniuses, and the ninja sect has the mysterious and difficult Nagato. The more Inoki thinks about it, the more he thinks that it is a good idea for the ninja sect to fight Konoha. Cloud Village, Raikage's office. How come Kirigakure was beaten back so quickly? What a bunch of useless things. The third generation Raikage looked at the information in his hand and was a little speechless. In fact, Kumagakure has never really taken action against Konoha. A considerable part of Kumagakure's strength is attacking Sand Village. The third Raikage's idea is to take down Sand Village while Sand Village is weak, and then defeat Konoha in one fell swoop, and finally take care of Rock Village, becoming the undisputed strongest ninja village in the ninja world. As for Kirigakure, Kumagakure doesn't have any ideas, because the Land of Water is an island. It will be more troublesome to fight, and defeating 3 of the 5 major ninja villages can already prove its own strength. It just happens. It also shows that Kirigakure is not a concern. The third Raikage is very open-minded. Although Kirigakure cannot consume Konoha's strength as Kumagakure expected, the weakness revealed by Kirigakure in the war also makes Kumagakure lose one opponent on the road to hegemony. Tobi is familiar with the power of the 8 tails. Whether it is the fiery sun Hanyu Muayu or the yellow flash Namikaze Minato, they will not be the opponent of our Kumagakure ab combination. The third Raikage has strong confidence in the new Kumagakure ab combination. After Bruppy died, Killer Bee, the new ab combination, became the new 8 tails Jinchuriki. In terms of becoming a Jinchuriki, Killer Bee showed great talent. The third Raikage saw a stronger future in Killer Bee than Bruppy. His son, the fourth Raikage, is not much worse than him. With the stronger Bee, the new ab combination has the hope of becoming the strongest ab combination. Sand Village, Wind Shadow Office. It's amazing that we can achieve such a result after fighting on 3 fronts. Konoha is too dangerous. After reading the intelligence, Luosha frowned deeply. He had a strong sense of crisis. The Fire Country is in a good location, almost in the center, and is basically separated from other big countries by only 1 or 2 small countries or a sea. If Konoha wants to attack Sand Village, it doesn't have to go around like Kumagakure. Konoha can go directly into the heart of Wind Country by passing through the River Country. Although Konoha, which is fighting on 3 fronts, has no reason to go to war with Sand Village again, the fact that Konoha will not go to war now does not mean that Konoha will not go to war in the future. Luosha knows the truth of being prepared for danger in times of peace. For Sand Village, it would be best for Konoha to be beaten up by Iwagakure and others, and then become weaker than Sand Village. Only in this way can Konoha be a good neighbor. If Konoha continues to maintain this momentum, Sand Village must take action. Luosha thought to himself. At that time, Luosha would rather negotiate with Kumagakure than go to war with Konoha. After all, Sand Village and Kumagakure are much farther away than Sand Village and Konoha. Not only the major ninja villages that actively collected information, but even Namikaze Minato, who was commanding the battlefield in the Land of Hot Springs, heard some news about Muyu. Namikaze Minato felt a little emotional. When he first met Muyu, Muyu was just a Chunin teacher. Now more than 2 years have passed, and Muyu has become the famous Sun Muyu in the ninja world. Minato, Namikaze and Kushina taught Muyu the sealing technique together in order to give Muyu more power to protect herself in this chaotic situation. He never expected that Muyu would become famous in the ninja world so quickly. Muyu rose too fast. Minato Namikaze was also a famous strong jonin in Konoha before he became the Yellow Flash. It took Muyu more than 2 years to go from chunin to jonin and now to the title of Liang. Muyu has been on the battlefield for so long, and I don't know if Kushina has caused trouble to the Anbu. Minato smiled bitterly when he thought of Kushina, who was still receiving special training in Konoha. Muyu's food has magical power. Once you eat a bite, you will never forget it. Kushina once quarreled with Minato to eat Muyu's food, otherwise she would tie up the monitoring Anbu and sneak out to find food. Minato can actually understand Kushina. After all, if he has the opportunity to eat Muyu's food, he will choose to rub it, but Minato is more tolerant. If he thinks it is too troublesome, Muyu will choose to hold back. But Muyu should be returning to Konoha soon, Minato thought to himself. High-intensity combat can make people physically and mentally exhausted. Muyu has made great achievements one after another. Under normal circumstances, she will return to Konoha to recuperate for a short period of time before being assigned a war mission. Repelling Kirigakure has solved Konoha's urgent needs. Konoha is not so short of combat power now. Thinking of this, Minato wrote a letter to be delivered back to Konoha. He and Miyu had not communicated for a long time. When he was on the battlefield, Miyu was in Konoha. Later, when he returned to Konoha, Miyu was on the East Coast battlefield. After Minato returned to the battlefield, he went to another battlefield. It was similar to what Minato imagined. After Kirigakure retreated, Orochimaru and Miyu returned to Konoha, leaving only a group of ninjas to guard the border to prevent Kirigakure from attacking again. In order to celebrate this great victory, Konoha held an event for the East Coast ninja troops. At the event, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally recounted the various achievements of the East Coast battlefield, expressed condolences to the ninja troops on the East Coast battlefield, and at the same time engraved the ninjas who died on the East Coast battlefield on the memorial. Of course, the final award for the ninja troops is indispensable. After settling the War Mission Commission, the ninjas who meet the promotion conditions will be promoted. Obito is one of the Chunins who are promoted to Jonin. When Obito got the new ninja certificate, he almost cried. It was not easy. He can finally get rid of the identity of the only Chunin of Miyu's disciples. He, Uchiha Obito, can finally stand up at the ninja level, and Kakashi can no longer use the identity of Jonin to suppress him. After becoming a Jonin, Kakashi will never be higher than him, because Jonin is the highest level of ninja. With Obito's successful promotion, Miyu's panel also popped up the reward information. P.S. This chapter is also 5K, but it is not certain whether it will be available later. I will post it when I write it. Chapter 464, Obito's reward for promotion to Jonin. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to accumulate merits and was promoted to a Jonin. He received rewards: Chakra plus 2400, Item Extraction Scroll, Unknown Pokemon Egg, only Uchiha Obito can hatch. On the way home, Miyu washed his hands in the clear river when he passed by, and then clicked to extract. Item Extraction Scroll has been used, and reward, Unknown Pokemon Egg. Miyu was slightly stunned when he saw the extraction information. He didn't expect Obito to contribute 2 Pokemon eggs in one task, and the ones he drew were not locked like the system rewards. Miyu thought he should draw items related to Obito's ability. Then I'll give it to Zealand when she is promoted to a formal Jonin. Miyu thought to himself. Other disciples have it, but no Harlan doesn't have it. That's really embarrassing. If the system doesn't reward, Miyu has no choice. After all, he can't just conjure a Pokemon egg out of thin air and give it to No Harlan as a gift. Since the system gave 2, Miyu must give 1 to No Harlan. Although No Harlan can sign a contract with Wetbone Forest to summon slugs, there is no such thing as too many good summoning beasts, and ninjas can sign contracts with multiple summoning beasts. Moreover, compared to slugs, Pokemon basically have strong combat capabilities, which can make up for some of No Harlan's weaknesses in combat capabilities. The only one who suffered was Obito, and the reward became No Harlan's. However, Miyu guessed that if Obito knew everything, he might be very happy. After all, No Harlan's safety would be more guaranteed. When Miyu returned home, he found a letter from Minato Namikaze in the mailbox. Miyu sat in the living room and opened the envelope to check. In this early winter, I heard about your deeds on the East Coast battlefield, and I was very excited. The enemies who invaded our country were finally driven out of the country. Under this blessing of hot blood, the cold winter wind hitting my body could not make my body heat subside. Miyu nodded slightly. This is exactly the effect that Sarutobi Hiruzen specifically promoted to achieve, to boost the morale of Konoha ninjas in other battlefields. Since we parted at Lulin, we haven't seen each other for more than half a year. I returned to Konoha to rest for a while a few months ago, but unfortunately, you were on the East Coast battlefield at that time. The past 6 months have been a difficult period for Konoha since the war began. The Kirigakure invaded the mainland, and the Fire Country daimyo put pressure on it, so it was difficult for the more powerful ninjas to rest. It's probably because the battle between Kumagakure and Sand Country is fierce. There hasn't been much fighting in the Hot Spring Country battlefield where I am. I may go back to Konoha again in 2 or 3 months. I hope that we won't be too busy by then and we can have a chance to meet. Then Namikaze Minato briefly talked about his recent situation and some things that happened on the Hot Spring Country battlefield. If you, Muayu, return to Konoha and have time, please help take care of Kushina. She loves your cooking very much. She hasn't tasted your cooking for so long. I'm afraid she's already dreaming about it. Seeing the last scene, Muayu showed a subtle expression. Namikaze Minato really loved Kushina deeply. Even when he was on the battlefield, he was still worried about Kushina's daily life. After Muayu put away the letter, he tidied up the house, and then went out to open the Byakugan to see if he could meet Kushina on the street. Muayu couldn't take the initiative to contact Kushina. In the past, Kushina would pass information to Muayu through the Anbu, but Muayu couldn't be sure whether Kushina could get the news of his return to Konoha in the first place, so Muayu chose to meet her on the street first. Because of the Nine Tails, Kushina didn't have much space to move around. With the ability of Muayu's Byakugan, Muayu could meet Kushina as long as she was strolling outside. If Kushina didn't come out on that day, Muayu could only go to Sarutobi Hiruzen and ask him if he had any news about the missing Kushina. Although it was a bit confusing, there was no other way, because Muayu didn't know Kushina's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Muayu was lucky. Kushina went out shopping today. Judging from her lip shape, she seemed to be humming a little tune while walking. She looked in a good mood. Muayu thought about it and pretended to be strolling slowly towards Kushina. It was reasonable for him, a ninja who had just come down from the battlefield, to relax by shopping. Muayu, long time no see, I actually ran into you. When Muayu was more than 10 meters away from Kushina, Kushina saw the familiar blonde figure and immediately smiled and waved and shouted, "Long time no see." Muayu responded with just the right amount of surprise, and then walked towards Kushina. Kushina trotted to Muayu, patted Muyu's shoulder and said proudly, "A few days ago, I saw your military exploits in the newspaper, so I guessed that you might return to Konoha recently. I thought I might run into you when I was walking outside, and I really ran into you. I'm awesome, right?" If it was Minato, he might not have thought of this. Kushina put her hands on her hips and smiled proudly. "Awesome." Muayu nodded and praised. It was not easy for Kushina to think of this step. "Muayu, you are also very awesome. I didn't expect you to be so strong. You even killed a Jinchuriki." I was scared. Kushina gave Muayu a thumbs up. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina knew the horror of the tailed beasts. Even for her, it was not easy to become a Jinchuriki. It must be extremely dangerous to fight against a complete tailed beast. In the past, Muayu had 3 main impressions on Kushina. One was that she taught very well and was recognized by Sarutobi Hiruzen for her great contribution to the field of education. The second was that she was a good friend with a gentle personality and she cooked very well. The third is a disciple with a good talent for sealing techniques. Who can be compared with her in terms of talent for sealing techniques? Kushina was once very worried that Muayu would lose her life in this chaotic situation. Every time she taught Muayu the sealing technique, she was very serious, hoping to improve Muyu's ability to deal with crises. But recently, Muayu has given Kushina a new impression of a strong ninja who can kill people on the battlefield. Recently, your prestige has even surpassed Minato. If I hadn't read the newspaper bought by the Anbu, I would have thought that there was a ninja with the same name as you but with the surname Liang. Now, many people in Konoha often discuss Liang Muayu. Kushina complained. It may be that Liang Muayu is easier to hear. Generally, few people call Muayu by his full name, and they just call him by his full name without the surname. Muayu and Kushina chatted while walking, and finally unknowingly came to the restaurant where he had cooked for Kushina. This store is still open. Kushina looked at the store sign and some memories emerged in her mind. At that time, she had just become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki not long ago, and she was wandering around and met Muayu. In the end, Muayu chose a restaurant with poor business to borrow the kitchen to cook for her. Kushina remembered it very clearly, because the Nine Tails chakra made her irritable at that time, and Minato was out on a mission, which made Kushina even more annoyed. It was the extremely delicious food that made her forget her troubles temporarily. And it looks like business is very good. Miyu looked around and said, compared with the previous desertedness, the restaurant now looks very hot, and the seats are full of people. Kushina turned around and wanted to leave. If the business was so good, she would not borrow the kitchen, and Kushina did not want to disturb the other party's business. Master Miyu. At this time, the boss saw Miyu and shouted with his eyes bright. When the restaurant owner shouted like this, the people in the restaurant looked at Miyu. Now Miyu is very famous in Konoha. Even ordinary people know his deeds and know that there is a strong man named Hanyu Miyu among the Konoha ninjas. The ninjas in the restaurant all shouted Master Miyu with respect. Miyu played a huge role on the East Coast battlefield. They could stay at ease in the rear because of the efforts of ninjas like Miyu, so they respected strong people like Miyu from the bottom of their hearts. Miyu responded with a smile one by one. The restaurant owner ran to Miyu and said with gratitude, "Thank you so much. If I hadn't felt the mystery of cooking from your cooking, I'm afraid my restaurant would have closed down due to poor business." The restaurant owner had eaten Miyu's cooking and exchanged it for temporary use of the kitchen. The taste is still unforgettable to the restaurant owner. Although many people now praise his cooking skills, the restaurant owner still thinks that he has not reached 1% of Miyu's level. "No need to thank you. These are your own efforts." Miyu shook his head and replied, "Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar published this novel for the first time. Chef skills cannot help people who eat food improve their cooking skills. It is mainly because the restaurant owner has practiced something himself. You are too modest." The restaurant owner looked at Kushina, who was silent next to him, so he took the initiative to ask, "Do you still want to borrow the kitchen?" "I can borrow it any time. You should be very busy here, so we won't bother you." Miyu declined the restaurant owner's kindness. It is the peak dining time in the restaurant now. He will delay a lot of time by borrowing it. I am afraid that some customers will be dissatisfied. Konoha is not the only place where you can cook. Miyu thinks it is unnecessary. "Don't bother me. I have a small kitchen that I don't use very often. I usually use it when I study cooking. Today I just put a batch of fresh ingredients in it," the restaurant owner explained. Miyu glanced at Kushina with her peripheral vision. Kushina was about to say something but stopped and finally closed her mouth. "Then I will trouble you." Miyu nodded and agreed when she saw that the restaurant owner had said this. Since it would not affect the restaurant's business, Miyu had no reason to refuse the restaurant owner's kindness, and Kushina seemed to be in a hurry to eat. The restaurant owner took Miyu and Kushina into the small kitchen and left. Miyu glanced at the ingredients and quickly thought of the dishes to be made. Kushina was too embarrassed to eat for free, so she took the initiative to help Miyu. When she saw the ingredients gradually turned into delicious dishes under Miyu's processing, Kushina could hardly hold back her drool. Braised pork, squirrel fish. Kushina looked at the finished dishes with eager eyes. She dreamed of eating the braised pork with preserved vegetables made by Miyu yesterday. Miyu didn't let Kushina wait too long. When she felt it was almost done, she stopped and started eating with Kushina in the small kitchen. "I'm starting." Although the environment was not an ordinary dining environment, Kushina still said it with a sense of ritual. When Kushina picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into her mouth to chew, she couldn't help showing a happy smile on her face. In a trance, Kushina seemed to have gone to a free world, and an extremely happy feeling surged in her heart. At this moment, Kushina just wanted to say, "I'm back, I'm all back." Then Kushina took a chopstick of each dish and savored the flavor carefully, and then she showed her true eating ability and quickly devoured the food in front of her like a whirlwind. It's so delicious. Compared with your food, Miyu, the food that the Anbu bought for me is simply not edible. Kushina almost shed tears of emotion. Sometimes Kushina wondered why there was no ninjutsu for long-distance transmission, so that she could get Miyu's food on the battlefield. But Kushina was just thinking about it. How could she have the nerve to bother Miyu to spend energy to cook for her in the battlefield environment? It's a pity that Minato is not here. He hasn't eaten your food for a long time. Kushina thought of Minato Nimikaze, who was far away in the land of hot springs. Although she is very happy now, Kushina thinks that the happiest time is when the three of them eat and chat together. You two are so in tune with each other, Miyu said jokingly. Minato sent me a letter, asking me to cook you a meal if I return to Konoha, saying that you must have been craving for it so much that you dreamed about it after not eating for so long. What? Why do I seem to be the only one who thinks about eating? I think it was Minato who dreamed about it, Kushina said with a slightly red face and a panicked look. Kushina was a little panicked because she really dreamed about it yesterday. Now Kushina felt embarrassed like a child whose secret fantasy was exposed. Maybe. Miyu smiled and did not continue to extend the topic. Let's take a walk. We need to digest the meal after eating. By the way, I want to test whether you have studied the sealing technique seriously recently. Kushina quickly changed the subject. Miyu nodded in agreement, and then the two walked to the park pavilion together. Kushina asked Miyu a few questions about the more advanced knowledge of the sealing technique. Miyu's performance exceeded Kushina's expectations. Miyu calmly answered all of Kushina's questions, and she did not look like a ninja who had only studied the sealing technique for more than 2 years. Miyu, you must be very tired. You have to train and spend a lot of time learning the sealing technique. Kushina thought that Miyu spent a lot of time and effort to learn. Not bad, Miyu replied. He did spend a lot of time on the sealing technique, but the training in other aspects was not as Kushina thought. Most of them were directly added by the system. Then Kushina taught Miyu some knowledge of the sealing technique. She had a feeling that maybe she would not be able to teach Miyu for a long time. Miyu was really talented and hard-working. When they said goodbye, Miyu asked Kushina to find a ninja to notify him directly if she wanted to have a hot meal. The next morning, Miyu went to the South Forest and saw Obito standing there with an expectant look on his face. Chapter 465, Hokage Election. Obito got up very early today, because he has become a Jonin. According to Kakashi and the others' experience, Miyu will give him a Jonin gift. Obito is looking forward to this, and he also wants to have a summoning beast with great potential. At the same time, Obito is a little worried. Miyu said before that he has no ninja beast eggs for the time being, which means that Obito's Jonin gift may not be a ninja beast egg, but may be other gifts. Although Obito will be very happy as long as it is a gift from Miyu, if Kakashi has it but he doesn't, Obito will still feel a little uncomfortable. Looking at Miyu coming, Obito cast an expectant look. When Obito saw Miyu walking in front of him with empty hands, Obito felt a little uneasy. He looked left and right and Miyu didn't seem to have any ninja beast eggs hidden on her body. After all, the ninja beast eggs that Miyu gave away were not small, and it was quite difficult to hide them on her body. Seeing that Obito seemed a little disappointed, Miyu took out the ninja beast egg from the system backpack with a thought, and a big egg appeared out of thin air in Miyu's hand. Obito, congratulations on becoming a Jonin. Miyu showed a warm smile and handed Obito a Pokemon egg that only Obito could hatch. The disappointment on Obito's face faded, replaced by an indescribable joy. Teacher Miyu, thank you for your gift. I will definitely hatch the ninja beast and train it into the strongest summon beast, Obito said excitedly with his fists clenched. Although he said it's just so-so and I don't like summon beasts very much before, these were just angry words, not what Obito really thought. The protagonist of a ninja novel usually has a fierce and handsome summoned beast, usually a tiger or a lion or a flying dragon. Obito also wants to have a handsome and fierce summoned beast like the protagonist of the novel. Well, I believe it. Miyu smiled and nodded. You gave your disciple a Pokemon egg. Because your disciple was very grateful for the reward, you got a big critical hit and got the reward. Water style, Sky Cry, Mastery level. As the reward information popped up, Miyu's mind appeared with a lot of training experience related to Sky Cry. In fact, Danki Muayu had used it before in class, but only twice, so his proficiency was still at the entry level. Now he has mastered it directly, which is not bad. Unlike the water-style ninjutsu of Water Dragon Bullet, Danki is a water-style ninjutsu that breaks through the surface with a point. Its main feature is its high speed and high penetration. Moreover, it is difficult to detect because its body is as thin as a needle. Holding the hard-earned ninja beast egg in his arms, Obito couldn't help but smile. He was imagining how tall and mighty ninja beast would appear after his ninja beast egg hatched. Until Kakashi and Shisui came, Obito was still holding the ninja beast egg and having fun. Kakashi walked past Obito with a calm face. He got the ninja beast egg earlier than Obito, and the ninja beast had hatched. "Kakashi, how do you know I was promoted to Jonin?" Obito couldn't help but say after seeing Kakashi. "Kakashi, who asked you?" "It's not uncommon to be promoted to Jonin. Look at Shisui, he became a Jonin at the age of 8. This is something worth talking about," Kakashi said bluntly. Because the Wuxiang sword was too difficult, Kakashi had not made any progress. He originally wanted to concentrate on training and ignore other things. Since Obito wanted to make trouble for himself, Kakashi would not be polite. Shisui." Obito was speechless, and for a moment he didn't know how to refute. It stands to reason that he was the youngest among Konoha's Jonins at the age of 10, but compared to Shisui's years old, it was indeed a little behind. "If you have too much free time, practice more. Otherwise you won't be able to enter the second round of the next civil war." "Shisui has also mastered the flame-breathing chakra mode," Kakashi said, and entered the state to start training. He didn't say this just to annoy Obito. Shisui's breakthrough did bring him a lot of pressure. Kakashi thought that if the disciples' civil war started immediately, he was not 100% sure to defeat anyone. Might Guy was an opponent he would definitely not be able to beat, and Kakashi was not very sure about Shisui and Obito as opponents. Among them, Kakashi felt that he would have a greater chance of winning against Obito than against Shisui. Obito was speechless holding the egg. Kakashi had said all the good and bad things to him, and he couldn't even refute anything. Then now Shisui has one more armament haki than me. Obito held the egg in his right hand and scratched his head with his left hand. Although Obito's fire breathing was still a little stronger, it was not strong enough to make up for the difference of one armament haki secret technique. The only thing that made Obito feel fortunate was that they had limited chakra now. If Shisui used the fire-breathing chakra mode in the battle, it would be difficult for him to save chakra to use armament haki. If Shisui used armament haki first, then the amount of fire escape that could be released by the fire-breathing chakra mode later would be less. Obito could only reluctantly put the ninja beast egg in a safe place and then began to practice. It was really painful to always be at the bottom of the civil war. It was not just a matter of face, but the punishment was also difficult for Obito to accept. The practice lasted until 5:30 in the afternoon. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, when Miyu had prepared the meal and was ready to eat, there was a knock on his door. Miyu did not go to open the door directly. He opened his eyes and looked at the door. He found that the person knocking on the door was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then Miyu walked to the door at a normal speed and opened it. When he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, he made a surprised expression, as if he was surprised why the busy third Hokage appeared at his door. "Sister Sandaime, please come in." Miyu quickly invited Sarutobi Hiruzen in. After he reacted, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the steaming hot dishes on the table and smiled apologetically and said, "I'm so sorry, it seems that I disturbed you from enjoying your dinner." Miyu: "No, have you eaten, Sir Sandaime?" Miyu played the classic starting card. "No, there are a lot of things to deal with recently. I just left the Hokage building." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. "If I had time, I would have called you, the great hero of the East Coast battlefield, to the Hokage building to have a chat." Sarutobi Hiruzen used a joke to point out his importance to Miyu. "No, Lord Orochimaru is the real hero of the East Coast battlefield," Miyu said seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen said it was nice, but he couldn't accept it all. The commander with the highest position must have made the greatest contribution. "If you don't mind, Sandaime-sama, why don't you have dinner at my place? I know a thing or two about cooking." "Then I'll look forward to your cooking skills, Miyu." Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed with a smile. There are many reasons why he chose to come to Miyu's house in person, one of which is to make Miyu feel better about him. In the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen's image in Miyu's place was more of a good Hokage and a good teacher. Today, he has to put down his status and be an ordinary elder of Miyu. Eating together is a good start. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't agree to eat just because Miyu knew a thing or two about cooking. He was the Hokage of the 5 major ninja villages, and he had tasted all kinds of food. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed very busy during the war, but even the ninja world didn't have to fight every year. The life of a Hokage in peacetime was very nourishing. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who didn't care, changed his expression after eating the first bite of fried meat. With his rich vocabulary, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know what words to use to describe such deliciousness. He seemed to be a wild beast running on the prairie, and the sense of freedom surrounded his heart. When he came to his senses, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes changed when he looked at Miyu. If he didn't have extremely terrifying ninjutsu skills, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have thought he was under an illusion, but he knew very well that he was not under any ninjutsu just now. The feeling of being in the scene was completely an illusion caused by the food being too delicious. Miyu, you should change your modesty. This is not just a little knowledge, but unparalleled in the world. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed as he savored the indescribable deliciousness just now. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 6 = 9 plus Book Bar released this novel for the first time. He took back his words. Sarutobi Hiruzen had never eaten such delicious food before. A dish could actually have such a magical effect. Sandame-sama, you are too kind. The ninja world is so vast that the word unparalleled is too exaggerated. Miyu said modestly. It would be nice if Jiraiya could be in harmony with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled helplessly, and then his hand unconsciously picked up the food on another plate. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have entered the world of food, and did not bring up any topics other than cooking before finishing the meal. After finishing the meal, Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered his purpose. It's good to chat in this environment. If we were in a Hokage's office, there would be no place for you, Miyu, to sit. Sarutobi Hiruzen said jokingly. Miyu, relax. I'm not going to discuss anything important with you. Just treat me as an ordinary elder in the family. Let's chat casually. The expression on Miyu's face eased a lot, as if she was moved by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Asuma has been practicing hard recently, and has learned a lot of wind and fire escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to really just want to chat with Miyu about some family matters, and talked about Asuma's practice. Asuma is actually a very hard-working kid, although Asuma usually seems a little rebellious and disrespectful to you, the Sandame-sama. He actually wants to be recognized by you. Miyu followed Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and helped them adjust the father-son relationship. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed slightly. He has been the Hokage for so many years. Can't he see his son's thoughts? But sometimes Sarutobi Hiruzen is worried that Asuma will be complacent and then lower his expectations. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen talked a lot with Miyu. From Asuma and the work of the ninja school to the battlefield and the situation in the ninja world. Miyu, which ninja do you think is most qualified to become the 4th generation Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked. Miyu is a ninja born in the root after all. Although according to Sarutobi Hiruzen's observation, Miyu should prefer the life of the ninja school teacher and ordinary ninja. He knows a little about what the ninja of the root has been trained. Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot rule out that Shimura Danzo used this to make Miyu support Orochimaru to become Hokage, before Miyu went to the East Coast battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not worried about this, but now Miyu has become the second Namikaze Minato. Not only is he powerful, but he also has a lot of influence in Konoha, coupled with the power of Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen is worried that if things continue to develop, something he doesn't want to see will happen when the 4th Hokage is elected. Miyu looked thoughtful, as if he was seriously choosing the candidate in his mind. I think Lord Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya, and Lady Tsunade are all qualified to be the 4th Hokage. Miyu seemed to be unable to make a decision. In fact, it is best to answer this kind of thing with this matter is too serious to be evaluated. But Sarutobi Hiruzen said before that he would just chat casually, so Miyu couldn't refuse like this. Hearing Miyu's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost laughed. He asked which ninja, but Miyu said 3 in one breath, and talked about all 3 of his disciples. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen also achieved his goal. Since Miyu has this political wisdom, he should not be fooled by Shimura Danzo and support Orochimaru without thinking. Then what qualities do they have that make you, Miyu, think they are qualified to become the fourth Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to ask. As long as Miyu didn't talk nonsense, Sarutobi Hiruzen could feel a little bit of Miyu's specific preference from her mouth. Lord Jiraiya is powerful, has made great achievements for Konoha on the battlefield, and is kind. Miyu praised the three ninjas without changing her expression. Miyu didn't want to get involved in the fight for the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen would let whoever he wanted to be the Hokage be the one. Miyu just wanted to get more rewards to improve her strength. It didn't make much difference to Miyu who became the Hokage, because Miyu had a good relationship with them. Tsunade and Miyu were both teachers and friends. In Jiraiya's eyes, Miyu was an excellent ninja similar to Namikaze Minato. Orochimaru was optimistic about Miyu and wanted to cultivate her into a confidant. Namikaze Minato was a very good friend of Miyu. No matter who became the Hokage, it would not have a negative impact on Miyu. Even if Shimura Danzo became Hokage, it would only be good for Miyu, because in Shimura Danzo's perspective, Miyu was still his capable subordinate. They have the advantages you mentioned, but they also have many disadvantages. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know whether Miyu had no bias or was worried about offending people by saying the wrong thing. He didn't feel that Miyu would favor someone at all. Miyu didn't respond to this sentence. As a teacher, it was okay for Sarutobi Hiruzen to say something. How could he, a rising star, follow the predecessors who became famous in the ninja world during World War II? Then Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't talk about the topic of Naruto anymore, but talked to Miyu about his training and explained his experience in practicing combined ninjutsu. Miyu, if you are free, please take some time to teach Asuma. This child will recognize you, Sarutobi Hiruzen said before leaving. I will go there to check his training results tomorrow. Miyu nodded and replied, although there is no reward, Asuma is also considered half a disciple of Miyu. Miyu will try to teach him when she has time. However, what Miyu did not expect was that not long after Sarutobi Hiruzen left, the information from the route arrived. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466 Xiaogang and Lord Miyu. Miyu went to the root base secretly as Shimura Danzo said. He had to say that Sarutobi Hiruzen was more humane. They were both meeting, but Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to go to Miyu's house after get off work, while Shimura Danzo still acted like a leader and asked Miyu to go to the root base. Of course, Shimura Danzo may have considered the impact and didn't want Sarutobi Hiruzen to know that Miyu was still connected to the root. Miyu could think of this, but it didn't prevent him from thinking that Shimura Danzo was not good enough. Danzo, after entering the root base, Miyu immediately got into the state and shouted respectfully to Shimura Danzo. Whether it was his attitude or expression, there was nothing wrong with him. Shimura Danzo, who was sitting in the office chair, nodded slightly with satisfaction. From Miyu's attitude, he could see that Miyu was still the subordinate who was loyal to the root and Konoha. You did a good job on the East Coast battlefield, and you showed the momentum that we Konoha ninjas should have, Shimura Danzo praised. Shimura Danzo rarely praises people, because he thinks that only by spurring people can they make progress, but Miyu's performance in this mission is really impeccable. The most important thing is that Miyu made Shimura Danzo slap Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face at the high-level meeting, which is the main reason why Shimura Danzo praised Miyu. Since the beginning of the war, Shimura Danzo has been irritated by Sarutobi Hiruzen a lot. This time, he finally got rid of his anger and let Sarutobi Hiruzen know his vision. This is what I should do as a root ninja and a Konoha ninja. I will never let off the enemies who dare to go to war with Konoha, Miyu replied in a deep voice. If it was Sarutobi Hiruzen standing opposite him, Miyu would be more modest and downplay his own contributions and focus on the group and the Supreme Commander, but now it was Shimura Danzo standing in front of him, so Miyu had to answer more hawkishly, which is the so-called serving dishes to people. That's right, you can't be soft when dealing with the enemy. If it weren't for the overall situation, I would have to go to the battlefield myself to make those Karagakure look bad. Shimura Danzo was very satisfied with Muyu's answer, and he looked at Muyu with more appreciation. If he was not still in his prime, he would probably train Muyu as his successor. Shimura Danzo thought that if he trained the successor before he became weak, it would be easy for problems. He was in good health, so what did he want the successor to do? It was not just to let someone take away his power for nothing. Then Shimura Danzo gave a look to the root ninja next to him, and the root ninja quickly brought a few scrolls and placed them on Shimura Danzo's desk. I heard that you are very interested in sealing techniques. These scrolls record a lot of sealing techniques knowledge and advanced sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. They are one of the rewards for your mission this time, Shimura Danzo introduced. Although he was very happy to be trained by Sarutobi Hiruzen for free, Shimura Danzo was worried that Muyu would be subtly influenced by Sarutobi Hiruzen to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, so he decided to give Muyu a big reward. After all, Muyu is different from ordinary root members. She is a strong man who can play a role on the battlefield. Even if Muyu leaves the root now, Shimura Danzo can't do anything to Muyu. However, Shimura Danzo thinks that this kind of thing is impossible. If Muyu really wants to draw a line with him for no reason, she must have some kind of ambition. For the safety of Konoha, Shimura Danzo will investigate Muyu in detail. Thank you, Danzo. Muyu showed a grateful expression. Muyu learned the most orthodox whirlpool sealing technique from Kushina, and it is a bit late for Shimura Danzo to give it to her now. However, Shimura Danzo has indeed practiced a lot of sealing techniques, and there should be some content in several scrolls that Muyu has not touched upon. I saw the wind escape you demonstrated at Hiruzen before. Although it is not bad, it is still a long way from being a real wind escape master. This is some of my experience in practicing wind escape, and it is also your reward for this mission. Then Shimura Danzo took out another blue scroll and put it on the table. Hearing that it was Shimura Danzo's own experience in wind escape training, Muyu showed a surprised expression, followed by visible excitement and gratitude. I have watched you grow up since I was a child. When you first entered the root, I knew that you were a useful ninja to Konoha. Then Shimura Danzo also talked about the time when Muyu first entered the root. Muyu showed a nostalgic look, but in fact, there was no fluctuation in her heart. Shimura Danzo was also very easy to understand. He gave rewards and talked about the past. It was nothing more than seeing that Muyu's strength was getting stronger and her status in Konoha was getting higher and higher, and he wanted to consolidate his great image in Muyu's heart. After all, Muyu is now completely different from ordinary root members. Not only in terms of strength, Muyu and Shimura Danzo only see each other a few times a year. Even if Shimura Danzo wants to puah Muyu, it is difficult for him to have a chance. Strength is important, but planning and strategy are equally important. Muyu, you must not forget the root and forget me when you encounter something. Shimura Danzo belittled Muyu's strategy and said that he should rely more on the root. What else can Muyu say? It can only be right. After playing a rivalry with Shimura Danzo, Muyu took a bath before returning home and began to read the scroll of sealing technique given to him by Shimura Danzo. For Muyu, Shimura Danzo and the root are actually more helpful now. He only needs to occasionally play a scene with Shimura Danzo, and he can use the power of the root through Shimura Danzo, and also obtain some resources. If Shimura Danzo wants to harm Muyu, Muyu will turn against him. He is no longer the Chunin teacher who just entered the ninja school. Now Muyu is one of the strongest ninjas in the new era of Konoha, and is the fiery son Muyu who is as famous as the Yellow Flash. The next day, because of the agreement with Sarutobi Hiruzen to guide Asuma's training today, Muyu only asked the shadow clone to go to the South Forest, and the main body went to the agreed place to meet Asuma. Asuma arrived very early, and Muyu set off 10 minutes in advance, but when he arrived at the place, he found that Asuma had already arrived at the training ground. Mr. Muyu, good morning. Asuma waved and greeted Muyu after seeing Muyu, while trotting to Muyu's side. Yeah, good morning. Muyu smiled and responded, giving Asuma an appraisal. Name, Sarutobi Asuma, Chakra, 4800, Skills, Wind attribute chakra nature change, proficient level, 2203 thousandths. Fire attribute chakra nature change, proficient level, 1703 thousandths. Wind breathing, entry, 497 500. According to the standards of Chunin, Asuma's panel looks pretty good, but because of chance and other reasons, Asuma and Kakashi have opened up a big gap. Mr. Miyu, I knew that you would become famous in the ninja world sooner or later. Sure enough, you became famous as soon as you had a stage to show yourself, Asuma said proudly. A long time ago, when Miyu was still his tutor, Asuma felt that Miyu would be a strong man in the ninja world in the future. Asuma didn't know how to describe it, he just felt that Miyu was his ideal perfect ninja. Humble, gentle, good at teaching, strong, gifted. Miyu seemed to have advantages all over her body. If I were to say, Miyu, should be the Hokage, you will definitely surpass all the previous Hokage and become the greatest Hokage in Konoha's history, Asuma said outrageously. Miyu smiled dumbly. Asuma still didn't change at all. He said something that would make his old father's blood pressure soar. Just say it casually in front of me. But don't say it in front of the Sandaime, Miyu reminded. I'm telling the truth. The old man has so many bad habits. If he knows better, he should have abdicated earlier. Asuma thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen and curled his lips. Okay, let's not talk about other things. Today is mainly about training. Miyu began to talk about today's business. Asuma nodded and said nothing more. Shadow clone technique. Miyu made a seal to create a shadow clone. Next, you have to fight my shadow clone with all your strength. I want to see your specific strength now, Miyu said. Only by combining appraisal with actual combat can the most perfect conclusion be drawn, and then a suitable training plan can be made. Asuma did not hold back, and used all his abilities to the extreme to fight with Miyu's shadow clone. He knew that Miyu was very strong, and it was difficult for him to hurt even Miyu's shadow clone. After the battle, Miyu let Asuma rest for a while, and Miyu took this time to help Asuma make the next training plan. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. The current training focus is wind breathing, mastering the Changzong of wind breathing, and then improving the wind attribute chakra nature change. After writing, Miyu gave the schedule to Asuma and said, Miyu believes that ninjas should specialize in one nature change in the early stage, and first practice a certain nature change to the mastery level. Of course, except for super geniuses, as long as the talent is enough, they can keep progress by going hand in hand. In addition to Asuma, Miyu also gave Nohara Rin a special training. Although Nohara Rin did not directly promote to a Jonin like Obito, she also got a promotion opportunity. As long as she passed the examination, she could be promoted to a formal Jonin. Unlike Might Guy and Obito, Nohara Rin's theory is actually quite good, but her practical ability is lacking. In order to let Nohara Rin grasp both practical level and medical ability, Miyu specially invited Tsunade to be a consultant for the special training plan to assist Miyu in the special training for Nohara Rin's promotion to a Jonin. 3 months of dinner plus 20 character cards for Ninja Kill. I won't do it if I lose one, Tsunade said in a tough attitude. Tsunade hasn't eaten Miyu's food for a long time, because Miyu was on the battlefield, and the cards of Ninja Kill had not been updated for a long time. First of all, I may not be able to stay in Konoha for 3 months, and secondly, 20 character cards are too many. The current character cards of Ninja Kill are less than 20. Miyu bargained with reason. Although for him, making a character card is just to recall the memory of the previous life, but this thing can't be too easy. The easier it is to get, the less it will be cherished, so it has to be kept hanging. You have a point. Then let's change the character card to 10. Tsunade thought for a while and replied, after all, this requires thinking, and skills must be designed according to the life of the character, and balance must be considered. It is more complicated. Making too many at once will consume your mind and it is easy to be shoddy. But dinner can't be missed. If you went out for a mission 3 months ago, you can make up for it when you come back, Tsunade added. It's been too long since she last ate, and Tsunade wanted to eat well, the kind that has no interruption every day. Tsunade-sama, you have asked for too many things at once. In the past, It was just a few meals. Shizune couldn't help but complain. Shizune also missed Miyu's cooking, but Shizune didn't want to bother Miyu specifically. After all, Miyu gave her the feeling that was a bit similar to the young Sannin. It was really a bit of an exaggeration to bother a strong man of this level just for a meal, because Miyu used to be sensible enough to come and cook by himself. It's been a long time since we last had dinner, Tsunade said confidently, as if Miyu should take the blame. 5 character cards. The number of dinners remains the same. Miyu cut the number of character cards again. Miyu knew Tsunade's core goal. As long as the number of dinners remained the same, there was nothing to talk about. No, Tsunade crossed her arms and looked very determined. Then I won't bother you, Lady Tsunade. Miyu turned around and seemed to be about to leave. Tsunade was anxious, and her foot burst out with chakra and body snap technique to reach Miyu and grab Miyu's arm. Why are you so stingy, kid? 7 is fine. Tsunade put one hand on her waist and looked a little dissatisfied. Miyu smiled faintly and continued to walk forward without replying. Tsunade then realized that Miyu was quite strong and she couldn't hold him with one hand. Forget it. I give up on you. 5 is 5, but tonight must be a little more sumptuous, with roast chicken, beggar chicken and so on. Tsunade had no choice but to agree to Miyu's proposal, but she made a small request to supplement herself. Next, I'll trouble you, Lady Tsunade. Miyu stopped and turned around and smiled faintly. Tsunade waved her hand. No, don't call me Lady Tsunade. You are Lady Miyu. You can call me Little Tsunade from now on. Tsunade understood Miyu. The respect she called Lady Tsunade was actually not the case at all. Tsunade carefully recalled her memories since she met Miyu and found that she was really controlled by Miyu. Not only did she teach Miyu a lot of medical ninjutsu knowledge, she also helped Miyu to take on disciples. Nohara Lin really treated her as her own disciple. Then Tsunade was still helping Miyu to perfect the Yang seal. She had to take some time out every day to study it. Obviously, she was happily playing badly. Thinking of this, Tsunade felt that 3 months of dinner was too little, so she had to let Miyu take care of her breakfast, lunch and dinner for 5 years. Tsunade-sama, that's not true. You have always been the medical ninja that I admire the most, Miyu said as he sent out a shadow clone to buy groceries. Miyu didn't lie. He really admired Tsunade the most among medical ninjas, because there were only a few medical ninjas with names in Hokage, and Tsunade was just joking. If Miyu really called Tsunade Little Tsunade, Tsunade's fist would accidentally hit him in the next moment. P.S. My neck has been a little uncomfortable from staying up late to write recently. I'll go to bed early today to see if it feels better. If it does, I'll write more tomorrow. Chapter 467, Akaya returns to glory. After a day of training, Shisui took the initiative to invite Obito to walk back to the Uchiha clan. On the way, Shisui asked, Obito, are you going to attend the clan meeting at 8 o'clock? The Uchiha clan meetings would be notified in advance. Shisui received the notice of the clan meeting today last night, and it stands to reason that Obito would also receive it, because there is only one threshold for the Uchiha clan meeting, that is, the identity of a ninja. Whether it is a genin, a chunin, or a jonin, as long as it is a ninja, you can go to the clan meeting. On the contrary, ordinary people or students of the ninja school do not have the right to participate in the clan meeting. This is also the reason why Shisui did not refute when he was besieged at the clan meeting. It really violated the rules of the Uchiha clan meeting. If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten it. The 8th elder came to tell me yesterday. Obito remembered that there would be a clan meeting tonight. I don't want to go. It feels boring. I might as well practice more if I have that time, Obito replied. Obito had only attended the clan meeting once, and that time he attended with Shisui. He felt that the Uchiha ninjas in the clan meeting were boring, full of self-righteous adults who only wanted to hear what they wanted to hear. Obito's answer was within Shisui's expectations, because the last clan meeting did leave a bad impression on them. If he didn't want to change the Uchiha, I'm afraid Shisui would not be willing to deal with those clan members who were immersed in the glory of the past. They gave Shisui a feeling that the Uchiha was everything, and things outside the family were not important. Shisui thought that this idea was incorrect and too extreme, and the Uchiha was also a part of Konoha. If possible, can you go with me? I want to attend another clan meeting. Shisui invited. He wanted Obito to go to the clan meeting with him. It's not that Shisui was afraid that he would be nervous if he went alone, but Shisui wanted to use Obito's momentum to increase his voice. If Shisui went alone, he would just be a genius. If Obito was willing to go with him, they would be two geniuses. Others would regard them as a small group and count their strength together. It's okay if I go with you, but it's a bit lonely if I go alone. Obito readily agreed. He didn't think too much about it, he just went because his friend invited him. Obito has a way to deal with this situation. When he doesn't like the class, he will concentrate on imagining something, so that he can't hear what he doesn't want to hear. When he comes to his senses, the class is over. Obito is going to use this set of mysterious techniques to deal with the clan meeting. If he doesn't like to listen, he just won't listen. I'll find you when the time comes. Shisui smiled. After arriving at the Uchiha clan, the two separated. Obito went straight home, while Shisui went to the nearby market to buy vegetables. Shisui lived alone, and he had just returned from the battlefield, so he didn't have any prepared ingredients. If he wanted to cook, he had to buy vegetables first. After buying vegetables, Shisui returned to his home. Shisui's home was very quiet, with only the slight footsteps of Shisui and the sound of fiddling with pots and pans. Dong dong. When Shisui was preparing dinner, there was a knock on his door. At this time, could it be that Obito has something urgent to do? Shisui put down the kitchen utensils, untied his apron and walked to the door. It was dinner time now, and basically no one would come to see him at this time, because he had just agreed with Obito to go to the clan meeting together, and Shisui thought that something had happened to Obito. When Shisui opened the door, he was surprised and happy when he saw the figure outside. "Uncle, you are back," Shisui greeted. The person who came was Shisui's uncle Uchiha Nobuhiro. "Well, I just came back today, so I came to see you," Uchiha Nobuhiro replied with a smile. Because Shisui lost his parents very early, Uchiha Nobuhiro has always been worried about whether Shisui can grow up normally, and he would come to take care of Shisui when he has time. Recently, Uchiha Nobuhiro heard some information about Shisui. When he learned that Shisui had won the title of Instant Body Shisui on the battlefield, Uchiha Nobuhiro was excited and relieved. At the same age, Shisui's grandfather Uchiha Kagami was far inferior to the current Shisui. He became famous on the battlefield at the age of 8. "Have you had dinner yet? If not, I'll make you some," Uchiha Nobuhiro asked. Shisui invited Uchiha Nobuhiro into his home and shook his head and said, "I haven't eaten yet, but I was just making it, so I don't need to bother you, uncle." Uchiha Nobuhiro finally came here. Shisui didn't want to bother Uchiha Nobuhiro too much. "Uncle, have you eaten yet? If not, I'll make more." Shisui turned around and asked, "Then I'll try your cooking skills today," Uchiha Nobuhiro said with a laugh. Shisui had this intention, so Uchiha Nobuhiro was willing to accept it. After all, Shisui was no longer the child who needed his care before, but a flash-like Shisui who could kill enemies on the battlefield. During the meal, Shisui took the initiative to talk about some of his experiences on the East Coast battlefield. In the past, Uchiha Nobuhiro talked about his mission experience, so Shisui also wanted to share some of his own things. "It's really dangerous. I actually encountered the ninja of the level of the 7 ninja swordsmen." Uchiha Nobuhiro sighed after listening to Shisui's story about the encounter. The encounter in the Konoha newspaper was about Konoha ninjas who were extremely brave and killed the Kirigakure indiscriminately, while Shisui's personal experience was full of dangers. Every teammate had to give his best and even break through the limit to barely deal with the enemy. In the end, if Miyu had not arrived in time, Shisui's entire team might have died there. Although he had never fought against the 7 ninja swordsmen, Uchiha Nobuhiro had heard of the brutal reputation of this elite team. Uchiha Nobuhiro felt that he could only beat one at most. "Shisui, it is indeed a good thing that you can meet a teacher like Miyu," Uchiha Nobuhiro said while eating. "A good teacher can provide a lot of help to students, not only guidance on cultivation, but also provide connections and resources." Uchiha Nobuhiro found that Shisui was really a bit like Uchiha Kagami, both geniuses and both had a good teacher. Although Miyu was not a Hokage, Uchiha Nobuhiro believed that with the ability shown by Miyu, he would at least be a Konoha high level in the future, and would definitely not be bad. It is indeed my luck to meet teacher Miyu. Shisui showed an expression of approval. He couldn't imagine what he would be like if he hadn't met Miyu teacher. Would he be able to get rid of the influence of the extreme teachings in the Uchiha clan? Would he have the strength he has now? Would his life be so happy? Shisui thought about it for a while and found that he couldn't imagine it at all, because he felt that it must be a bad story just by thinking about it, and he sincerely resisted to think about it in depth. After Shisui finished speaking, Uchiha Nobuhiro also talked about his recent mission experience, and didn't stop until the time when the clan meeting was about to begin. "Uncle, are you going to attend the clan meeting tonight?" Shisui looked at the time and asked proactively. Uchiha Nobuhiro had just returned, and he was not sure whether Uchiha Nobuhiro was interested in attending the clan meeting. "Well, Shisui, do you want to go with us?" Uchiha Nobuhiro nodded and replied. If he was in Konoha, Uchiha Nobuhiro would usually go to the clan meeting. He wanted to observe the atmosphere in the clan to prevent the Uchiha Setsuna incident from happening again. "Okay, but I have to ask a friend to go with me first. We have agreed before," Shisui explained. "Then let's go now and go to your friend's house. It's almost time now," Uchiha Nobuhiro suggested. Then the two of them went to Obito's house together and met up with Obito. "This is my uncle Uchiha Nobuhiro." Shisui briefly introduced Uchiha Nobuhiro. "Hello, Uncle Nobuhiro." Obito smiled and greeted Uchiha Nobuhiro. Before Shisui introduced Obito, Uchiha Nobuhiro smiled and said, "Hello, Obito, I know you. Our Uchiha's great genius." "Hee, it's okay, just an average genius." Obito scratched the back of his head and replied with a smile. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book _ released this novel for the first time. He likes honest people like Uchiha Nobuhiro. On the way to Nanga Shrine, the three of them walked and talked, and got to know each other better. When they were about to reach Nanga Shrine, Obito also saw Uchiha Inahiro, who was barely an acquaintance. After Obito and the others walked into Nanga Shrine, they found a few common futons and sat down. There are no rules for where to sit during the clan meeting. Only the clan leader needs to sit in the front and face everyone. "Elder Shanking, please start." Uchiha Fugaku looked at a middle-aged ninja in the first row who looked serious and said, "There are two types of Uchiha clan meetings. One is the routine clan meeting, which is held at a fixed time every month. The second type is when the clan leader or elders take the initiative to convene a clan meeting, or when a large number of clan members show a strong desire to hold a clan meeting. A clan meeting can also be held. This clan meeting is the second situation. The elder named Uchiha Shanking took the initiative to convene a clan meeting." Uchiha Shanking nodded slightly, stood up and walked to Uchiha Fugaku and sat down facing many Uchiha ninjas. "First of all, I want to praise two clan members today. They are the pride of our Uchiha," Uchiha Shanking said with a smile. The Uchiha ninjas at the scene looked at each other, wondering which two clan members were worthy of the elder's praise at the clan meeting. "There won't be Inahori. I remember he worked very hard." "That shouldn't be the case. How could he be named and praised at the clan meeting for such a reason?" The Uchiha ninjas discussed with their familiar clan members. Some Uchiha ninjas who paid more attention to the battlefield information focused their attention on Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Obito. Although it sounds a bit absurd, the two most famous Uchiha in recent times are Shisui and Obito, who were reported in the Konoha newspaper. Because most of the ninjas of the Uchiha clan work in the police department, there are very few Uchiha who have participated in the war, and even fewer of them are powerful, which led to this result. These two people are Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Obito. They showed the style of the Uchiha clan on the battlefield of Kirigakure. Zigashan Fugagi, one of the famous ninja swordsmen of the 7 ninja swordsmen in the ninja world, was killed by Obito in the recent war. Uchiha Shanking said loudly. Some Uchiha who didn't pay attention to the recent war news looked at Obito and Shisui with surprise. Some young genin may not know, but Chunin and Jonin who have some experience basically know the reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. These 7 are all elite among the Jonin. Each of them is not easy to deal with, and the 7 together are even more powerful. Obito actually killed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon. Uchiha Inahiro was extremely shocked. Recently, he has been immersed in work and training, and has not paid much attention to the news of the outside world. He never thought that Obito's strength would reach such a level. "Well, I didn't kill it alone. Kakashi and I killed it together," Obito corrected. Although he was very happy to see the shocked faces of the tribesmen next to him, Obito didn't want to take all the credit on himself. At that time, he and Kakashi could be said to have tried their best to barely kill the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon. Obito loves a little vanity, but he will not take credit for his teammates' desperate efforts, even if it was Kakashi. "Well, I believe that it must be because of your efforts, Obito, that you killed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon with Hitake Kakashi," Uchiha Shisui said with an unchanged expression. Obito actually wanted to say that they contributed about the same amount of effort, and insisted that Kakashi was the leader, but after thinking about it, he felt that there was no need to explain it this way, so he didn't say it. Shisui frowned slightly. He remembered that the report was written very clearly that it was Kakashi who killed the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon with his own hands. Why did Uchiha Shisui insist on emphasizing that Obito had a greater contribution to distinguish the two? Now they have all become Konoha's Jonin. Shisui even broke the record of Konoha's youngest Jonin, becoming the first Jonin in Konoha's history who was only 8 years old. After Obito and Uchiha Shisui finished speaking, they began to talk about Shisui again. "This is the ninja of our Uchiha clan. It can be seen that our Uchiha clan has never lacked talents. We just lack the stage and the opportunity," Uchiha Shisui said, standing up and waving his fist excitedly. The seated Uchiha ninjas couldn't help but applaud Uchiha Shisui. "We Uchiha have always been the strongest ninja clan, and that's proof. If the opportunity comes, we Uchiha will definitely return to the glory of the Warring States period." Many Uchiha ninjas expressed their opinions, which made Shisui frown. Shisui subconsciously looked at Uchiha Nobuhiro and found that Uchiha Nobuhiro also frowned, so he felt relieved. At least his uncle was still a normal Uchiha and was not affected. Obito's expression also became a little unhappy. Just now when Uchiha Shisui praised him, he thought this person was okay. Now Obito found that Uchiha Shisui was not only not good but also a bit hateful. It was obviously his and Shisui's efforts. How could it become the proof that Uchiha never lacked geniuses? P.S. There will be another chapter later. The time is uncertain, probably around 3 or 4 o'clock. After searching for neck problems on Baidu, I tried hot compresses and felt much better. As for readers asking why there are so many problems, you can imagine the state of working until 3 or 4 o'clock in the evening for several days in a row and then going to work normally during the day. Generally, I won't ask for leave if there is no big problem, but it's hard to write extra updates if I don't feel well. After all, updating novels means making money. The author is from Jiangxi, and everyone who knows this place knows about it. I also hope to make some money from the novels, so I will definitely not take leave if I can update. Chapter 468. When in doubt, look for Miyu. I think we should ask the third Hokage to give the police force the right to take the initiative to attack. No longer limited to maintaining the security of the village, we can fight the enemy on our own. Let those outsiders know how powerful our Uchiha clan is. Uchiha Shisui said the purpose of his clan meeting. He was not satisfied with the existing rights of the police force and believed that the Uchiha deserved greater rights. Uchiha Shisui felt that his idea was very good. When Konoha eliminated the enemy, and the Uchiha clan gained fame and fortune, everyone would benefit. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Uchiha Shisui to be so crazy. What is the concept of the right to take the initiative to attack? It is equivalent to the police department being able to summon people to establish a force at any time to fight a war. Uchiha Fugaku would never agree to it even if he tried to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen with his feet. This is a right that only the Hokage has. I support Elder Shinkin's proposal. It makes so much sense. Our Uchiha clan is so powerful, it is too much of a waste of talent for us to only be responsible for the security of Konoha village. And Uchiha Jonin immediately expressed his opinion. I also think what Elder Shinkin said makes sense. The more enemies we Uchiha kill, the safer Konoha will be. and it will also protect Konoha's public security. Not only the right to take the initiative to attack, the police department should have greater autonomy and be able to add positions freely. Some Uchiha ninjas even think that they can ask for more. I support it. War can train ninjas and help improve their strength. Uchiha Inahiro also chose to support Uchiha Shenkin, although he did not hate the work of the police department. Uchiha Inahiro felt that the work of the police department was too comfortable. With the right to attack independently, he could go out of the village to fight at any time. The hawkish forces in the clan are rising again. Uchiha Nobuhiro sighed imperceptibly. Since the failure of Uchiha Setsuna's coup, the Uchiha hawkish forces have suffered a major blow, and the core members have been arrested and detained by Senjudo Byairama. Uchiha Nobuhiro originally thought that it would take decades for the hawkish forces to recover, but he did not expect that the hawkish forces would grow stronger so quickly. I object. The third Hokage will never agree to this proposal. It will only make the Konoha high-level officials more vigilant against us. Uchiha Shisui stood up and said, he is only 8 years old now. If he sits on the futon, he will be drowned in the crowd. In order to let everyone know that the person who is speaking is him, Uchiha Shisui chose to stand up and speak. When Uchiha Shenkin heard that someone completely denied his proposal, his eyes instantly fixed on the opponent. When he saw that the speaker was actually Uchiha Shisui, whom he had just praised, Uchiha Shenkin's face became a little ugly. He was just praising Shisui for being the pride of the Uchiha clan and the genius of the Uchiha clan, but Shisui completely denied him. This was completely giving him no face. Shisui, you are still young and don't understand many things. At this time, you should listen to the elders more. Uchiha Shenkin said as much as possible to maintain a kind expression, although he felt that Shisui was ungrateful. Uchiha Shenkin really couldn't say anything to Shisui now, because it was Uchiha Shenkin who praised Shisui just now. If he belittled Shisui now, then Uchiha Shenkin would be slapping himself in the face. So Uchiha Shenkin had to endure it even if he was unhappy. However, this time Uchiha Shenkin saw through Shisui, and Shisui would not agree with the hawkish concept. In the future, Uchiha Shenkin would never mention Shisui again, and he would choose to praise Obito. Obito seemed to be easier to persuade. He would correct him when he took the initiative to exaggerate Obito's contributions. This kid was too straightforward. That's right, Shisui, at your age, you should read more clan history and listen more. The hawkish Uchiha followed. I don't remember the clan having a rule that young people can't speak. Although I am only 8 years old, I am a jonin like Elder Shenkin. Shisui refuted clearly and emphasized his ninja level. Some hawkish Uchiha who were ready to criticize Shisui shut up instantly, because many of them were only chunins, which was lower than Shisui's ninja level. Although Uchiha Shenkin said that Shisui was the youngest jonin, Shisui's height and appearance were too deceptive, and it was hard for people to imagine that he was a Konoha jonin. In the clan meeting, all ninjas can speak freely. Uchiha Fugaku thought for a while and nodded. Uchiha Fugaku was neither a hawk nor a dove. The clan leader did not say this. He only stood on the side of the interests of the Uchiha. Uchiha Shenkin's proposal was too ridiculous. Proposing this proposal to Konoha's high-level leaders such as Sarutobi Hiruzen would only cause vigilance and would not bring any real benefits to the Uchiha. So Uchiha Fugaku spoke for Shisui. Uchiha Shenkin glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, then looked at Shisui and said, I really can't guarantee that the proposal will be passed 100%, but I think that if it is not passed, it does not mean that the effort is in vain. We must let the Konoha high level know the demands of our Uchiha clan. We Uchiha must be treated in accordance with our strength. Shisui secretly thought that it was not good. Uchiha Shenkin was too good at talking. He tied his starting point to the entire Uchiha clan, as if Shisui wanted to destroy the good things of the entire Uchiha clan. He also characterized Sarutobi Hiruzen's refusal as unfair treatment of Uchiha. Even if he really failed, it would not affect Uchiha Shenkin's reputation in the clan. As Shisui expected, many Uchiha ninjas became excited instantly, and some Uchiha who did not speak had the momentum to lean towards Uchiha Shenkin. Shisui's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about how to refute Uchiha Shenkin and how to make this absurd proposal die in the womb. The history and politics that Shisui learned from Ryu at that time finally came in handy. After combining the actual situation of Uchiha, Shisui quickly came up with the answer. He wanted to complete his idea with 2 key points. The first was to make the Uchiha ninjas realize the impracticability of this proposal. It is 2 different things to be rejected and to be rejected. The second is to obtain the identity of competing with Uchiha Shanking. Otherwise the first key point cannot be carried out. In order to make the Uchiha realize the impracticability of this proposal, Shisui had to explain it in detail so that even political idiots could understand that this was impossible. If he did not have the identity of competing with Uchiha Shanking, the Uchiha would be prejudiced against his words and think that he was just a brainless rebuttal to their favorite elder. Uchiha Shanking could also use sophistry to refute the possible loopholes in his words. Shisui knew the Uchiha clan too well. This family was not a family that could be justified by reason. But equal status is actually difficult, because becoming an elder is not something that can be done overnight. Although Shisui made meritorious contributions in the war, the merits of the village and the merits of the clan are 2 different things. It is basically impossible for Shisui to become an elder at the age of 8. However, Shisui has a trick in mind. The Uchiha clan has its own clan sentiments. As long as Shisui defeats Uchiha Shanking in the battle, even if Uchiha Shanking is an elder and Shisui is just an 8-year-old child, everyone will think that Shisui and Uchiha Shanking are equal. Should I challenge Uchiha Shanking directly here? Wouldn't that be a bit too radical? Shisui hesitated. Shisui is not worried about not being able to win. He thinks he has a high probability of winning. With the breakthrough of the breathing method, he is now confident that he can kill a ninja sword 7 people alone. Even Uchiha will not have many ninjas of this level. Uchiha Shanking's heart power is at best similar to him, and the probability of being stronger than him is very small. Shisui's confidence actually comes from his huge intelligence advantage. Uchiha Shanking will never understand the flame-breathing chakra mode and armed color domineering. On the contrary, Shisui knows the Uchiha clan ninjas like the back of his hand. Shisui was hesitant because if he challenged Uchiha Shanking directly and won, Uchiha Shanking would collapse mentally and eventually want to oppose Shisui at all costs, which would eventually affect Shisui's subsequent plans. In other words, Shisui did not want to expand the internal contradictions of Uchiha. He wanted to unify all the forces of Uchiha. Uchiha Zinhong was ready to speak in support of Shisui. He could not sit back and watch the hawkish faction of the Uchiha clan expand. The right to take the initiative is a serious matter. The clan meeting will be suspended and held again in a week. We will discuss it again at that time. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku spoke. Originally, it was the Dove faction elders who stood up to refute Uchiha Shanking. Because Uchiha Shanking put himself on the whole Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, could not stand on the opposite side of Uchiha. But no matter how Uchiha Fugaku hinted, the Dove faction elders only showed a helpless expression to show that they were powerless, so Uchiha Fugaku had to use the word delay to terminate and delay the clan meeting. As the clan leader, he had this right. The clan leader has a good idea. This matter is indeed of great significance to our Uchiha clan. It is better to think about it for another week. However, even if it is a major matter, it cannot be delayed forever. Indecision is taboo. Uchiha Shanking directly agreed to Uchiha Fugaku's proposal. Uchiha Shanking's thinking is very clear. He has no way to stop Uchiha Fugaku from exercising his rights, unless he can concentrate most of the Uchiha forces to propose to abolish Uchiha Fugaku's position as the clan leader. But this is impossible because Uchiha Fugaku's ability and strength are recognized by everyone. Instead of talking nonsense, Uchiha Shanking chose to go along with Uchiha Fugaku and then lift Uchiha Fugaku up, so that Uchiha Fugaku can't play this trick again next week. Uchiha Fugaku could only nod his head and delay it for another week. Maybe he would think of a solution during this week. Then let's adjourn the meeting. Uchiha Fugaku announced the end of the clan meeting. The Uchiha people went out with their familiar clan members and excitedly discussed the content of this clan meeting. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9 plus Shu_Ba published this novel for the first time. Obito, the clan meeting is over. You can go back. Shisui poked Obito who was daydreaming beside him. Ever since Obito had a conversation with Uchiha Shisui, he had been in a daze and it has continued until now. Oh, it's over, let's go back then. Obito, who came back to his senses, stood up and nodded. After realizing that Uchiha Shisui was a boring adult, Obito directly used the mystical walking technique to immerse himself in his own world, ignoring any comments from outside. Obito, you go back first, I have something to do here. Shisui shook his head and replied, although the clan meeting was suspended, the crisis has not been resolved. He has to find a way to resolve this crisis without exacerbating the conflict between the Uchiha as much as possible. Okay, I'll go back first. Goodbye Shisui. Goodbye Uncle Nobuhiro. Obito nodded and waved goodbye. Then Shisui looked at Uchiha Nobuhiro. Uncle, you should go back first. I have something to do somewhere else. Well, if you need help, you can come to my house directly. Uchiha Nobuhiro replied. He also wanted to find the Dovish Uchiha to discuss the current situation of Uchiha. Finally, Shisui looked at Uchiha Fugaku who had not left yet. According to Uchiha Fugaku's performance at the clan meeting, Shisui judged that Fugaku was not optimistic about Uchiha Shisuy's proposal, but he was forced to not say more for him later due to some reasons. Shisui, do you have anything to say? Uchiha Fugaku asked after noticing Shisui's gaze. After this clan meeting, Uchiha Fugaku admired Uchiha Shisui even more. Although he was young, his thinking ability had surpassed many adult Uchiha, and Obito was much worse in this regard. No, goodbye, Uncle Fugaku. Shisui shook his head and left. Although Uchiha Fugaku also opposed Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku obviously had no good solution, otherwise he would not have delayed for a week. After leaving Nanga Shrine, Shisui walked straight to the main city of Konoha and arrived at Muyu's house. Shisui was not alone. Since he could not think of a good solution, he went to find his trusted teacher Muyu. Shisui knocked on Muyu's door, entered Muyu's house and told Muyu about the difficulties he encountered without reservation. There is nothing wrong with your general idea, Muyu said after listening. Do you mean that I should challenge Elder Shanking within this week and then explain it at the clan meeting? Shisui asked. Muyu shook her head and denied. Since you don't want to become a mortal enemy with Elder Shanking, then you can't be so direct. Doesn't Uchiha Fugaku support you? You can let Uchiha Fugaku hold a martial arts competition on the grounds of enhancing the quality of the clan's ninjas, and the members who perform well will receive instructions from the elders, and the elder who instructs you happens to be Elder Shanking. Then you can defeat him with a slightly better attitude. If Shisui really challenged Uchiha Shanking at the clan meeting and defeated Uchiha Shanking directly, Muyu felt that with the mental state of Uchiha Shanking might even go crazy. After understanding Muyu's words, Shisui felt his eyes brightened instantly, so that Uchiha Shanking would not hate him too much even if he lost. After all this was a coincidence. It was just that Shisui was too strong. After losing, Uchiha would not complain that the other party was too strong, but would only think that he was not strong enough. Don't have too much expectation. It depends on the individual. Some people will still hold a grudge no matter what, because you embarrassed him. Muyu reminded. No matter how tactful he tried, as long as Shisui defeated Uchiha Shanking, he would be embarrassed in public. Yeah, I see. Shisui nodded, and then asked himself a puzzling question. I feel that Elder Shanking is very quick-witted. He should know that this thing can't succeed. Why would he do such a thing? Shisui didn't believe that Uchiha Shanking would not understand this matter with his level of speech. This is not a trivial matter of raising wages and benefits. It involves a core right. Sometimes things that are not good for the group may not be bad for him, Muyu said earnestly. You may think this incident is very serious and will cause Konoha's high-level officials to be wary of Uchiha, but from Uchiha Shanking's perspective, Uchiha is already being watched by Konoha's high-level officials, so what's the harm if they are a little more wary? As long as there is no coup, Konoha's high-level officials will not do anything to Uchiha. On the other hand, after being rejected by Konoha, Uchiha Shanking can further arouse the emotions of Uchiha ninjas and expand the power of the Hawks. This is a good thing for him. Shisui said nothing. He found that he still underestimated Uchiha Shanking. He still lacked a lot of experience in all aspects. Fortunately, there is teacher Muyu. Shisui was thankful. If he did it according to his own ideas, he would probably end up in a mess. Chapter 469, Illusion Kill. After leaving Muyu's house, Shisui went home first, wrote down on paper how he would refute Uchiha Shinking's proposal, and then went to Uchiha Fugaku's house. The clan meeting will be held in a week, and in order to leave time to deal with unexpected situations, Shisui must get everything done as soon as possible. Shisui, are you in trouble? Uchiha Fugaku asked. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and it must not be a greeting or something like that. Uncle Fugaku, Elder Shinking's proposal is impossible to succeed. I want to stop him at the next clan meeting, Shisui said straight to the point. According to Shisui's observation and Muyu's analysis, Uchiha Fugaku can be a great help to him. So Shisui did not beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. Elder Shinking's idea does lack some thinking, and the feasibility is very low, Uchiha Fugaku said euphemistically. Shisui, you have a good intention, but you don't need to worry about this. The most important thing for you to do now is to practice hard and become stronger. That's enough. Uchiha Fugaku didn't really want Shisui to get involved in the fight between the doves and hawks. Both the doves and the hawks were Uchiha. A genius like Shisui should practice hard and become stronger. When he is strong enough, he will give back to the Uchiha instead of getting caught up in the family's internal friction. Uncle Fugaku, please listen to me first. Shisui did not become anxious to show himself because of Uchiha Fugaku's words, and asked calmly. Looking at Shisui's calm expression, Uchiha Fugaku's mind appeared Uchiha Kagami's face, and a trace of inexplicable emotion arose in his heart. Finally, he closed his mouth and looked at Shisui quietly. Even if Shisui's plan was unrealistic, the final result was just a waste of more than 10 minutes of his time, which was not a big loss. I know that the status of a genius is not enough to match Elder Shanking, but we Uchiha respect the strong the most. So I want to defeat Elder Shanking in a fair fight and obtain an equal status with him. Shisui spoke out the initial action of his plan. This is the first step, and it is also a crucial step. It is not only related to whether Shisui can stop Uchiha Shanking's actions, but also to Shisui's right to speak in the Uchiha in the future. Do you want to challenge Elder Shanking? Let's not talk about whether you can win. Even if you win, it may not be possible. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head slightly. Uchiha Shanking must have strength to become an elder of Uchiha. He is an old-fashioned Uchiha Jonin with 3 Magatama Sharingan. Uncle Fugaku, please listen to me continue, Shisui interrupted. He understood Uchiha Fugaku's distrust of him. After all, the other party is an elder of Uchiha who is supported by the Uchiha clan. Whether it is ninja experience or life experience, it is not comparable to Shisui. On paper, it is basically impossible for Shisui to defeat Uchiha Shanking and refute his proposal, but Shisui was very confident in the plan that Muyu helped to perfect. There could only be one link that could go wrong, and that was Shisui failing to defeat Uchiha Shanking. After all, I am a young junior. If I challenge Elder Shanking directly, even if I lose, my reputation will not be affected. But if Elder Shanking loses to me, he will lose face. Considering this, I need your help, Uncle Fugaku. Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku no longer refuted, Shisui continued to speak, and told Muyu's plan for the martial arts competition. Uchiha Fugaku was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Shisui to be so thoughtful. He actually considered that a direct challenge would make Uchiha Shanking lose face, leading to more acute conflicts within the Uchiha. The martial arts competition plan made Uchiha Fugaku re-examine Shisui. Where did this kid learn so many twists and turns? He was a little bit unlike Uchiha. At this point, Uchiha Fugaku began to seriously consider the feasibility of Shisui's entire plan. After all the previous work is completed, I will formally refute Elder Shanking at the clan meeting. Shisui handed the information he had written in advance to Uchiha Fugaku. After reading the information, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes changed again when he looked at Shisui. If Shisui had not died young, Uchiha might really have reproduced the glory of the Warring States period. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help thinking in his mind. The shock Shisui brought to him today was really too great. even greater than the various killing performances of Shisui on the battlefield before. From the perspective of the entire ninja world, there will be many geniuses in each period, and Shisui is just one of them. But what Shisui showed now is not just as simple as strength. Shisui's knowledge and thoughts are not what a normal 8-year-old Uchiha boy should have. No kidding, the 8-year-old Uchiha Fugaku would not consider the face of Uchiha Shenking, let alone come up with a meticulous and feasible plan like Shisui. Uncle Fugaku, I'm done. Shisui looked at Uchiha Fugaku calmly. As long as Uchiha Fugaku is on the side of the entire Uchiha, he will definitely choose to help him, because helping Shisui now is the same as helping Uchiha. I'm sorry for what happened just now. Uchiha Fugaku did not express his opinion immediately but apologized for interrupting Shisui's speech just now, because now he understands that Shisui really wants to do something for Uchiha, and he has really thought about it seriously, rather than just patting his head and coming to him in a fit of excitement. Shisui, you don't have to worry about everything that will happen next. You just need to be ready for the battle, Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice. With such a detailed plan in front of him, Uchiha Fugaku only needs to exercise his power as the clan leader. Shisui, don't be too stressed, even if you lose, I have a plan to make up for it. Uchiha Fugaku thought for a while and added, Shisui has to defeat Uchiha Shenkin to have an equal status with him. But Uchiha Fugaku's side does not need to be so complicated. Uchiha Fugaku was worried that if Shisui accidentally lost, he would be hit hard and unable to recover. That would be a huge loss for Uchiha, even greater than the proposal submitted by Uchiha Shenking, which had zero feasibility. I will win, Shisui said firmly. This battle is very meaningful to him, and he must win. Uchiha Fugaku could only nod and encourage him in the end. Since Shisui said so, it would be impolite to comfort him any further. The next day, Uchiha Fugaku summoned the senior leaders of Uchiha to discuss the martial arts competition. Uchiha is a martial arts tribe. Although Uchiha Fugaku's proposal was a bit sudden, no elder raised any objection. Among them, Uchiha Shenkin strongly supported it and said that if the other elders were busy, it would be no problem for him to be responsible for the guidance alone. Of course, the other elders would not agree. If Uchiha Shenkin was responsible alone, it would be a big deal. As long as I show my strength and my generous character, more people will support me by then. Uchiha Shenkin made a good calculation. Uchiha Fugaku was taking action, and Shisui was also taking action. Shisui found Muyu and conducted special training before the battle, making the final effort for the plan. It is difficult to break through the hard power in just a few days. Unless you comprehend the transparent world, it is impossible to suddenly increase your strength. But the transparent world is the ultimate meaning of the breathing method. Currently, only Kakashi among Muyu's disciples has comprehended it, so Shisui did not aim to improve his hard power from the beginning. What Shisui wanted to improve was his comprehensive combat ability. In these few days, Shisui fought with Muyu's body, and every battle ended with treatment and rest at the same time. In just one day, Shisui unlocked a large number of injured postures, was killed by continuous flying thunder god teleportation, was crushed by Muyu's powerful ninjutsu, and was beaten by Muyu's physical skills. If Muyu could not use the transformation into Tsunade for treatment, I am afraid that Shisui's body would have been covered with scars that could not be removed. The continuous high-pressure training for several days gave Shisui a strong ability to withstand pressure. The day before the martial arts competition began, Shisui challenged Might Guy. Shisui lost, but he felt that he had improved. Teacher Muyu, I'm really sorry to bother you. Shisui thanked Muyu solemnly. He really felt that he had bothered Muyu too much, because this special training not only tested Shisui's endurance, but also required a high level of control from Muyu, because Muyu had to maintain a strength that could give Shisui great pressure but would not make Shisui completely unable to resist, and the attack had to be maintained at a level that could severely injure Shisui but would not kill him directly. Muyu's constant control of strength and attack would definitely consume extra mental energy, which might be more tiring than normal combat. How can it be said that it's troublesome for a teacher to teach his disciples? Muyu smiled gently, then took out an iron spoon from the ninja tool bag and handed it to Shisui. This is a ninja tool that can enhance the effect of Yintan ninjutsu. When using it, just inject chakra into it. The more chakra you inject, the more obvious the amplification effect. You can use it at your discretion during the battle. This was exactly the reward that Miyu drew when Shisui was promoted to Jonin. The reason why it was not given directly to Shisui was that other disciples only gave an egg, but Shisui's ninja tool plus an egg seemed a bit unique, so Miyu did not give it to him immediately. After Shisui took the curved spoon, he looked at the ninja tool in his hand curiously. He did not expect that this plain-looking spoon was actually a ninja tool with such a special effect. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. I must not let down teacher Miyu's teachings. Shisui's desire for victory became even stronger. I have already troubled Miyu so much. If I lose the battle, it would be a bit unreasonable. You gave the ninja tool curved spoon, and because the disciple was very grateful, I rewarded a big critical hit and received the reward. Earth Escape Mountain Earth Technique, Mastery Level. Miyu nodded slightly in his heart. The Mountain Earth Technique is a good advanced earth escape that can trap large creatures such as the tailed beasts, and it has a strong attack power when used against humans. At night, Shisui fumbled with the curved spoon and found that this ninja tool was really simple and crude, without any skills, and the increase it provided was very pure. Moreover, Shisui found that the spoon did not need to be held in the hand, but placed on the body to ensure that the chakra could be injected. On the day of the martial arts competition, on the training ground, Uchiha Fugaku and several Uchiha high-ranking officials stood in front of all the Uchiha members participating in the martial arts competition and gave a speech about the martial arts competition. For ninjas, the most important thing is strength. Strength can help you overcome all difficulties. Uchiha Fugaku said with a serious face. Today we will hold the first Uchiha martial arts competition. The battle will be held in the form of a lottery. The top 8 will have ranking rewards, and the top 4 can receive guidance from the elders on the spot. Whether it is for becoming stronger or for rewards, try your best to fight. Uchiha Fugaku did not say much, just briefly introduced the rules of the martial arts competition and encouraged him again. He did not say anything else. Uchiha did not like to make long speeches before the event. Even with such a short opening speech, the Uchiha ninjas on the scene still showed extraordinary enthusiasm, and they all looked full of fighting spirit. The shortest and youngest Shisui received the most attention. No one dared to underestimate Shisui, and they all regarded Shisui as the strongest opponent, because Shisui was not only one of the few jonin among the contestants, but also had a record of fighting head-on with the 7 ninja swordsmen. As long as I can beat Shisui, I will be the first in the martial arts performance, and no one else will be my opponent. Uchiha Yakami thought as he looked around. Although there are many jonin in the Uchiha, a considerable number of them are ninjas of the same period as the top leaders. Even if they are not as good as the top leaders, they will not be able to lower their faces to participate in the martial arts performance to be instructed by their former peers. Therefore, there are actually very few jonin participating in the martial arts performance, only 3 in total. Most of them are chunins, and there are not many genins. Uchiha Yakami knows another Uchiha jonin, and Uchiha Yakami has defeated him before, so Uchiha Yakami believes that his opponent is only Shisui. After quickly completing the drawing process, the martial arts performance began immediately. Number 1 Uchiha Shisui vs. Uchiha Inahori, the referee shouted after taking a look at the battle order. After hearing the name of his opponent, Uchiha Inahori showed a look of regret. His expected goal was to win 2 people, but he didn't expect to meet Shisui in the first round. Shisui was an enemy that he could never defeat. The gap between them was too big. It's a pity for Inahiro. He actually met the only 3 jonin in the first round. The Uchiha ninja next to him who was familiar with Uchiha Inahiro also felt sorry for him. With Uchiha Inahiro's strength, if he didn't meet 3 jonin, he could basically fight and win most people. Shisui, let me experience the strength of a real Uchiha genius again, Uchiha Inahiro said with a smile. His idea was very simple. Since he met him, Let's test the results of his efforts during this period. Shisui nodded slightly in response. For the right to speak in the future, he would win to the end with a crushing momentum. The battle begins, the referee shouted. Shisui condensed chakra in his eyes, and a rich blood color appeared in his eyes, and 3 Magatama patterns appeared in his eyes. Then Shisui injected some chakra into the spoon to enhance yin escape, and finally looked at Uchiha Inahiro. Endless blood appeared in Uchiha Inahiro's sight and continued to grow, and then he lost consciousness. Plop! When Uchiha Inahiro came to his senses, he had already fallen to the ground, and Shisui, holding a kunai, stood beside him. Silence. The scene was silent, whether it was the battlefield or the high-level officials and martial arts contestants who were watching. They were all extremely quiet, and even the subtle sound of the wind hitting the grass was extremely obvious. It was a consensus that Uchiha Inahiro was no match for Shisui, and no one thought that Uchiha Inahiro could beat Shisui. But no one thought that Shisui could kill Uchiha Inahiro, a slightly famous chunin among the Uchiha, with just a glance. Isn't Shisui good at fire escape and instant body technique? How can the illusion be so strong? Some Uchiha felt incredible about this. Many of them had seen Shisui's chunin exam. Shisui basically crushed all the way with fire escape, and the title he won on the battlefield was Instant Body Shisui, which had nothing to do with illusion. This guy is too abnormal. Uchiha Yaoi's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he felt that he would most likely miss the first place this time. He also had a Sharingan, but it was only a 2 Magatama one, and there was no way he could kill Uchiha Inahiro with one glance like Shisui. Uchiha Shisui wins. After the referee reacted, he immediately announced Shisui's victory. P.S. There will be another chapter later, which will be released around 3 or 4 o'clock, and will end this plot. Chapter 470, Shisui's Life Mission Settlement. Shisui, will fight. Uchiha Inahiro was still a little confused until the referee announced the result. This battle was too sudden for him. Inahiro, I'm sorry, I have to use my full strength this time. Shisui silently apologized to Uchiha Inahiro in his heart. Under normal circumstances, even if it was a stranger, Shisui would not let him lose too badly, and would try to let him win. But this time was different. This time Shisui wanted to tell all Uchiha that he, Uchiha Shisui, was very strong, stronger than many Uchiha Jonin. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flickered. He didn't expect Shisui to give him a little surprise. The strength that Shisui had shown before was actually enough to defeat all Uchiha and get the first place in the martial arts performance. Elder Shanking, it seems that Shisui will most likely be the first in the martial arts performance. The young people nowadays are really excellent. It would be very stressful if I were to give them guidance, the Dove Elder said with a smile. The selection of mentors was not decided by the elders themselves, but by drawing lots before the martial arts competition officially began. There were 2 groups, 1 and 4, and 2 and 3. Under the covert manipulation of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shankin was ultimately responsible for the 1st and 4th. Originally, mentoring the 1st was a good thing, and it might leave a deep impression in the minds of outstanding juniors. But it was not necessarily a good thing if the 1st was too strong. It was difficult to mentor if the strength was not much different. Shisui is indeed very good. Even if he didn't like Shisui very much, Uchiha Shankin had to admit that Shisui was also one of the best geniuses in the history of Uchiha. But with my many years of practice experience, I think I can still provide him with some help, Uchiha Shankin said lightly. He also had a 3 Magatama Sharingan, and he had practiced the 3 Magatama Sharingan for more than 10 years. Shisui's Sharingan illusion that could kill Uchiha Inahiro in seconds was useless to him. He didn't believe that he would lose to the 8-year-old Shisui after decades of ninja career. If he won, he would just talk about some big principles and it would be a good mentoring battle. As time passed, one Uchiha ninja after another was eliminated, and the martial arts competition continued to advance. In this process, Shisui showed a terrifying suppression power. No matter who the opponent was, Shisui would just open the 3 Magatama Sharingan and use illusion to kill them instantly. Some Uchiha ninjas tried to lower their heads or close their eyes to fight Shisui, but this way of fighting would seriously affect their own combat effectiveness if they did not undergo special training. and they would still be killed instantly by Shisui. The final of the martial arts competition. Uchiha Shisui vs. Uchiha Yakami. Uchiha Yakami took a deep breath and walked towards the battlefield. He had already determined in his heart that he was not Shisui's opponent, and just wanted to lose less embarrassingly. Shisui calmly walked to the opposite side of Uchiha Yakami. The martial arts competition contestants were just warm-ups for Shisui. He had only one goal to defeat, and that was the elder Uchiha Shanking. The battle begins. When the referee gave the order, Uchiha Yakami instantly opened the two Magatama Sharingan. Uchiha Yakami didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Shisui. If he didn't open the Sharingan immediately, Uchiha Yakami was worried that he would be caught in Shisui's illusion like those Chunins. But something happened that Uchiha Yakami didn't expect. Shisui opened the three Magatama Sharingan as in the previous battle and looked at Uchiha Yakami, and Uchiha Yakami also looked at Shisui, and the two pairs of Sharingans looked at each other. Endless blood appeared in front of Uchiha Yakami. You lose. When Uchiha Yakami came to his senses, Shisui didn't know when he walked to his side, holding a kunai against his neck. How is it possible? Uchiha Yakami was shocked. He is not a Genin or Chunin, but a Uchiha Jonin with two Magatama Sharingans. How can Shisui kill him in 1 second? The whole scene became silent again, and everyone looked at Shisui in shock. Shisui has actually reached this level. Even the Jonin, Yakami-kun, is not his opponent in one round. Uchiha Inahiro was shocked. The impact he had brought to him was too great. With just one glance, Shisui actually killed Uchiha Yakami, who was also a Jonin, in an instant. If this was a real battle, Uchiha Yakami would have died in Shisui's hands. Something is wrong. His illusion and his pupil power should not be so strong. Uchiha Shankin was puzzled. Killing a Jonin in an instant is fine, but killing a Jonin with a Sharingan in an instant is too exaggerated. Uchiha Shankin couldn't achieve this after decades of training. If it was an ordinary Jonin without a Sharingan, he might succeed, but the Uchiha clan who opened the Sharingan is very capable of dealing with illusions. It seems that Shisui is stronger than Obito in this kind of illusion and fire escape. Uchiha Fugaku was also secretly shocked. He thought that after that day, he would no longer be surprised by Shisui's things, but Shisui always gave him new surprises, thanks to Muyu's ninja tools. Shisui calmly watched the expressions of the Uchiha ninjas, and nodded with satisfaction in his heart. His current illusion level is indeed not enough to kill the Uchiha Jonin with the Sharingan in 1 second, but Shisui has the ninja tools given by Muyu. Shisui cleverly used the combat mechanism of the martial arts competition. During the break, he continuously injected chakra into the curved spoon to enhance the yin escape, and then refined the chakra to restore the state. Before the start of the finals, Shisui injected most of the chakra in his body into the curved spoon, which created the terrifying effect of killing the Uchiha Jonin in one glance. If Shisui fought Uchiha Yakami normally, the chakra required to defeat Uchiha Yakami would not be more than the consumption of strengthening the ninja tools just now, but Shisui pursued the shock of defeating the enemy with one blow, so he used this method. After the first place appeared, it did not immediately enter the guidance battle phase, but the senior executives scored and selected the third and fourth, and then the senior executives said something like learning from the top 4. And then it was the turn of the guidance battle phase. Shisui was also happy to do so, and this time was just right to strengthen the curved spoon. If it was a civil war among disciples, Shisui would never use such tricks. But if the target of the battle is a family elder who has damaged the interests of the family in exchange for his own interests, Shisui does not mind using some tricks. Elder Shanking, please teach me, Shisui said politely. With your strength, I can't give you much guidance. I can only say that I will teach you some experience that I have honed over time, Uchiha Shanking said conservatively. The strength shown by Shisui in the last battle really made Uchiha Shanking a little confused. When the battle was about to begin, all the Uchiha ninjas present were watching the battle space, looking forward to the next battle. On one side is Shisui, the Uchiha who has become famous recently, and on the other side is the powerful elder of the Uchiha clan. No matter which side it is very interesting. It feels like the battle will be very exciting. Shisui can kill Ye Aoi with a single illusion. It won't be easy for Elder Shanking to win. It's hard to say. After all, Elder Shanking is a senior jonin who has practiced for decades. Shisui's illusions will definitely be useless to him. If the strongest skill of illusion loses its effect, it will be difficult for Shisui. Most Uchiha are optimistic about Uchiha Shanking. Shisui is a genius, but only those who have not yet become strong are geniuses. Although Uchiha Shanking is not a strong person in the entire ninja world, he is still a strong person in the Uchiha Jonin circle. How does your fire escape compare to your current illusion? Uchiha Inahiro fell into thought. Before fighting with Shisui today, Uchiha Inahiro's impression of Shisui was that he was best at fire escape. If Shisui's strongest skill is still fire escape, Uchiha Inahiro feels that even if Uchiha Shanking can win, it will not be easy. Shisui, what surprise can you bring me next? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Shisui, but he thought of Hanyu Muiu, who has been in the limelight recently. After the night of talking with Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku thought for a long time. He kept wondering how Shisui grew to this level. For this reason, he even asked Shisui's uncle Uchiha Nobuhiro. In the end, Uchiha Fugaku concluded that Muyu's teaching accounted for a considerable part of it. Many of the abilities Shisui showed could not be learned in the ninja school in Uchiha. Begin. Uchiha Shanking immediately gathered chakra in his eyes and opened the Sharingan, and the Scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared. Shisui also opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, but this time he did not use illusions directly as usual, but rushed up using the instant body technique. It seems that you are not immersed in the continuous victory. Uchiha Shanking also burst out the chakra of his legs and rushed out. If Shisui wanted to solve him with illusions, it would seem that Shisui's fighting level was not good, and he just relied on hard power to crush him. Bang bang! Exclamation mark! Within half a minute, the two people kept flashing and had several physical collisions. As expected, he can't be weak if he can be an elder. After Shisui's probing, he found that Uchiha Shanking's physical skills were not weak. If Shisui's feelings were expected, then Uchiha Shanking was the opposite. His physical skills are so good. How did he practice it? Uchiha Shanking frowned in confusion. His original idea was that Shisui was very good at illusion and fire escape, so he should have no time to practice physical skills. After a fight, he found that this idea was wrong. Not only was Shisui's physical skills not bad, but his physique was far superior to his peers. He was incredibly strong. Uchiha Shanking certainly didn't know that Shisui's breathing method had already reached the normal level. Not only was it effective, but it could also strengthen the body at all times. In the end, Uchiha Shanking could only think that Shisui's talent was too abnormal, which led to Shisui's outrageous strength. After discovering that the original battle plan was not feasible, Uchiha Shanking adjusted the battle plan and returned to the previous normal battle rhythm. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Shanking quickly pulled away, formed a seal, condensed chakra, and spit out flames at Shisui. The orange-yellow flames piled together to form a huge hot fireball and smashed towards Shisui. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shisui calmly followed the seal and spit out flames to form a fireball. Boom! Exclamation mark! The two huge flaming fireballs collided with each other and burst into fierce flames. The terrifying flames rose, and the dazzling flames hit the faces of the Uchiha who were watching the battle around. The two fireballs did not give in, and finally dissipated in the air together, leaving only a charred ground. Uchiha Shanking's expression changed. The confrontation with the same nature change ninjutsu is the best way to see the level of nature change, which means that Shisui's fire style may be not much different from him. The Uchiha clan ninjas are basically fire attributes, and they unconsciously opened their mouths when they saw this scene. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Shanking suppressed his emotions and immediately threw himself into the battle again. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Shisui seemed to have transformed into a mirror image of Uchiha Shanking, and he also used Phoenix fire technique to offset Uchiha Shanking's fire style again. Uchiha Shanking's forehead began to sweat. If he continued like this, it would be embarrassing even if he didn't lose, as this was a coaching match. But Uchiha Shanking knew that the more this happened, the more he had to stay calm. otherwise he would make mistakes and show flaws. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Think carefully about what shortcomings Shisui might have. Uchiha Shinking's mind turned rapidly. No matter how talented Shisui is, he is only an 8-year-old boy. His chakra and physical strength must not be comparable to mine. Uchiha Shinking suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and then the more he thought about it, the more he felt right. Although the tactic of playing with a child was a bit embarrassing, if he really lost to Shisui, then Uchiha Shinking would be even more embarrassed. After figuring this out, Uchiha Shinking relaxed his mind, used ninjutsu to fight against Shisui with all his strength, and then used the Sharingan to pay full attention to Shisui's condition. As Uchiha Shinking thought, as the intensity of the battle continued to rise, Shisui's strength gradually decreased with the loss of chakra and physical strength. Seeing this, Uchiha Shinking excitedly increased his strength, and he had already seen the scene of his victory. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire style, facing Shisui who was trying to approach. Uchiha Shinking wanted to continue using fire style to consume Shisui's state. What surprised Uchiha Shinking was that Shisui did not stop and did not use fire style to block his fire dragon, but ran towards him at a high speed. What is he going to do? Uchiha Shinking was puzzled, thinking about whether to control the fire dragon to avoid Shisui. Shisui seemed to be using his body to resist the ninjutsu. The Great Dragon Fire style is different from the Great Fireball. It can control the flying fire dragon to a certain extent, but there are gains and losses. The flexible Great Dragon Fire has a small attack range. Although he didn't like Shisui, Shisui was a super genius of the Uchiha clan after all. Any mistake would be a big loss to the entire Uchiha clan. But before Uchiha Shinking could make a decision, Shisui collided with the high-speed moving fire dragon. Because of the high-speed movement, the pupils of all the Uchiha on the field shrank, and Uchiha Fugaku rushed out directly. The next moment, something happened that shocked everyone. Bang! A dull collision sounded. Uchiha Shinking flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell to the ground. Whoosh! Then a kunai flew out and shot next to Uchiha Shinking. Shisui stood in place, patted the flames burning on his clothes, and exhaled lightly. His chakra was not enough to cover his whole body with armed color. Fortunately, the range of the dragon fire was small, otherwise he really didn't dare to break through the fire dragon to launch a surprise attack. From the beginning, Shisui deliberately led Uchiha Shinking to fight a war of attrition, with the purpose of letting Uchiha Shinking relax his vigilance and finally winning the battle by surprise with his armament haki. It would be difficult for Shisui to defeat Uchiha Shinking by relying on fire style and illusion, as there are many variables, but with the enhancement of the bent spoon, his armament haki is stronger than normal. So Shisui formulated this tactic with a great chance of winning by surprise. Shisui, are you okay? Do you want me to take you to Konoha Hospital now? Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern. Although he didn't know what ninjutsu Shisui used, Shisui just failed to completely block Uchiha Shinking's fire style. Uncle Fugaku, I'm fine, but Elder Shinking doesn't look very good. Shisui shook his head and said, in order to end the battle with one blow. Shisui didn't hold back at all. Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief and went to check on Uchiha Shinking, and found that Uchiha Shinking was also in good condition, with only some broken bones and coma. Uchiha Fugaku felt that being unconscious was a good thing, otherwise Uchiha Shinking would be in a bad mood when he saw so many Uchiha around him watching him being defeated. Send Elder Shinking to the hospital. Uchiha Fugaku called to Uchiha ninjas to send Uchiha Shinking away. The referee on the side didn't know what to say at all. Uchiha Shisui won. He didn't want to be hated by Uchiha Shinking. In the end, the referee could only shout that the coaching match was over. Shisui walked towards the group of Uchiha watching the game. Every Uchiha looked at Shisui with a very complicated look, with admiration, shock, confusion, and envy. At this moment, the image of Uchiha Shisui in their hearts will be more than just a genius. Even the elders lost to him. It seems that my loss is nothing. Uchiha Yaoi felt a lot more relieved. He was originally quite depressed. After all, he was also a Konoha Jonin, But seeing the elders lose to Shisui, he instantly felt balanced. Even the elders lost to Shisui. It was obvious that he lost not because he was not strong, but because Shisui was too strong. So it was reasonable that he was killed by Shisui's Sharingan. Uchiha Shanking's fall did not affect the continuation of the martial arts performance. Another elder instructed the second and third place in turn, and the fourth place was delayed because of Uchiha Shanking's fall. Nanga Shrine. The Uchiha clan meeting was held on time at 8 o'clock in the evening. This time, Shisui still called Obito together as last time. Although he became famous in the Uchiha clan through the martial arts performance, Obito's influence should not be wasted. Uchiha Shanking also came to participate in the clan meeting, but Shisui could see from his movements that Uchiha Shanking had not fully recovered and came to the meeting with injuries. Requesting the right to take the initiative to attack is of great significance to the police department and even our entire Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shanking sat next to Uchiha Fugaku as last time and said seriously to the Uchiha ninjas, "If it succeeds, we Uchiha can." Elder Shanking, what if this proposal is doomed to fail? Shisui stood up and interrupted. A large number of Uchiha ninjas looked at Shisui, but no one stopped Shisui from speaking, just quietly waiting for Shisui's explanation. Shisui defeated Uchiha Shanking in the battle, and he was also a super genius who made a name for himself on the battlefield at the age of 8. He was qualified to question Uchiha Shanking's proposal. Uchiha Shanking looked at Shisui's abdomen and felt a dull pain, and his face darkened slightly. "I said before that I can't guarantee that it will succeed, because even reasonable demands may not be adopted. The final decision is in the hands of the Hokage and the Konoha high level." Uchiha Shanking thought for a while and said, "Shisui, you are very strong, but you spend all your time practicing. You should learn more about other matters before participating." Uchiha Shanking persuaded him with a look of "I am doing this for your own good." Shisui smiled faintly. He came prepared, and Uchiha Shanking's tricks could not stump him. "Elder Shanking, being strong doesn't mean you haven't learned anything else." Shisui sent the information he had prepared to every Uchiha, including Uchiha Shanking. The moment Uchiha Shanking saw the content of the information, his face turned extremely ugly. He looked back and forth between Uchiha Fugaku and other Uchiha elders, trying to find out who arranged all this for Shisui. He had reason to believe that someone was building momentum for Shisui. How could an 8-year-old child like Shisui achieve this? The other Uchiha were curiously flipping through the materials Shisui sent down, and found that most of them were about explaining rights, what the right to take the initiative was, what it meant to have this right, what the division of rights meant, and what kind of suspicion the Uchiha who proposed this proposal would suffer. There were even corresponding historical stories attached. In order to prevent any Uchiha from not understanding, Shisui walked to the other side of Uchiha Fugaku and began to explain. Because he wrote it himself, Shisui didn't even need to look at the manuscript. He spoke out the whole content smoothly without changing his expression, and answered questions from other Uchiha ninjas at the same time. "This proposal is too unreasonable. It is not a right that the ninja clan should have. It will seriously affect the rights of the Hokage, so the probability of its passing is 0. This kind of proposal will only make the top leaders more afraid of us Uchiha." Shisui finally concluded. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Shisui with admiration. He knew the sensitivity of this right, but he couldn't explain it to Shisui one by one so that every Uchiha would understand. Some Uchiha had to chew it up and feed it to them, otherwise they wouldn't understand it at all. He just felt that what Elder Shanking said made more sense. "I didn't think enough this time. I didn't expect there were so many points I didn't notice. It was my mistake. Sorry everyone." Uchiha Shanking stood up and bowed to all the Uchiha ninjas. "Elder Shanking, you are also doing this for the good of the family. It's just that you didn't think of some things." Yes. Elder Shanking, you don't have to apologize. We haven't mentioned it yet." Fortunately, Shisui reminded us. Some Uchiha were very moved by the elder's apology and comforted him. "Anyway, it was indeed my mistake this time. I will reflect on it." Uchiha Shanking looked at Shisui deeply, then lowered his head and sat down. Shisui looked at this scene calmly. He had to say that Uchiha Shanking's move of retreating to advance was indeed a good one, but Shisui's goal had been achieved. He had his own say in Uchiha. At the same time, Muyu's panel finally received the news that Shisui's life mission had been settled. Chapter 471 Might Guy Pokemon Hatching. Disciple Uchiha Shisui's strength has improved, his reputation has risen, his voice in the clan has increased, and he has taken a small step towards eliminating the contradiction between Uchiha and Konoha, and has obtained progress rewards, Chakra plus 1000, Bloodline Improvement Scroll, Nirvana Jinksjutsu, Mastery Level, maybe because they are all Uchiha clan ninjas, and there are some similarities. Shisui's progress rewards do not seem to be much different from the rewards for the same progress of Obito's life mission, except that the mastery level fire escape has become a mastery level illusion. Muyu has a little impression of the Nirvana Jinksjutsu. During the Konoha Chunin exam in the original work, Kabuto Yakushi used this ninjutsu to put a large number of Konoha ninjas into a sleeping state. This is a large-scale group illusion, however. Although the range of the Nirvana Jinksjutsu is large enough, it has a disadvantage. As long as a ninja who is proficient in illusions, even a genin can break this ninjutsu. However, this is a very normal thing in Naruto. Generally, ninjutsu can only be outstanding in one aspect, and it is difficult to be perfect. Then Muyu looked at the Bloodline Improvement Scroll, which is a very good reward. Last time, after he upgraded his Byakugan, not only did he improve the various abilities of his Byakugan, but he also gave it the ability to release invisible small shock waves. Although it did not improve Muyu's combat power, it proved that his Byakugan was really evolving towards a higher level. Unlike ordinary Byakugan, no matter how pure the Byakugan of ordinary Hyuga clan is, it only has ordinary abilities such as perspective enhancement and telescopic vision. Muyu clicked on the Bloodline Upgrade Scroll, and the only upgrade option was still the Byakugan. Muyu chose the Byakugan and clicked to confirm the use. Then Muyu focused his breathing into the transparent world state and felt the subtle changes in his body. First, the strength of his body increased. Although it was not high, it did increase. Muyu estimated that the increase was about the effect of 1 month of training in the rock breathing. The increase in chakra was very clear. After all, the panel clearly showed the specific number, which increased by 1,500 points of chakra. Neither physical strength nor chakra was the focus of Muyu's attention. Muyu casually rolled a Rasengan to consume some chakra, and then immediately refined chakra. Sure enough, just like last time, it's a little faster again. Muyu nodded with satisfaction. Chakra recovery speed has always been a big problem for Muyu. Since most of the chakra is directly increased by the system, his chakra recovery speed has not matched the total amount of chakra. For a long time, Muyu's chakra volume was at the level of Kage, but the recovery speed was that of an ordinary Jonin. This is also one of the reasons why Muyu has been studying the Yang Seal. Having enough spare chakra can largely make up for the problem of slow recovery. As for the cure, Muyu currently has no good way. He can only rely on breathing exercises to slowly improve his body, or he can get rewards such as bloodline improvement to transform his body. There is actually a quick way, but the risk is too great. Finding Orochimaru to transplant Hashirama's cells can completely solve this problem, but this is equivalent to Muyu handing his life over to Orochimaru. Muyu would rather continue to study the Yang Seal and use breathing to improve his physique. First, Orochimaru at this time has been obsessed with immortality. Muyu, who has many secrets, is more or less throwing herself into the trap by sending herself to Orochimaru. Second, Orochimaru did not fully master the experiment of transplanting Hashirama's cells, and the risk was extremely high. Even if Orochimaru helped Muyu with the transplantation surgery without any selfishness, Muyu would still have a high probability of dying in the experiment. As a person with a cheat, Muyu did not need to gamble like this. Finally, Muyu gathered chakra in her eyes and opened her Byakugan, wanting to see if there would be any new abilities this time. After a test, Muyu found that only the observation range was improved this time, and no new abilities appeared like last time. After completing the test, Muyu closed her Byakugan and looked at the panel again, and clicked on Shisui's life mission. Name: Uchiha Shisui. Live mission: Uchiha and Konoha. Main goal: Eliminate the contradictions between Uchiha and Konoha and let Uchiha integrate into Konoha. Mission progress, 13.6%. Although he was the first disciple to start his life mission, Shisui had the least number of settlements among all the disciples because of the special nature of his life mission, and he has only completed one settlement so far. At present, Obito has the most settlements, 3 times, while Might Guy and Kakashi have 2. But it is worth mentioning that Might Guy is very close to 30% and will be able to settle for the 3rd time soon. Nagato has not yet started his life mission because he accepted his apprentice late. South Forest. Kakashi is looking at his brown-haired puppy that he just hatched not long ago with a serious face, thinking about how to help it become stronger. Kakashi found that the ninja beasts hatched from the ninja beast eggs sent by Muyu grow much faster than normal animals. The rock dog can run all over the ground by itself after only a few days of hatching. The energy and physical strength are not like a newborn puppy at all. Therefore, Kakashi decided to practice with the rock dog. After all, Muyu said before that the rock dog has great potential, and careful cultivation will be a good help. Breeze Rock, you will run with me later. You must not stop until I stop. Keep running until you are exhausted. Kakashi squatted down and touched the rock dog's head and said. Kakashi thought about it for a long time before, and finally named the rock dog based on the characteristic of the stone on the rock dog's neck. Kakashi felt that physical strength was a very important ability for both ninja beasts and humans. Physical exercise might not be the best choice, but it would not be wrong. Iwa. The Iwa dog nodded its head quickly and rubbed Kakashi's palm. Don't get lost. With a final reminder, Kakashi ran straight away. During the time that Kakashi was taking care of the Iwa dog, he found that the Iwa dog was very smart. As long as the words were not too complicated, he could understand and execute them. The Iwa dog quickly caught up with Kakashi and ran side by side with him. Seeing this, Kakashi sped up his running speed until the Iwa dog could only run behind him. It was not that Kakashi minded running side by side with his own summoned beast, but he wanted to test the Iwa dog's maximum running speed. You look so cute when you work hard, Nohara Rin, who was tired from the special training and resting, said as she looked at the Iwa dog who was trying her best to catch up with Kakashi. In order to keep up with the pace of other disciples and pass the Jonin examination in one go, Nohara Rin basically practiced until she was exhausted, then rested and practiced again. Zealand, are you talking about Kakashi or that white-haired dog? Obito couldn't help asking. This question was quite important to him. Don't you think it's cute to see the little mane Iwa running hard on its 4 legs to catch up with Kakashi? Its big white tail is bouncing, Nohara Rin asked in confusion. Of course, she couldn't be praising Kakashi. The word cute is indeed a bit inappropriate to describe Kakashi. Nohara Rin prefers adjectives such as calm and handsome. It's okay, I feel not as good as the big yellow in the clan. Obito was relieved, but he still belittled the rock dog. Just practice with your summoning beast. I will definitely beat you in the next civil war. Obito complained in his heart. Obito felt that he should not be able to use the summoning beast before the next civil war. He got the ninja egg later than Shisui, and Shisui didn't hatch the ninja beast yet, so he could only be later. Even if it was hatched before the civil war, the newly born ninja beast would not have combat power and could not be used in the battle. So although Obito was anxious to hatch the ninja egg, he also knew that now was not the time to rush. At this time, Kakashi and Rock Dog happened to run past Obito and the others. Hearing someone saying bad things about him, Rock Dog instantly got angry and headbutted Obito, because he was communicating with Nohara Rin, and because he didn't expect Rock Dog to be so sharp-eyed and vengeful. Obito didn't notice the attacking Rock Dog in time and was knocked to the ground. After knocking Obito down, Rock Dog proudly raised his head and ran towards Kakashi again. Kakashi, you are a real dog. Obito blushed and couldn't hold it back. Obito almost wanted to enter the flame-breathing chakra mode to fight Rock Dog to the death. Nohara Rin covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She patted the dust off Obito who had climbed up and comforted him. Little Iwagakure was born not long ago and is still ignorant. Don't be angry, Obito. Hearing Nohara Rin still speaking for Iwagakure, Obito's face became even redder, and the void seemed to be telling the word warning. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time, because this would give him an illusion that his position in Nohara-rin's heart was not as good as that of the white-haired dog. It's a dog. Of course it's a dog. Kakashi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and answered while running. Iwagakure. The Iwagakure dog barked happily, looking at the man and the dog getting farther and farther away. Obito was really angry, wishing that the man and the dog would step on the trap and fall into the big pit at the next moment. White-haired puppy who is born evil, wait until my ninja beast egg hatches. I will definitely teach you a lesson. Obito couldn't help but touch his unhatched ninja beast egg. Now Obito couldn't wait any longer, and he wanted to fast forward to the day when the ninja beast egg hatched. Teacher Muyu, is there any way to make this egg hatch faster? In the end, Obito still found Muyu. He felt that the omnipotent Muyu should have a way. After all, Muyu was omnipotent. It should be faster if you carry it with you more often. Muyu thought for a while and replied. The Pokemon eggs that Obito and his friends received were bound to them, and only they could hatch them. There would be no change if they were placed in Muyu's hands. Is this really okay? I see Kai taking the eggs with him to exercise every day, but they didn't hatch. Obito looked at Might Guy who was holding the egg in one hand and doing push-ups with one finger, and then said. As soon as Obito finished speaking, a fierce white light enveloped Might Guy. Obito, looking at the same special effects when Rock Dog was born, Obito was dumbfounded. What's going on? Am I Kakashi? Obito was very confused. In his impression, only Kakashi would be like this. It must have been Kakashi who gave it to me. Damn Kakashi. Obito made another note of Kakashi in his heart. But what could be Kai's ninja beast? Obito's eyes were fixed on the white light, but he could never see through the thick white light to see the Pokemon hatched in it. The sudden change also made Might Guy stop exercising, and he quietly maintained the egg-holding action and waited for the white light to disappear. Kakashi, who was running, noticed this strange phenomenon and ran quickly to the side to watch silently. There is also white light. Could it be that the ninja beast eggs prepared by Teacher Muyu for us are actually from a group of summoned beasts? Kakashi thought as he looked at the mysterious white light. After Kakashi returned to Konoha, he went to the library to check a lot of classics, but he didn't find anything. Kakashi did not find any egg-laying dogs, nor did he find any ninja beasts similar to rock dogs. However, Kakashi felt that Muyu would definitely not harm them. These summoned beasts should have never appeared in the world in a secret place, so there was no information. Finally, the white light dissipated, and a black and blue puppy appeared in front of everyone. Another dog that lays eggs. Are all ninja beast eggs dogs? Kakashi looked at Ryolu with a thoughtful expression. He guessed that Muyu might have accidentally found the habitat of a secret canine summoning beast group, so he got these ninja beast eggs. It looks weaker than Kakashi's dog, Obito complained in his heart as he looked at the somewhat thin blue-black puppy. The newly hatched Ryolu was so thin that Obito felt that if he flicked his finger, the other party might faint. They can't all be dogs. I hope my dog is taller and more powerful. Obito held the ninja beast egg in his arms and prayed in his heart. He didn't like a thin dog like Ryolu. If he had a choice, he would still want a stronger and more handsome one. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Obito felt that Ryolu looked at him with dissatisfaction. Haha, it looks like you have the potential to work hard. Might Guy lifted Ryolu and laughed with 2 rows of big white teeth. Might Guy was not dissatisfied with Ryolu's thinness, because Might Guy was not strong in the past, and he became strong through daily training. In fact, no matter what kind of ninja beast is hatched, Might Guy will not hate it, because no matter how weak the ninja beast is at the beginning, Might Guy will always accompany it to train and become stronger with it. Ryolu felt the pure emotion of Might Guy, and his red eyes flashed. Leo. Ryolu made a happy cry. It wanted to train with Might Guy to become stronger. Ryolu, it's quite suitable for a Kai, Muyu thought after recalling the skills of Ryolu and Lucario in his mind. Lucario not only has the power of wave guidance that can act as a perception ninjutsu, but also has many powerful attack skills. The most important thing is that Lucario also has healing skills. Healing skills are very important for Might Guy, because Might Guy usually does not team up with Noharlin and others. Might Guy usually teams up with Ebisu and others, and Teacher Chen's team does not have a medical ninja. P.S. There will be another chapter later, which will be a bit late, so I'll also collect names for Riolu. Chapter 472 Yang Breathing Chakra Mode. Although some of them are skinny, fortunately I'm prepared. Might Guy put Riolu on the ground, and took out a bunch of green tights from somewhere. He picked out the smallest green tights and put them in front of Riolu to compare them. He found that they fit perfectly. No, why are your dogs weirder than each other? How come this dog stands on 2 feet like a human? Obito couldn't help but complain as he looked at Riolu standing on 2 feet. And Kai, you are too obsessed with green tights. Do even celestial beasts have to wear this? Obito felt that there were too many complaints and he couldn't finish them all at once. It's not an obsession, but this outfit is really suitable for training and fighting. Might Guy gave Obito a thumbs up and said, Obito, you should try it too. Believe me, you will love it after wearing it once. Might Guy picked out a tights that was about the same size as Obito from the green tights and handed it to Obito. Obito shook his head like a rattle to express his strong resistance. Just give it a try, it's really comfortable. Might Guy continued to recommend it without any concern. He really thinks the green tights are good. If there is a chance, Might Guy wants to promote this tights to the entire Konoha and even the Land of Fire and the ninja world, so that this comfort can spread more widely. Okay, go find Kakashi. I see him wearing a green vest every day. Maybe he also likes this kind of green clothes. Obito decisively sold Kakashi. It's not that Obito has any color discrimination, but Might Guy's tights are really death green. Obito feels that if he really wears this, even if he looks good, he will become ugly. Kakashi? He is wearing the standard vest provided by Konoha to the Chunin and Jonin. All Konoha ninjas are green. How can it be said that he likes green? Kakashi, you. Before Might Guy could finish, Kakashi interrupted him and said, I went to a temple to have my fortune told. The master said that I was destined to be cursed by green, so I can't wear green clothes, otherwise my life will be in danger. If that's the case, there's really no way. Might Guy touched his chin and stopped pestering Kakashi. He turned and looked at Obito again. Obito was speechless. Kakashi was obviously fooling people, but Might Guy actually believed it. If Kakashi was destined to be cursed by green, he would still be Uchiha Madara, who hated green and didn't wear green clothes because he was injured by what release. Obito, if you don't try it once, you won't know how comfortable these clothes are. Might Guy strongly recommended it. Okay, don't waste your breath. I'm quite satisfied with my current clothes. You might as well ask Shisui when he comes back. Obito then brought Shisui out again. Shisui has been inexplicably busy in recent days and has come to practice less. Obito remembered that Shisui seemed to have become like this since he went to participate in some kind of martial arts competition. Obito also wanted to participate before because there were rewards. Obito was happy to participate in activities with rewards. It was a very happy thing to get something for free. However, Shisui said that he had something important to do and asked Obito not to participate, so Obito did not go. Although it was fun to get something for free, his brother's request was more important. Might Guy thought about it carefully and it made sense. So he continued to train and recommend it to Shisui later. Since Riolu was just born, Might Guy did not let it accompany him to train, but put Riolu on his back, and then Might Guy continued to do one-finger push-ups. Riolu felt the pure training heart in Might Guy's heart, and couldn't help but want to train with Might Guy. However, because he was a little clumsy when he was just born, he not only couldn't exercise effectively but also fell easily. Fortunately, Might Guy was quick-eyed and quick-handed and could catch it steadily every time without getting injured. It's great, it feels very warm, Noharlin exclaimed when he saw this. Although Riolu was just born, the interaction between Riolu and Might Guy really gave Noharlin a family-like feeling. Zealand, don't be envious, we will have it sooner or later. Obito decided to never let the ninja beast egg leave his hand in the future to ensure that the ninja beast egg hatches as soon as possible. Yeah, Noharlin smiled gently and nodded. After a day of training, Miyu went to Tsunade's house to buy vegetables and cook dinner as usual. After dinner, she talked with Tsunade for half an hour to perfect the idea of Yang Seal. Then she rejected Tsunade's invitation to kill the ninja and returned home to learn the seal technique and develop Yang breathing. Miyu not only has the experience of developing breathing methods many times, but also has 2 perfect level breathing methods and 2 mastery level breathing methods. When Miyu officially practiced Yang breathing, the progress was very fast. It took 1 second to get started, and 1 day to go from entry to proficiency. In 2 weeks, the proficiency of Yang breathing has reached 2,400, and only 600 is needed to reach the mastery level and master the Yang breathing chakra mode. But this is not the Yang breathing I envisioned. Even if it reaches the mastery level, it cannot be integrated with the flame breathing to become the sun breathing. Miyu shook his head with some regret. Originally, he envisioned that the Yang breathing should be able to be combined with a certain chakra attribute and the corresponding breathing method, such as the fire attribute flame breathing, and the Yang attribute Yang breathing can be superimposed to become a stronger fire release. But the current Yang breathing is not the same. The current Yang breathing effect is to enhance Yang release. The Yang breathing chakra mode can heal the body without a seal, and at the same time, it can make the body larger to a certain extent. Similar to the Akimiki clan's multiplication technique, this kind of Yang breathing is not weak. It strengthens Yang release while carrying the effects of the Akimiki secret technique and the 100 healing technique. However, it is still far from the Yang breathing that Miyu envisioned, which once made Miyu wonder if there was something wrong with his direction. At about 9:30, there was a sudden knock on the door of Miyu's house. Miyu put down the manuscript in his hand, opened his byakugan and looked in the direction of the door, and found that it was Orochimaru. "Why is he looking for me at this time?" Miyu walked downstairs while thinking about Orochimaru's purpose. After returning to Konoha, Miyu actually didn't meet Orochimaru very often, because Orochimaru seemed very busy and Miyu rarely saw him. After opening the door, Miyu made a slightly surprised expression. "Orochimaru-kun, please come in." "Miyu-kun, excuse me." Orochimaru smiled slightly and followed Miyu into the room. Miyu took Orochimaru into the living room and poured 2 cups of tea, placing one of them in front of Orochimaru. After returning to Konoha, there are too many trivial things, but I can't talk to Miyu-kun as often as I did on the battlefield. Orochimaru took the teacup and took a sip and sighed, as if he and Miyu were good friends who would chat when they had nothing to do. After all, Orochimaru-kun is in a high position and has too many places in Konoha that need you, Miyu said with a chuckle. He was not sure at first, but Orochimaru started by building relationships, and Miyu guessed that Orochimaru must have something important to talk to him about. Orochimaru put down the teacup. "Now the situation in the ninja world is in chaos, more than I am needed." Miyu pretended to listen. Although Kirigakure was repelled, Kirigakure has no intention of signing a peace treaty with the village, and the war is likely to happen again. Orochimaru first introduced the current situation of Kirigakure and Konoha. Kirigakure and Konoha have reached a silent tacit understanding, and no one has the idea of taking action for the time being. But this tacit understanding is only temporary. Konoha is under pressure from other battlefields, while Kirigakure is the loss of ninja power. Once either side solves its own problems, the war is likely to break out again. Kumagakure and Sand Village are fighting fiercely. I want to take the opportunity to give Kumagakure a heavy blow to relieve Konoha's pressure, Orochimaru explained. Rather than waiting for Kirigakure to recover and then attack, Orochimaru must want to solve the pressure of other battlefields and draw out enough power to deal with Kirigakure, even if that power is not enough to counterattack Kirigakure's homeland. Kirigakure must not dare to attack easily. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book_bar is the first to publish this novel. Miyu understood what Orochimaru meant. Should he go to the battlefield with his brother to make achievements? Orochimaru analyzed the situation in the ninja world with him at around 9 o'clock this evening. As long as Orochimaru was not idle, he obviously wanted to pull Miyu into the group. Orochimaru-kun is far-sighted. I really admire him, Miyu exclaimed, as if he didn't understand Orochimaru's subtext. Orochimaru had a good idea. But Miyu didn't want to go to the battlefield with Orochimaru. The battlefield of Kumagakure is much more dangerous than Kirigakure. On the one hand, Kumagakure is stronger than Kirigakure, and on the other hand, Raikage is too reckless. The third generation Raikage will really go there if there is something going on. If there is a big battle, it is absolutely possible that he will appear on the battlefield. Miyu is not afraid of a third generation Raikage. Although the third generation Raikage's defense is very strong, so strong that it is difficult to hurt even the Rasengan Shuriken, but Miyu has many means of output. Perfect level armed color and perfect level breathing method are stacked together. If you are at full strength, you will definitely be able to break the defense. But once you enter the battlefield, don't expect a real man one-on-one. Anything can happen. Until now, Miyu still feels that the events in the battlefield of Kirigakure are too strange. Although Konoha won, it was based on the unexpected variable of Miyu. The last battle of Kirigakure was too weird. Suddenly, the intelligence level was far ahead of Konoha, and almost sent Konoha's main force away. With Flying Thunder God, Miyu is not worried about his own survival ability, but he still has to protect his disciples, which is another problem. So Miyu does not want to go to the battlefield. At this time, the disciples have just completed a wave of breakthroughs, and it is an important time to carry out a new stage of training. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen wants Miyu to go to the battlefield, Miyu has to find a way to get through, let alone Orochimaru. Orochimaru stroked the teacup with his fingers, his expression unchanged, and said directly, "Miyu, we cooperated well in the battlefield of Kirigakure, so I would like to invite you to go to the battlefield of Yuzugo with me to eliminate Kumagakure." It is really difficult to find a subordinate as powerful and capable as Miyu. Even if Orochimaru guessed that Miyu was just pretending to be stupid, he did not want to give up. Orochimaru could actually feel that Sarutobi Hiruzen was more inclined towards Jiraiya, but Orochimaru thought that as long as his contributions were great enough and he had enough support, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to choose him. Miyu showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and then said with a look of regret, "Orochimaru, although I really want to work with you to achieve great things, I really can't spare the time recently." Miyu's clear refusal still did not make Orochimaru's expression worse. Orochimaru smiled slightly apologetically and said, "Sorry, I didn't consider your situation, Miyu." Orochimaru did not leave directly after being rejected by Miyu, but chatted with Miyu for a while about the situation in the ninja world before saying goodbye. "Did Danzo notice my actions and use this to warn me?" Orochimaru's eyes flashed with coldness when he left Miyu's house. In fact, normally if he wanted to bring Miyu to the battlefield, he would first notify Shimura Danzo, because Miyu was Shimura Danzo's man. The last time Miyu went to help Orochimaru was also the result of Shimura Danzo's efforts. So why did Orochimaru bypass Shimura Danzo and go directly to Miyu? Orochimaru's main purpose was to test Miyu's thoughts. If Miyu agreed directly, it would mean that Miyu was willing to leave Shimura Danzo and stand on his side. Otherwise, Miyu would still maintain the position of the root. Orochimaru didn't want Shimura Danzo to have too much power. It's not that Orochimaru started to worry about the Hokage before he became Hokage, but if Shimura Danzo had too much power, their cooperative relationship would be unbalanced, which would be disadvantageous for Orochimaru. In order to investigate whether the attitude shown by Miyu was Miyu's own attitude or the result of Shimura Danzo's influence, Orochimaru asked Shimura Danzo about Miyu in a roundabout way. Orochimaru was very cautious and asked about irrelevant things. The reason was also very legitimate. He was curious about Miyu, a genius ninja who was very speculative, but Orochimaru still underestimated the degree of caution of Shimura Danzo. Danzo Shimura immediately felt that something was wrong with Orochimaru, and immediately sent people to investigate Orochimaru's whereabouts. He found that Orochimaru had taken the initiative to contact Miyu many times, and he was still unaware of it. "You are so good, Orochimaru, you even want to poach my most perfect work of the root." Danzo Shimura was a little angry. He had spent a lot of time and effort to help Orochimaru become Hokage, and had to argue with Sarutobi Hiruzen several times before Muyu was sent to the battlefield to support Orochimaru. As a result, Orochimaru repaid him like this, trying to poach his people before he became Hokage. If he hadn't been too deeply bound to Orochimaru, and both sides knew each other's dirty deeds, Danzo Shimura really wanted to scold Orochimaru as the leader of the root, but Danzo Shimura couldn't, because Orochimaru was nominally a root ninja and his subordinate, but the two were actually equal and were collaborators. "Oh, Muyu is loyal to me, but it's useless," Shimura Danzo sneered in his heart. This is something that Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't do, and he didn't think Orochimaru could do it. Of course, although he was confident, Shimura Danzo still investigated Muyu thoroughly. He always believed that it was better to believe it than not to believe it. When Shimura Danzo found that Muyu never took the initiative to look for Orochimaru, he felt relieved and felt that Muyu was still the subordinate who was extremely loyal to him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473, Jiraiya is not smart, Tsunami is helpless, only Orochimaru. As long as I can make another great contribution on the battlefield of Kumagakure, I will have the most military achievements. Then I just need to proceed with the plan steadily, and the probability of becoming the 4th Hokage will be very high. After I become the 4th Hokage, the route will no longer be a subordinate department of the Anbu, and will have an equal status with the Anbu. In the root base, Orochimaru is painting a bright future for Shimura Danzo. The reason why Shimura Danzo is working hard to help Orochimaru become Hokage is not because he likes Orochimaru, but because they have a cooperation. Shimura Danzo pushed Orochimaru to the position, and Orochimaru wanted to repay Shimura Danzo after becoming Hokage. Well, Jiraiya has no ambition, so he will definitely not be able to compete with you. Tsunade is even more self-degrading, so there is no need to worry about her. Shimura Danzo nodded and said, in fact, painting cakes is one of Shimura Danzo's best skills, otherwise he would not have been able to fool so many root members to work for him. Shimura Danzo controls his subordinates not by ninjutsu, and the root of the tongue is just to prevent his subordinates from leaking information. But for now, what Orochimaru said is really not a cake. In Shimura Danzo's analysis, Orochimaru's probability of becoming Hokage is far better than Jiraiya and Tsunade. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has a tendency to favor Jiraiya, Jiraiya himself has no such idea at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to give Jiraiya the opportunity to make merit several times, but Jiraiya refused. In order to make great merit faster, I hope that Danzo can send Muyu to be my assistant again. With him, we will definitely be able to reproduce the great victory on the East Coast battlefield. Orochimaru saw Shimura Danzo's expression of approval and took the opportunity to say, this is the real purpose of Orochimaru, taking Muyu to the battlefield together, in order to prevent his intention from being exposed. Orochimaru basically did not investigate much, but just used a legitimate reason to ask Shimura Danzo casually. Because Shimura Danzo was very cautious, Orochimaru was unable to obtain any useful information, and there was no way to judge whether Muyu's refusal that day was Muyu's own will or Shimura Danzo's order. So Orochimaru changed his mind, because he felt that no matter what the reason was, as long as he could take Muyu to the battlefield, it would be solved in the end. As long as he could replace Shimura Danzo's position in Muyu's heart, all problems would be solved. Shimura Danzo remained calm on the surface, but he felt that Orochimaru was still determined. I can send other elites to help you, but Muyu can't. I have other important arrangements for him. Shimura Danzo refused Orochimaru. He could take the initiative to send Muyu out to help Orochimaru make merit, but Orochimaru took the initiative to take Muyu away, which was not possible. However, they were close partners after all, so Shimura Danzo didn't say it too harshly, and used the excuse that Muyu had other arrangements. I see, that's really unfortunate. Orochimaru's expression did not change, and he didn't seem to care too much about it. but his mind quickly connected all the things. It should be that Shimura Danzo discovered something, so he doesn't want Myu-kun to have too much contact with me. Orochimaru thought in his heart. What important arrangement must be more important than his meritorious service on the battlefield, which is related to the position of Hokage. And it's not that Orochimaru is narcissistic. He thinks that with his performance on the East Coast battlefield, he is definitely a very good senior boss in Miyu's heart, and he shouldn't be rejected directly. Orochimaru not only showed his strategy and strength, but also helped Miyu's disciples to speak well in front of the top leaders, and often talked with Miyu. Miyu's impression of him will only be good, not bad. No matter how Orochimaru thinks, he thinks that Shimura Danzo did something. Next, Orochimaru did not mention Miyu's affairs again, but continued to talk about their fourth-generation Hokage plan. Orochimaru believes in his ability, and he will sooner or later affect Miyu. And with Miyu's current strength, Shimura Danzo can't keep Miyu bound. There will be many opportunities in the future, and there is no need to keep entangled in this issue. But Orochimaru still remembered this matter, and he will settle accounts with Shimura Danzo when he becomes Hokage in the future. After Orochimaru left the root base, Shimura Danzo showed a thoughtful expression. He was a cautious person. Since he had said that he had made arrangements for Miyu, he had to find something for Miyu to do, so that Orochimaru would not accidentally discover this matter. Let him train the root for a while longer. Shimura Danzo came up with a good idea. Although he attached more importance to Miyu's strength, Shimura Danzo did not forget Miyu's unique teaching ability. The more Shimura Danzo thought about it, the better he felt. This way, he could deal with Orochimaru and strengthen the strength of the root ninja. Then Shimura Danzo went to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Orochimaru wanted to take Miyu to the battlefield, he had to get through Shimura Danzo, because Miyu was a member of the root. If Shimura Danzo wanted to call Miyu, he had to go through the process. He had to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen first, because Miyu was no longer a member of the root. Shimura Danzo walked towards the Hokage's office in the Hokage building with a gloomy face. In addition to using his own subordinates, he also had to get the consent of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This made Shimura Danzo very unhappy. Shimura Danzo felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not agree easily this time, and there would definitely be some wrangling, because Shimura Danzo jumped Sarutobi Hiruzen in the last high-level meeting. Shimura Danzo knew Sarutobi Hiruzen too well. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not a generous person, and he would definitely retaliate. He was predicting in advance and then directly expressing his emotions. Some ninjas passing by saw Shimura Danzo with a gloomy face and did not think it was unusual. After all, this is Danzo's assistant, and gloomy is the norm. If one day he suddenly smiled as brightly as Miyu Minato, they would think that Danzo's assistant was too stressed and had gone crazy. When Shimura Danzo walked to the wooden door of the Hokage's office and was about to push the door in as usual, he thought of something, suddenly stopped, pulled back the half-open door, put back his outstretched foot, and knocked on the wooden door with his fingers bent. I don't know if it was Shimura Danzo's illusion, but when the knock on the door sounded, he seemed to hear a sigh of regret from inside. "Come in." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from the Hokage's office. Shimura Danzo then pushed open the wooden door and walked into the Hokage's office. "Danzo, do you have anything to do?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Shimura Danzo was about to call Sarutobi Hiruzen's name, but after recalling some memories, he quickly stopped and changed his words. "Sandaime." Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself that it was a pity that Shimura Danzo was too cautious today. Just now, he deliberately called Shimura Danzo's name, just to guide Shimura Danzo to call him by his name, but Shimura Danzo refused to reveal any flaws, so that he could not release the emotions accumulated in the high-level meeting before. "I want to transfer Miyu back to the root. Miyu's educational ability will be best utilized in the root. By then, the quality of both the root ninja and the Anbu ninja will be improved," Shimura Danzo said after carefully considering and confirming that there was no problem. When the root was first established, Shimura Danzo used the excuse of training the Anbu, so there was nothing wrong with what Shimura Danzo said. Miyu, who was good at teaching, returned to the root to carry forward his teaching ability. Of course, Shimura Danzo knew that this request would not be agreed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The reason why Shimura Danzo said this was to maintain his personality. He usually spent a lot of effort to strengthen the power of the root. It was normal for Shimura Danzo to always try to dig back a talent who was dug out of the root, so that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not doubt the connection between him and Muyu. How many ninjas are there in the root and the Anbu together? How many ninjas are there in the ninja school? How many ninjas are there in the entire Konoha? Muyu can't go back to the root. Sarutobi Hiruzen refused. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't put Muyu back to the root. The darkness of the root was too deep and not suitable for a ninja like Muyu. Danzo, if you spend your thoughts on strengthening the power of the root on other things, maybe Konoha will be better. Sarutobi Hiruzen said bluntly. Why am I strengthening the root? It's for Konoha. Shimura Danzo replied unconvinced. If you didn't know this, do you think your root would still exist until now? Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and exhaled white mist and said lightly, if Shimura Danzo hadn't really been working for Konoha, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen have allowed the root to exist? That little bit of friendship between classmates was not worth Sarutobi Hiruzen's doing. After becoming Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's first priority in his heart was Konoha, and everything else had to give way to Konoha. Since you know this, why do you keep hindering me? Shimura Danzo asked in a deep voice. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Some things you did too much, and some things you shouldn't do, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, and then picked up his pipe again. It's hard to say whether Shimura Danzo is wholeheartedly for Konoha Sarutobi Hiruzen, but there is definitely a truth that he is working for Konoha. But Shimura Danzo doesn't know a degree, and there is almost no lower limit. The training of the root is fine, I will arrange it, but don't think about other things. Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the result directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want Muyu to return to the root, but it was no problem to just train the root ninjas. Just let Muyu train the Anbu and bring the root along. Shimura Danzo's face looked a little bad, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement. Shimura Danzo turned around and walked towards the wooden door of the Hokage's office with a gloomy face. Fuck, Sandaime, you will regret it. Bang! A dull collision sounded, and Shimura Danzo slammed the wooden door shut. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. He had been holding back from laughing just now. Shimura Danzo's cautious way of speaking was really funny. He had never seen Shimura Danzo like this. If I hadn't reacted a little slower at the beginning, I would definitely not be like this now. Shimura Danzo slammed the door and walked out with an unhappy look on his face. Although he perfectly avoided all mistakes and didn't give Sarutobi Hiruzen a chance to take advantage of the situation, Shimura Danzo was still angry. Why did he have to be so careful? If he had stood up and said he would cover the retreat, today Sarutobi Hiruzen would be talking to him so cautiously. Bang! Obito kept imagining that there was an invisible armor on his fist, and then he punched it hard. A crack appeared on the trunk of the tree in front of Obito, but it didn't fall down. Damn, why is the armament hockey secret technique so difficult? Obito scratched his head when he saw that the tree was not broken. In fact, he could break the tree by using the breathing method to concentrate a little more chakra, but Obito was practicing, not cutting down trees. Just now, Obito was only trying to use the armament hockey, and didn't use any other abilities. The civil war will start in another week. What should I do? Obito looked at the others and was a little anxious. The original time of the civil war was every 3 months, but because of the war, this time it was postponed for a long time. Obito thought he could take advantage of this opportunity to overtake others, but others made more progress. Might Guy mastered the rock-breathing chakra mode, while Shisui mastered the flame-breathing chakra mode. Obito did not seek to defeat Might Guy. The rock-breathing chakra mode combined with the 5 and 6 gates of the 8 gates was too abnormal, and he could not win at all. Obito's goal was to win Kakashi and Shisui steadily, so that he would have a great chance of entering the second round without being punished. Now the question is, Obito has the flame-breathing mode and Shisui also has it. Obito has the 3 Magatama Sharingan and Shisui also has it. but Shisui has mastered the armament color secret technique, while Obito has not. What is Obito's winning rate against Shisui? In fact, Obito's flame breathing is stronger than Shisui's, but he feels that the strength is not as strong as the armament color secret technique. I feel that only Kakashi has a greater chance of winning. Obito can only hope that he will draw Kakashi in the civil war. Kakashi has the transparent world, Obito has the flame-breathing chakra mode, Kakashi has the armament hockey secret technique, and Obito has the 3 Magatama Sharingan, so the two of them are really not much different. Crack! A flash of lightning passed by, and all the trees in front of Kakashi fell down. It's not this feeling, it's still a long way off. After recalling Miyu's lightning sword that cut through everything, Kakashi sheathed the sword and shook his head. The difficulty of Miyu's lightning sword technique was beyond Kakashi's imagination. He estimated that he would not be able to use it in the next civil war, and could only hope that he could successfully master it before the next civil war. In this case, the chance of winning will be higher only when facing Obito. Kakashi briefly analyzed the combat power of Miyu's 4 disciples. After the East Coast battlefield, each of them has made different degrees of progress. Among them, Might Guy has made the greatest progress, followed by Shisui, and Kakashi and Obito are at the same level. Great Flame Ring Middle. Entei. Shisui, who entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, fired a fire escape at the river surface. As the civil war approaches, Shisui has to put his plans to expand his prestige on hold and resume intensive training. He has to become more proficient in the use of the flame-breathing chakra mode before the civil war begins. Might Guy trains madly with weights at full power. Although he is the strongest, he will not relax, because he has to keep going until he becomes the strongest in Konoha and the strongest in the ninja world. Seeing how passionate Might Guy is, Ryolu can't help but train with him. Chapter 474, Anbu Chief Instructor Miyu. At 3 p.m., when Miyu was training with his disciples, a memory suddenly appeared in his mind. It was his shadow clone that he left at home. Miyu asked the shadow clone to continue training with his disciples, while the real body went to the Hokage building to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent a ninja to find her shadow clone at home, saying that there was a mission for Miyu, and asked him to go to the Hokage's office to learn the details of the mission. Dong dong. Miyu walked to the door of the Hokage's office and knocked on the wooden door quickly. Come in. After getting Sarutobi Hiruzen's approval, Miyu pushed the door and walked into the Hokage's office, saying hello, Sandame-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded in response. The mission is to train the Anbu in the route, and the number of people will be more than last time, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. Last time, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know what level Miyu could maintain in teaching the middle and upper ninjas, so he just sent some newcomers. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen is going to select as many Anbu as possible and give them to Miyu for special training. The dark call developed by Miyu is indeed useful. Some new Anbu members who have practiced will perform better than some old Anbu members in missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen plans to popularize the dark call throughout the Anbu. Not only the existing Anbu members, but all future Anbu members must learn the dark call. However, none of the existing Anbu members are proficient in the dark call to teach others, so Sarutobi Hiruzen can only let Miyu work harder to teach more people. I know, I will try my best to teach them. Miyu nodded and replied. Shimura Danzo had actually informed him of this matter, but Shimura Danzo's words were vague and not very specific. Miyu, I am confident in your teaching ability. Whether it is the class you lead or the disciples, they are all better than the other. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and stroked his goatee. He now hopes that the war will end quickly and enter a peaceful period. Talents like Miyu can play a greater role in peacetime. If it weren't for the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen could directly throw 80% of the Anbu people to Miyu for training. Sarutobi Hiruzen also had an idea, to let Miyu teach others to be a teacher, to see if he could improve the overall teaching level of the teachers and team leaders of the ninja school. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect others to reach the same teaching level as Miyu. If they had half of Miyu's, no, 1/3 of Miyu's, Konoha would have settled down and developed for more than 10 years. and the overall strength of the entire ninja village might have reached an unprecedented peak. No matter how strong Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were, they could only make themselves stronger, but Muyu could lead others to become stronger together. In order to facilitate teaching, I have set up a training team for you, Muyu. In the Anbu, the training team is half a level higher than the ordinary team in the Anbu system, but still lower than the Anbu captain. Sarutobi Hiruzen briefly introduced the Anbu system to Muyu. The lowest level of the Anbu is the ordinary team member, and then there can be 3 subordinate squad leaders, and above this squad leader is the squad leader who can have 4 squad leaders, and above this squad leader is the captain of the 4 squads, and above that is the deputy captain and the captain. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that it was a bit against the rules to directly give Muyu the title of Anbu captain, but Muyu had made great contributions after all and was excellent in all aspects. It would be stingy to just give her the empty title of a squad leader, so Sarutobi Hiruzen finally made a special squad that was neither good nor bad. Now this training squad has only you as the squad leader. If you find any talent in teaching, you can absorb them. Thank you, Sandame-sama. Muyu showed an expression of shock and gratitude. Although she was not as emotional as she appeared on the surface, Muyu was a little surprised in her heart because Shimura Danzo did not mention this matter at all. I am embarrassed to accept your thanks. I just gave you the title of a squad leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. In fact, he felt that he had given it very well, but he certainly could not say so in his mouth, otherwise he would not be able to improve his favorability. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished explaining the matter, Muyu quickly left the Hokage building and returned to the south border forest. The training squad has no practical use for me, Muyu thought on the way back to the south border forest. The squad leader is considered a middle to high level in the Anbu, and Muyu, the special squad leader, is even half a level higher. But these are all empty things, because Muyu doesn't even have a subordinate to command. In Muyu's eyes, this squad leader is not as practical as a ninja school teacher, who can at least take classes to obtain ninjutsu. The squad leader can only have subordinates from 4 classes, and the total is not enough for Muyu to trigger the class reward. Compared with the squad leader, the teaching task that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave to Muyu is not bad. The Anbu ninjas have a certain strength and can trigger the class reward for the intermediate class. If they can get S-level evaluation every day, the total harvest will be considerable. Teaching nature changes and even improving the proficiency of bloodline limits such as ice escape. I don't know when I can trigger the class reward for the advanced class. Muyu believes that there should be a higher level of class reward, but the triggering conditions are very high and the requirements for students' strength are very strict. After returning to the south border forest, Muyu temporarily stopped thinking about these miscellaneous things, and concentrated on instructing his disciples, and only started preparing the training plan when he returned home. The training didn't start so soon, because if you want to draw out enough Anbu, you have to make a lot of adjustments and change the fixed arrangement, which takes a lot of time. Muyu has plenty of time to prepare the Anbu training plan. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Muyu, who was developing and perfecting the Yang seal, heard the door of the house next door suddenly open. Muyu curiously opened his Byakugan and looked next door. His next door was the Nimike's Minato family, and no one had lived there for a while. As the wall in his sight gradually blurred, a familiar figure entered Muyu's sight. "Did you come back early?" Muyu closed his Byakugan and looked at the manuscripts on the table again. Although Minato said in his letter that he might have a chance to come back in a few months, Orochimaru took the initiative to fight. Now the battlefield of the Kingdom of Soup doesn't need Minato so much, so the rest time may naturally be advanced. A minute later, there was a knock on the door of Muyu's house. Muyu simply packed up the manuscript and quickly went downstairs to open the door. "Muyu, long time no see," Minato greeted with a sincere smile. Orochimaru's support was too timely. Generally speaking, after completing a major battle, you have to rest for a while. As a result, Orochimaru quickly supported Minato Namikaze, which gave Minato Namikaze, who had been fighting on the front line for a long time, a chance to take a vacation. At that time, The senior management asked Minato Namikaze if he needed time to rest and adjust. Minato Namikaze asked for a rest without hesitation. Now that there is no war in the country of soup in the short term, it doesn't make much sense for him to stay with Orochimaru. Instead, it is a bit of a waste of combat power. Minato, long time no see. Miyu smiled and invited Minato Namikaze into the room. Sorry to bother Miyu so late. How about we talk tomorrow? Minato Namikaze hesitated and said. In fact, Minato Namikaze rushed back at full speed, wanting to see if he could arrive early to have dinner with Miyu. After all, Minato Namikaze was in another country, and coupled with the problem of departure time, Minato Namikaze tried to rush at full speed but was still a lot late. Now it's almost time to go to bed, and Minato Namikaze doesn't want to bother Miyu too much. Miyu had just come down from the battlefield not long ago, and the battle on the East Coast was much more intense than that on the Soup Country battlefield. Since the Eight Tails Jinchuriki had an accident, the Soup Country battlefield has become peaceful. No, you came just in time. I was just about to make a midnight snack. It's just right for us to eat and talk. Miyu smiled and said something that Minato Namikaze couldn't refuse. Minato Namikaze was very conflicted now. He felt that Miyu might have said this on purpose for him, but he really wanted to eat the midnight snack made by Miyu. Let me help you make it. In the end, Minato Namikaze chose to help Miyu to offset the guilt in his heart. Miyu nodded in agreement, and then asked casually, is ramen okay? Or what else do you want to eat? Minato Namikaze remembered the ramen that Miyu made in Lulin and nodded quickly. This is great. Next, Miyu needed the noodles, and Minato cut some side dishes, and the two worked together in the kitchen. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book _ bar published this novel for the first time. While making supper, the two chatted about what they had encountered during the time they hadn't seen each other. Everyone is very distressed about the current situation in the ninja world. Jiraiya-sensei said that he doesn't even have time to write novels. Namikaze, Minato and Miyu shared Jiraiya's complaints on the battlefield. Then Obito's troubles are somewhat similar to those of Jiraiya-sama, but he feels that he has no time to read ninja novels, Miyu said with a smile. During the time on the East Coast battlefield, Obito was busy with missions and training all day, and basically fell asleep the rest of the time. He really didn't have much time for entertainment. It sounds like something Obito would say, but he should be lectured by Kakashi. Namikaze Minato smiled and thought of something. This is just right, so that you don't get addicted to the novel one day and put the team in danger. Miyu nodded and repeated what Kakashi said. The smile on Namikaze Minato's face became more intense, and he could already imagine the scene at that time in his mind. Obito complained while holding a ninja novel in his hand. Kakashi scolded him calmly, and Nohara-rin looked at the two of them and covered her mouth and laughed secretly. In terms of being a teacher, I have a lot to learn from you, Miyu. Thinking of the disciples he hadn't seen for a long time, Minato Namikaze sighed slightly. Minato Namikaze really felt that he was far inferior to Miyu in terms of being a teacher. Not only in teaching ninjutsu, but Miyu was better than him in all aspects. If Obito and the others become well-known strong men in the ninja world in the future, if someone praises Minato Namikaze for teaching students because of Obito and the others, then Minato Namikaze will really be ashamed. Because Obito and the others' strength has little to do with Minato Namikaze, it is mainly Miyu's credit. Minato Namikaze has taught some experience in physical skills and tasks. No one is born knowing how to be a teacher, and Minato, you have actually done a good job. Obito and the others are very satisfied with you, Miyu said while making the last ramen. He was not trying to comfort Minato. Under the premise of having a teacher like Miyu, it was rare that Minato Namikaze was still considered good by Obito and the others and was a good teacher. You have to know that after Obito was taught by Miyu, he basically complained about this Chunin teacher today and that Chunin teacher tomorrow. Apart from Miyu, there was no teacher he was satisfied with. Since you, Miyu, have recognized me, I really can't say that I am bad, Namikaze Minato said with a rare joke. As the ramen was completed step by step, Namikaze Minato became more and more excited. He rushed back to Konoha with all his strength just to eat this as soon as possible. After the ramen was fully prepared, Miyu handed one of the steaming hot bowls of ramen to Namikaze Minato. Smelling the tempting aroma, Namikaze Minato almost wanted to pick up chopsticks in the kitchen and eat it directly. More than half a year, God knows how he survived these 6 months, but Namikaze Minato had a strong control. He resisted his desire and walked to the dining table with the ramen and sat down, and then waited for Miyu to sit down before officially starting to eat. At this moment, Namikaze Minato couldn't help it anymore. He didn't say "I'm going to eat." He picked up the chopsticks and directly picked up a chopstick of ramen and stuffed it into his mouth. When the familiar feeling of amazement came to his mind again, Minato Namikaze suddenly felt refreshed and happy. Then Minato Namikaze did not stop. First he stuffed a piece of barbecued pork, then picked up a chopstick of noodles, chewed and drank a mouthful of ramen soup. It was worth it. Minato Namikaze felt that it was worth it. Even if he had to travel another distance to the land of fire, it was worth it. Minato Namikaze, who was eating a midnight snack, remembered that he had not spoken directly after eating, and hurriedly thanked Miyu. "It's okay, it's just a matter of convenience." Miyu smiled and shook his head. For him who has the skills of a chef, it is not a big deal. On the contrary, Minato and Kushina have really helped him a lot since he crossed over. "Miyu, how is your practice of the Flying Thunder God technique going? Do you need me to explain it to you again?" Minato felt that he still had to repay Miyu. Minato's most impressive skill is Flying Thunder God. Miyu is also practicing Flying Thunder God, so Minato thinks he can take this opportunity to help Miyu improve Flying Thunder God. "It's going well, but there's no need for explanation." Miyu declined Minato's kindness. Miyu knew his time and space talent, which was just a bonus skill from the system, and the mastery level Flying Thunder God was also forcibly raised by the mastery scroll. It would be a complete waste of both parties' time for Minato to explain it to him, and Miyu couldn't learn anything in this way. "If you have time, Minato, I want to have a practice battle with you tomorrow to fill the gap between our Flying Thunder God techniques," Miyu then proposed. Miyu's proficiency in Flying Thunder God is much worse than Minato's, but Miyu has other abilities, and he wants to test his ability to deal with ninjas like Minato. "For the practice battle, it's either tonight or in a few days. I might be a little busy recently." Minato thought for a while and replied, "He just came down from the battlefield, and there will be more things to do in the next few days. After all, he has been a battlefield commander for a while. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry, just call me when you're free." Miyu stood up and cleaned up the dishes and said. Considering that Minato was exhausted from the journey, and that it was too late, Miyu felt that tonight was not a good time. Chapter 475 Who is the first person of the younger generation of Konoha? At noon, Namikaze Minato packed up his things from Miyu's house and went to the ceiling art house where Kushina was, just like before. Needless to say, this feeling of returning to daily life after a long absence made Namikaze Minato feel a lot more relaxed. Even a ninja like him would feel depressed if he stayed on the battlefield for too long. The Anbu responsible for protecting Kushina chose to ignore Namikaze Minato's arrival. In view of the relationship between Namikaze Minato and Kushina, Namikaze Minato has the authority to enter and exit this special place. After discovering the Anbu, Namikaze Minato smiled and greeted them. Although Kushina didn't like the Anbu who was called protection but actually surveillance, Namikaze Minato knew that the Anbu and the village also had their own difficulties. The destructive power of the tailed beasts was too terrifying. If an accident happened, with the terrifying destructive power of the tailed beasts, it would be a major crisis for the entire Konoha. This was a necessary safety measure. Seeing this, the two Anbu also nodded in response, smiling, not to mention that the one who greeted them was the Yellow Flash, one of the strongest in the new era of Konoha. "What time is it? Why isn't it time for lunch yet? Who stipulated the 3 meals a day? Why isn't it 6 meals a day?" Before Minato Namikaze knocked on Kushina's door, he heard Kushina's constant complaints. Minato Namikaze showed a helpless smile and knocked on the door. "Is the food here? It's so slow. Can it be faster next time?" Kushina was about to complain about the Anbu, but when she opened the door, she found that it was Minato Namikaze. Kushina's eyes lit up when she saw the food box in Minato Namikaze's hand. "Minato is back. You came just in time. I'm just hungry." Kushina quickly took the food box and took out the food from it and put it on the table in the room. With restricted range of movement and having to live under the watchful eyes of the Anbu every day, Kushina's most anticipated thing is eating. This is one of the few things that can make her feel happy. Of course, eating here only refers to eating Muyu cuisine. Minato understands Kushina's feelings very well, otherwise he would not have rushed all night yesterday. Then the two did not communicate, and finished their lunch in immersion before looking at each other. Kushina casually wiped the oil stains from the corners of her mouth with a tissue, touched her snow-white chin with her slender fingers, and looked at Minato Namikaze carefully. Noticing Kushina's gaze, Minato Namikaze thought that something was stuck on his face, and subconsciously fumbled for it but found nothing. "Kushina, what are you looking at?" the puzzled Minato Namikaze asked honestly. "Looking at your face," Kushina answered as a matter of course. Minato Namikaze, he suddenly felt that he had just wasted half a minute. "Actually, I was thinking if you would be better at cooking if you wore black-framed glasses." Kushina gestured on Minato Namikaze's face. Minato Namikaze sighed. "Even if you think so, Kushina, I can't cook like Muyu." Minato Namikaze had thought of learning Muyu's cooking. He took action, and Muyu taught him. Under Muyu's teaching, his cooking skills did improve a lot, but compared to Muyu, it can only be described as looking up to a mountain. Hee, just kidding, how could this happen? Kushina said with a smile. "Minato, do you know that Muyu is very famous now, and has been given the title of Fiery Son Muyu, and many people are discussing who is the strongest of the younger generation of Konoha ninjas?" Minato nodded. Konoha's publicity of Orochimaru and Muyu's victory on the East Coast battlefield was largely to boost morale, so even on another battlefield, Minato knew about Muyu's record on the East Coast battlefield. "Minato, have you ever fought with Muyu? Who is better?" Kushina's gossipy heart burned. "One is a good friend, and the other is a boyfriend who is going to get married in the future. The two have many similarities." Kushina is really curious about who is the strongest. If it was before, Kushina would think it was Namikaze Minato. It's not because of her preference for her boyfriend, but because Namikaze Minato is really strong. Although Minato Namikaze became famous in the ninja world after participating in the war for a period of time, Kushina knew very well that Minato Namikaze had always been strong, but he became stronger in the experience of the war, and then became famous in the ninja world by stepping on the reputation of others. Before Muyu went to the East Coast battlefield, Kushina had never heard of Muyu defeating any enemy, and she had never seen Muyu take action, so Kushina must have believed that Minato Namikaze was stronger. But now it is different. There are many strong people who died in Muyu's hands. He also killed Jinchuriki together with Orochimaru. Obviously, he is also a strong person with extraordinary strength. There is no way to know the strength of the strong without a battle. There are too many factors that can affect the battle, and it is not possible to simply compare the intelligence to compare the strength. I have never fought with Muyu, so I can't say the specific strength. Minato Namikaze shook his head and replied. If he was present when Muyu fought in the East Coast battlefield, then Minato Namikaze could still deduce the result of their battle. But Minato Namikaze only saw Muyu fight once. That was when they fought against Jinchuriki together in the grass country battlefield. That war happened almost 2 years ago. Muyu has obviously made rapid progress in these 2 years. Therefore, the strength Muyu showed in the grass country battlefield cannot represent Muyu's current strength. But Muyu will have a practice battle with me next. I'll tell you the result after the battle. Namikaze Minato thought for a while and said. Kushina's eyes flashed, and she looked a little expectant. "Where are you going to fight? I want to see it." "Don't think about it, it's not possible." Namikaze Minato glanced outside the door with a hidden look. Now Kushina's largest range of activities is the large barrier arranged in the core position of Konoha's main urban area. Before Kushina can completely block the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra, Kushina cannot go out of the barrier. It is impossible for Namikaze Minato and Muyu's level ninjas to fight in the urban area, otherwise the battle may be stopped by the Anbu or Uchiha at the beginning. Even if it is not stopped, the products of destruction can make them both bankrupt. With Namikaze Minato's reminder, Kushina soon thought of this, and her face fell instantly, looking unhappy. Every day this and that are not allowed. It's really annoying. Kushina sat on the bed with puffed cheeks. There's nothing we can do. Sandaime-sama and the others are doing this for your own good. Namikaze Minato walked to Kushina's side and stroked her beautiful red hair and said gently, I will try my best to describe the battle to you when the time comes. Kushina's expression was slightly better after hearing this. Then Namikaze Minato shared with Kushina some interesting stories about his disciples that he had communicated with Miyu. How come Obito's strength has only increased but nothing else has? Kushina laughed loudly without any hesitation. Kushina had seen Minato's 3 disciples. Although she couldn't walk out of the barrier, Obito and Kakashi could come in. However, because it was inconvenient, Kushina didn't see them much and didn't communicate with Obito and the others. Her impression of them all came from Minato's stories. After spending half an hour with Kushina, Namikaze Minato said goodbye to Kushina. He would be very busy recently, otherwise he wouldn't have come to see Kushina at noon. He had been busy with various things in the morning. In the afternoon, a Anbu ninja approached Miyu. Captain Hanyu, I will take you to the Anbu to collect some essential items for Anbu members. The Anbu member wearing the cat mask explained his purpose. Although Miyu's position is a bit like a mascot, it is still a formal Anbu organization after all, and the procedures should be followed. Miyu nodded and followed. In fact, he is a shadow clone, but it is not necessary to trouble the main body to go out for such a small matter as collecting things. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. When the two entered the Anbu base, Kenji Tabata took off the cat mask on his face and greeted Miyu again. Teacher Miyu, I'm sorry, the way here is considered a mission, so I can't take off the mask. The Anbu has very strict regulations, and masks must be worn when performing tasks under normal circumstances. So even though Kenji Tabata was once a ninja trained by Miyu and respected Miyu very much, he did not take the initiative to reveal his identity, but waited until he arrived at the Anbu base to take off the mask. It's understandable. After all, you are Anbu, Miyu replied with a faint smile. In fact, Miyu recognized Kenji Tabata at first sight. Although the shadow clone cannot use the identification technique, Miyu remembered all the people he had taught. He could tell that the other party was Kenji Tabata by his figure. Most of the Anbu that Miyu met next greeted Miyu. However, not all of them were Anbu that Miyu had trained. There were also many Anbu who had only heard of Miyu's deeds. After all, Miyu actually only taught 15 Anbu members last time, and 15 were root ninjas. Although he met many Anbu ninjas, Miyu did not see the important characters in the original work. Miyu thought about it, and he remembered that there were only 3 characters in the original work who were Anbu, namely Kakashi, Yamato, and Uchiha. Kakashi has changed a lot compared to the original work, and he may not necessarily become an Anbu. Uchiha was born not long ago, and he didn't know what Yamato was like. The original Anbu members he was familiar with were not Anbu yet, so naturally he couldn't see the acquaintances in the original work. After receiving the items, Kenji Tabata took Miyu to the office of the Anbu captain. Captain Hanyu, please take a seat. The Anbu captain looked at Miyu with a kind look and said. Miyu was not polite and sat on the only chair in the office. Kenji Tabata took the initiative to leave the office and closed the door. Let me introduce myself first. After all, I don't have such a reputation as you, Captain Hanyu. The Anbu captain smiled casually. I am Masashi Saratobi, the Anbu captain. Looking at Masashi Saratobi's face and Saratobi's surname, Miyu vaguely guessed his identity. Captain Hanyu, I have been fascinated by you for a long time. Today I finally have time to chat with you, Masashi Saratobi said with a smile. Before Miyu became famous in the ninja world by killing enemies on the battlefield, Masashi Saratobi often heard praises about Miyu from Saratobi Hiruzen and Saratobi Asuma. In the words of his father Saratobi Hiruzen, Miyu is a super genius and the most suitable ninja to inherit his mantle. In the words of his younger brother Saratobi Asuma, Miyu is a teacher who is unparalleled in the world and a perfect person without any flaws. Saratobi Masashi can actually understand Asuma. After all, Saratobi Hiruzen is too strict. Suddenly, When he meets a teacher like Muyu who is strong and easy to talk to, it is hard not to like and admire Muyu. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen made Sarutobi Masashi a little uncomfortable, because Sarutobi Hiruzen often compared him with Muyu. Muyu was an excellent child from other families in his eyes. Originally, Sarutobi Masashi was somewhat unconvinced. After all, he was also a captain of the Anbu and a senior member of the Anbu. Now he has nothing to say. Muyu is one of the great contributors to the temporary end of the East Coast battlefield. Sarutobi Masashi really can't compare. Here is the list of trainees and related information for this training. There are a total of 40 people, including the root ninjas, including 25 Anbu ninjas and 15 root ninjas. Sarutobi Masashi handed the information to Muyu. Since the root is nominally a subordinate organization of the Anbu, the root's information is submitted to the Anbu and then given to Muyu by the Anbu. Muyu took it and quickly looked through it. Among the 40 people, half were ninjas who had received training last time, and half were ninjas who had not received training. Muyu guessed that the third generation wanted some people to master the dark calling technique, and the secondary goal was to popularize the dark calling technique. After all, the former can accelerate the progress of the latter. Captain Hanyu, how is your training plan going? Can you tell me? Sarutobi Masashi asked curiously. The results of Muyu's training of the Anbu last time surprised him. It only took 2.5 months to help 15 Anbu improve their comprehensive strength. He was not very clear about the improvement of the root ninjas, but the subsequent performance of the 15 Anbu ninjas who received Muyu's training was very good. At present, only the new moves of the dark calling technique have been confirmed, and the others are still under consideration. Muyu thought for a while and replied. This time he still planned to brush up on the experience of breathing methods and nature changes, mainly because he had two needs: the development of yang breathing and the improvement of the proficiency of water release. Among them, the development of yang breathing is the most critical. He needs the S-level evaluation reward for the intermediate lecture to improve his understanding of the lecture content. There is actually a new move of dark calling. I want to join in after hearing it, Sarutobi Masashi said half-jokingly. He practiced the dark calling method given by Muyu, and barely succeeded in practicing, but his proficiency was not good enough. Muyu smiled but said nothing. If Sarutobi Masashi really came, he would really dare to teach. As the captain of the Anbu, Sarutobi Masashi's strength is definitely an elite jonin, and he is a very high-quality student. The two did not chat for long before Sarutobi Masashi left the office for something. Muyu's shadow clone did not stay for long and left the Anbu soon. After walking a distance from the Anbu base, the shadow clone released itself and let the memory flow back to the original body of the southern forest. P.S. Regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's eldest son, some people said that it was Sarutobi Shinosuke, but I couldn't find the original source of this, so I named one myself. In addition, there will be another chapter later. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.